Good morning, everyone, and welcome. I think we're all set and ready to go. Linda, are we good on Zoom and everything? All right, ready or not, here we come. So with that, I would like to go ahead and call to order today's meeting. And if we could go ahead with the pledge, and if I could have, how about Commissioner McNinch, if you'd lead us in the pledge today. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible. All right, thank you for that. And if I could have the department do a roll call, please.
Chairman Rogers.
Here.
Vice Chair Young.
Here.
Commissioner Barnes.
Here.
Commissioner Bourne.
Here.
Commissioner Booth.
Here.
Commissioner Caviglia.
Here.
Commissioner Keel. Commissioner McNinch.
Here.
Commissioner Walter.
All right, thank you. And if I could, if there are any county advisory board members here in attendance today, if so, if I could have you stand and announce yourself. Okay, perfect. And any cab members online by chance? All right, thank you. All right, moving on to item number 2. This is public comment period. And public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Persons making comments are asked to begin by stating their name for the record. So with that, is there any public comment here in Reno?
This good? Can you hear me? Okay. This is Karen Taylor, a Washoe County resident, and I wanted to talk about the calling contest meeting last night. I know it's on the agenda, but I don't think it allows for public comment, so I'm going to do it now. I thought it was very well run. I thought that there was compelling presentations from both sides, and for me, it was very interesting. I would like to address some of the observations I have about some of the criticisms that Commissioner McNinch received personally by some of the sportsmen there. First of all, Commissioner McNinch, as conservation chair, is doing, not that he needs me to defend him, by the way. He's pretty much of a warrior, a wildlife warrior. But he, as a conservation chair, Commissioner McNinch is doing exactly what he's supposed to be doing. And he's doing exactly what the legislature wants him to do. When I was there 2 years ago, it's hard to believe it's been almost 2 years now, they did not want to deal with this. The legislature and the governor's office does not want to deal with these messy issues. They want you to deal with these messy issues. And Commissioner McNinch has come forward along with Commissioner Booth and Commissioner Walter to address these issues, and I do appreciate it. Wildlife is public property. It's not sportsmen's private property. Why wouldn't we have these discussions every month, every meeting, every year, every legislature? Why wouldn't we do that? And so I was kind of confused about why so many sportsmen were saying, well, we bring this up every year. Well, of course, and we're going to. I have no plans to die for a while, and most of my compadres don't either. So I look forward to future meetings where we can have discussions and talk about wildlife and have these difficult discussions, including with the gentleman from the Predator Hunting Association who did a very compelling presentation last night. I don't know if anybody got to see it. So, and as a side note, Commissioner McNinch is very analytical, and I have twice now been the recipient of his probing questions, and it's not fun. It's hard to take, and I kind of sat out for a year after one incident, but he asked questions to to stimulate thought process, to confront us, but also to stimulate thought process. And that's what he was doing last night. And it's not that he was choosing one side or the other. I understand that sportsmen are not used to being questioned. Activists are questioned all the time. You know, what did you eat last night? You know, the name of your firstborn, you know. But he was asking very pertinent, probing questions. And I thought the meeting went very well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other public comment?
Is this working?
Oh, yeah.
Robin Orloff here. I don't like to speak, so I come up at the last minute all the time. I'd like to ditto and support what the lady said prior, just now about the meeting. I felt the same way about it. I felt that despite the contentious, potentially nature of the topic, we were all civil, and listened to each other. I was a little bit concerned about, there were some, personal attacks I felt, towards the chairman and towards Rebecca Goff, which I guess just happens in these meetings. It was, I think, unfortunate. I also feel that as a Nevada citizen for 38 years, that all us Nevada citizens pay our taxes, and federal and state, and our voices hopefully will be heard about all issues. And I might not have been clear in my comment last night. I ramble a little, but I am in opposition to the killing contest, and I'm hoping that this committee will at some point maybe bring it to the legislature and stand up against some of what goes on in those contests, or having those contests at all. I was pleased, number 5, member announcements. It says a committee will review correspondence sent to you, and I'm glad to hear that you are reviewing all the public comments that are coming in. I'm disappointed that you have the discretion to not really discuss them. And I think there are a lot of comments that come in that are important. 206 for the meeting in March for the petition, 206 pages and 83 pages for the September 26, most of which were against the killing contest. And I don't feel that that's represented to the public that's listening, nor do they get access to those comments unless we do an NRS 239, which is what I do, because I want to know what the public is thinking. And I think the public listening here throughout Nevada should know the depth and breadth of opinions on the issues that you all are discussing. And it's both sides of the issues. And I think for transparency, we all need to know what each other is thinking. And I don't know if that can ever be changed, but the meetings I go to in the legislature and the other Bryan Street department buildings put the public comments on the agenda so that the public can read them before the meetings. And that's really helpful. So we all know that would be the SEC meeting, the OHV commission meeting, and the legislature meetings. And they will even accept comments up to the meeting and after the meeting as time permits. So it's a real education for those of us who aren't familiar with what you do and what comments are coming in. So you might reconsider that. So I appreciate being here. This is a nice intimate setting versus the usual where you're way up here and we're down there. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment, Henry?
I did talk last night and gave some statistics and submitted some statistics in my written comment. My background is as an economist, so I always look at how issues affect us economically. I read in the Reno Gazette article from last year that the opposition to banning the killing contest is that it is, quote, the culture of Nevada. We rank 50th in unemployment in the country, and we derive most of our GDP from tourism. So the image of Nevada is very pertinent to all our well-being, especially economically.
All right, thank you for that. Anybody else? Public comment here in Reno? All right, seeing none. How about on Zoom? Any public comment via Zoom?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, Jana Wright offering public comment on Agenda Item 7G, Contest Committee. I want to bring up the disrespect shown Committee Chair Dave McNinch at the meeting last night. The attack by several sportsmen was hateful, mean-spirited, and disturbing to me. We can hold very different points of views on killing contests, but there is no reason for personal attacks to individuals. Wildlife belongs to all of us, and the killing of wildlife is supposed to be for a legitimate, non-frivolous purpose. Can anyone with a straight face say these killing contests meet this threshold? Call me anti-hunting if it makes you feel bigger. But I will not stop advocating for best practices when it comes to wildlife management and methods of take of our wildlife. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. No additional comment, public comment? All right, with that, we will close out that agenda item number 2 and move on to agenda item number 3. And this is approval of agenda. So the commission will review the agenda and may take action to approve the agenda for November 15, 2024. The commission may remove items from the agenda, continue items for consideration, or take items out of order. So with that, as a commission, any comment, discussion on today's agenda? All right. Seeing none, we will take it out for public comment. Any public comment here in Reno on today's agenda? All right, seeing none here in person. How about online via Zoom? Any public comment regarding today's agenda? Everybody's quiet today on the agenda, so seeing none, we'll bring it back to the commission for any further discussion or motion. Yes, sir.
I'll make a motion to approve agenda item number 3, approval agenda.
All right, so we have a motion for approval of today's agenda from Vice Chair Young and a second from Commissioner Caviglia. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. So that is approved, today's agenda. Moving on to agenda item number 4. This is approval of the minutes. The commission minutes may be approved from the September 27 and 28, 2024 meeting. So with that, anything from the commission on the meeting minutes from September 27 and 28? Yes, Commissioner Barnes?
Mr. Chairman, I was not at the last meeting, so I will be abstaining. Any comment or voting on the minutes?
All right, thank you for that. Anybody else on the minutes? Yes, Commissioner
I
Caviglia.
just have one quick comment on page 30 on the motion. There's in that first sentence of the motion, there's an extra E on the commission. It's a real minor comment. Doesn't matter to me if you don't do it.
Oh, you did really read it. Nice. All right. All right. Anything else from the commission regarding minutes? All right.
One
Oh, yes.
page
Commissioner Booth?
4, it has page 4 has the bottom has Tim Casnelli. It's supposed to be Tom Casnelli. Item 6.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. Anything else from the commission? All right. Seeing none, let's take this out to the public here in Reno. Any questions, concerns, comments?
Hello again, Robin Orloff. Regarding the minutes, I just wanted to say that what I had spoken about was not really clear when it was transposed into the minutes. And I think that was probably my fault. I'm not real clear to listen to, but I understand that in order to have the public's comments be verbatim in the minutes, that we can submit a paper while we're at the meeting that we're reading from that could be put in the minutes if we request it. And I understand that we must request that our comments be verbatim in the minutes. I'm not sure if that can be requested for our spoken comments or just if we hand in a paper at the time. But I said I was active and athletic, but then I went on to say, because of that, I'm an outdoor enthusiast, and I probably visit and recreate and explore every single cab, every single city and town represented by the cab. And I know it on the ground, and I know the towns and the culture and the history to a great extent. So that was the main point that I was trying to express, that I had an understanding. So I wasn't just speaking from Carson City. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you. Any other comments here in Reno with regards to approval of the minutes? All right, seeing none. How about on Zoom? All right, perfect. With that said, given the lady's question, if I could, Dag Burgett, you know, we've had public comment in the past, and some folks have said via Zoom that they are requesting to have their testimony verbatim. As the lady spoke, just curious if you could maybe talk to that.
Yeah,
whether
we've
somebody's
addressed that
yeah.
many, many times over the years. So the rules are this. So if somebody has prepared comments and they read those prepared comments and they ask that those comments be submitted into the record, that is appropriate. That is consistent with open meeting law. However, if somebody says, hey, I have a 50-page document that I want attached to the record, that's not required by the commission. Certainly the commission has a prerogative to do so if they want to, but that's not required by the commission. So when people don't have prepared remarks and don't submit a physical document to the department, what the department typically does is just not submit it with the record. But the department does take down and provide the substance of every public comment that's made. Does that help? Did I answer your question?
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. Yep. Thank you for that. All right, seeing no additional public comment, I'll bring this back to the commission for any other discussion or motion. Yes, Commissioner Gavilia.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as presented with the noted changes.
All right, perfect. All right, so we do have a motion from Commissioner Cavilia and a second by Vice Chair Young for approval of the minutes with the noted changes. All those in favor? All right, any opposed? All right, so that does pass and Commissioner Barnes recusing himself from that one. All right, moving on to agenda item number 5. This is member items, announcements, and correspondence. Commissioners may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. The commission will review and may discuss correspondence sent or received by the commission since the last regular meeting and may provide copies for the exhibit file. Correspondence sent or received by Commissioner, or how about Secretary Janae, may be discussed. So with that, yes, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers. Members of the commission, Mike Scott for the record. We have received a petition. It is a request for trapping regulations to reduce incidental trapping of mountain lions. We already received some early correspondence. I believe that was sent to you, but this item will be on the January agenda, and you will probably receive that correspondence again, as well as whatever additional correspondence comes in. We also received an appeal for a golden eagle permit for falconry. That will also be on the January agenda. And then the department has received multiple correspondence related to both alternate and deferred tags. We have discussed these with Dag Burkett. and we're preparing responses to all these requests. That's all I have.
All right, perfect. All right, any items from the commission? Yes, Vice Chair Young.
I got it. So an outfitter based out of Washoe County contacted me, and with the non-resident mule deer guide situation, his concern was that the 033 tag was drawn. The outfitter that drew the tag did not have the permit for the Sheldon, and therefore the tag was unable to be hunted by the client. So if Chief Knight could look into this potentially for a future meeting, the non-resident mule deer guide and outfitters that are putting in for units that they don't have the BLM or force permits, and just kind of give us maybe a short presentation on if that's a larger issue, if this is just a one-off situation. I'm just interested in, again, I want the department to work with the Guides Association or the outfitters. Again, this came from an outfitter as a complaint. So thank you.
All right. Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Considering the comments that were made a little while ago, is this thing on? Does it work? Okay. Okay. There were a lot of comments regarding the contest committee stuff, but I will go in a little more detail. I just wanted to acknowledge that there was stuff that had come in, and I'll detail it a little more in our committee report.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Anything else from the commission? Yes, Commissioner.
Just hello. The Humboldt County Commission will be recognizing a longtime cab member Tom Casanelli on December the 16th, I believe. So if the director and deputy directors would, I've informed them, and any commissioner that would like to attend, you're more than welcome.
All right, wonderful. Thank you for that. Anything else? Any other commissioners with items? All right. Perfect. Appreciate that. With that, we will move on to agenda item number 6. And this is county advisory boards to manage wildlife. County advisory boards to manage wildlife members may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action will be scheduled on a future commission agenda. So any CAB members here in attendance with any items they wish to address? All right, seeing none. How about on Zoom? All right, thank you for that. With that, we will move on now to agenda item number 7, and this is our reports. And 7A is a department activity report. Secretary Janae and Division Administrators report will be provided on Nevada Department of Wildlife recent activities.
Good morning, Chair Rogers, members of the commission, Deputy Director Caleb McAdoo for the record. Director Janae is finishing up a meeting this morning with a congressman, so I apologize. He wanted me to extend his apologies to the commission for his absence. So you'll be getting the second string here for the director's office report this morning. The director's office is pleased to welcome Alejandro Medina as the new management analyst to the director's office. Additionally, the director's office is overseeing the integration of recent updates to the state administrative manual to ensure the department's policies remain current. The department has started receiving questions from the governor's finance office, and the legislative council legislative council bureau on our agency submitted budget. We have also have a meeting scheduled with the governor's finance office in early December to get the final approval on our budget enhancements and a bill draft requests. Deputy Director Jordan Goshert and other members of a subcommittee for the Joint Federal State Task Force on Federal Assistance Policy of the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies are working to develop leave allocation guidance, and best management practices, which will be presented at the North American Wildlife and Natural Resources Conference in March of 2025. The Office of the Inspector General has notified the department that they will be scheduling an entrance conference within the next few weeks to open the next U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service audit. These audits occur every 5 years and typically audit the most recently closed 2 fiscal years and look at over $80 million in expenditures. Myself, along with Deputy Director Goschert, as well as ELCO staff, toured with the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, along with their Legislative Council Bureau policy analysts at the 12th Street Community Pond site in Elko. This was a good chance to show how the conservation bond funding continues to assist the department with maximizing our funding for conservation. Deputy Director Mike Scott is working with the Game and Habitat divisions on an America the Beautiful Challenge grant, which supports large-scale conservation and restoration projects. And with that, I will pass the microphone to Division Administrator Mark Freese to give the Habitat Division update.
Good morning, Chair Rogers and members of the commission. Mark Freese, Habitat Division Administrator for the record. So first for Habitat Division, I want to talk a little bit about personnel and staffing. It's been a good few months for us here at headquarters. Matt Glenn was promoted to the Restoration Program Co-Lead and Heritage Program and Special Reserve Account Program Manager Staff Specialist position on October 14th. Brad Bauman was promoted to the Mine and Water Development Program Staff Specialist position and started on November 12th. We recently completed interviews for the Wildlife Management Area Staff Specialist position on November 7th and expect to have that filled very soon. Habitat staff conducted interviews for 4 vacant biologist positions in the Restoration Technical Review and Private Lands programs across the state and expect to have those filled soon. And then Brad Hardenbrook, the Southern Region Habitat Supervisor, will be retiring on December 8th with more than 35 years of experience in service. So we thank Brad for his contributions to the department and wildlife resources and wish him well in retirement. On to the Restoration Rehabilitation Program. As of November 8th, 748 fires have occurred in Nevada, burning just shy of 100,000 acres. Staff are coordinating with landowners and managers and making plans for restoration and rehabilitation projects across the state. And you guys will hear from Matt and Glenn later this morning on Wildfire Report, some of those activities. Staff have also been working on finalizing the sagebrush habitat plan and will be requesting input from stakeholders and public soon. You'll hear from Amanda Gerhart soon on this topic as well. On to wildlife management areas. Staff continue habitat improvement and management work across WMAs in addition to supporting and educating outdoor recreationists. At Mesa Valley, Carson Lake, and Argenta WMA, staff continue to make repairs and improvements to damaged infrastructure due to the 2023 floods, including repairing water conveyance structures, roads, and other facilities. Botulism outbreaks were a concern this year. Carson Lake WMA and staff did an excellent job managing water levels, constructing a bird hospital, and patrolling areas to minimize impacts. These proactive actions resulted in minimal issues with 97% of the birds that were brought to the hospital recovering. In the technical guidance program, the program continues providing guidance and input to several large-scale projects and planning efforts, including BLM's Section 368 Transmission Line Corridor, EIS, Sage Grouse Plan revisions, Greenlink North Transmission Line, Grid Alliance West Transmission Line, BLM's Geothermal Exploration CX, the Cross Tie Transmission Line. Program staff also continue participating on the BLM's Libra Solar, White Pine Pump Hydro, Rhyolite Ridge, and Esmeralda Solar Complex. Since January 1st, 2024, the Energy Review Program has received a total of 33 project applications, including 1 solar project amendment. The new projects submitted to the review program include 9 energy transmission lines, 14 solar energy generation projects, and 9 other projects, primarily including battery energy storage facilities. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
All righty, thank you for that. Any questions, concerns, comments from the commission? All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Jasmine Kleiber, Biodiversity Division Administrator for the record. This morning, we'll give a little bit of starting off with our personnel and where we stand with staffing as well. We welcomed a new Winnemucca biologist, Vince Popick, last month. He came to us from South Dakota, where he was a private consultant for the last several years. He has a lot of experience working with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on biologic opinions and assessments, as well as in the technical review realm, and working with fisheries as well as amphibians and migratory birds. So we're very excited to have such a well-rounded individual join our team. The division is also now nearly staffed up with the addition of Vince. We have one vacancy still remaining in our southern region out of our Las Vegas office. Under our avian programs, biodiversity staff continue working closely with partners to coordinate efforts on pinyon jay surveys throughout the state. As the final version of the pinyon jay survey protocols are now in effect, staff will continue those surveys to determine the species range as well as seasonal habitat use, and to also identify areas with nests in known flock territory ranges. This is particularly important, as I've mentioned at previous commission meetings, because pinyon jay is currently being petitioned for listing under the Endangered Species Act, and we will be coordinating closely with Fish and Wildlife Service and other partners into the future on this species. The division also plans to participate in several existing pinyon jay work group meetings in the region and to hold a second internal training for staff on using the newly finalized protocols. Under our reptile programs, biodiversity biologists hosted a pickle party in the southern region recently. Volunteers brought specimens of reptiles found dead on the road, or DOR, to the Las Vegas NDOW office. And from there, we went on to assign a Nevada collection number for those species. Those DOR specimens will be taken to the Bean Life Science Museum in Brigham Young University in Provo, Utah for long-term genetic banking. The program has been building a genetic library for those specimens since 2014, and we've amassed a small library at this point. We're hoping through a meeting with university staff this month to discuss what possibilities exist for using those specimens and that data set to answer conservation questions through high-level genetic analysis. For our small mammals and bats, our division staff are currently planning upcoming fall-winter surveys for abandoned mine lands and white nose syndrome. Sites have been identified in all three of our regions across the state, but additional reconnaissance is needed in Western region, where we've had neighboring counties in California have confirmed white nose syndrome to exist. We have limited information in Western region, so we'll be focusing in that area this fall and winter. Excuse me. Coordination is also ongoing relative to these efforts with Nevada Division of Minerals and BLM, who are key partners as we conduct this work every year. Our biodiversity biologists will also be deploying camera trap bait stations within Pahranagat Valley with the intent to capture images of Pahranagat Valley vole. The vole is endemic to Pahranagat Valley, and it was last observed in 2008, predominantly on wet meadows that are located on private lands. And while NDOW believes this population to be relatively stable, we don't have any population assessments for the species. And that species is currently listed as a species of greatest conservation need under our SWAP. For partnerships and coordination, biodiversity biologists are conducting upland restoration in burn areas of the Mormon Mountains in southern Nevada to benefit primarily desert tortoise, and doing this in collaboration with our Habitat Division. This action is part of an ongoing restoration effort to restore Mojave shrublands in an area where invasive brome grass has become dominant. This is the final year of this effort, and the focus is on a single site where we're planting 400 one-gallon native plants. Activities include a roundup of plant cages used to protect those native plants once we've put them in the ground from herbivory, and then monitoring the survivorship of these plants up to 2 years after being planted. Survivorship has been shown to be pretty low, ranging between 5% and 16%. And that's pretty consistent with previous efforts in the Mojave. Biodiversity biologists recently attended a UNLV career fair with the intent of trying to reach out to additional student body for students who are going through different wildlife and ecology programs there, hopefully encouraging them to look at NDOW as an option in the future to work with. Staff specialists also recently presented to the Lahontan Audubon Society in Reno, Nevada on annual breeding bird survey. The Nevada routes that we have currently will need coverage to conduct these surveys, and this early volunteer recruitment will hopefully garner interest from the group who have shown interest in expanding their involvement with NDOW. NDOW biologists will also be attending, and actually they are currently attending, the National Wind Energy Summit in West Virginia. Oh, I apologize. They're currently in Texas for a wind summit for winded bats. But they will be attending National Wind Energy Summit in West Virginia later this month. Wind energy creates significant impacts to bats and other avian species due to the location of turbines and the cone of low pressure that's created behind those turbines. Bat mortality at the wind turbines disproportionately affects tree roosting bats, such as hoary bats, and make up approximately 30% of reported bat mortalities at wind farms in North America. NDOW has recently received recommendations from the Desert Thrasher Working Group highlighting design considerations that can benefit desert thrashers at solar sites. Many of the design features are consistent with current and historical NDOW recommendations. However, the effort will solidify a framework for solar developers to adhere to in Nevada as we move forward with development. And then I recently participated in a Nevada Association of Counties, or NACO, panel discussion relevant to partnerships and how to coordinate more closely with counties on technical review program topics, as well as other opportunities to partner with our agency on efforts for wildlife and habitat initiatives.
All right, thank you for that. Any questions, comments from the commission? I just had one question. You mentioned the samples that that were sent to BYU for study. Just curious what the connection was with BYU and maybe not an in-state institution.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, we've been collecting these samples since 2014, so for the last 10 years. And there was a relationship with BYU established at that time, primarily through our previous herpetologist, Jason Jones. And BYU has a specific lab established that's pretty well known for their genetic analyses and their ability to identify species and capture needs for different organizations like state wildlife agencies. So it seemed like a logical nexus considering we had that relationship built already.
Perfect, good. All right, thank you. No other takers?
Sorry, I was looking at the face.
Yeah, Chris Facey looks a little bit different this morning. Good morning. For the record, my name is Jamie Royce Gomes, Public Information Officer, and I will be giving your activity report from Con Ed today. So regarding outreach, staff from Eastern and Western region participated in the Nevada Day Parade in Carson and Reno, October 26th. There were hundreds of whistles and duck calls that were given, which we are positive made for an enjoyable ride home for parents following the parade. So on October 18th and 19th, the 6th annual Ducks and Donuts Youth Waterfowl Hunt event occurred at Overton Wildlife Management Areas, where there were 43 hunters, and they also had family and mentors and friends attending. Giveaways included 2 shotguns, loads of gear, dozens of donuts and warm beverages, and this was all made possible by the Las Vegas Woods and Water and Wildlife Habitat Improvement of Nevada. Con Ed was part of a pilot community science project with Bat Conservation International with Nevada and California volunteers. Basically, data was collected from detectors and analyzed, and personal data sheets were returned to participants at each site. So in our education area, Eastern Region hosted a first ever youth pheasant hunt November 8th and 9th and NDOW partnered with Nevada Gold Mines. And Nevada Gold Mines permitted the event on their property and at Horseshoe Ranch, where they also donated $5,000. NDOW also received donations from NBU Midas, Chugger Chasers, and Elko Bighorns Unlimited. We have some awesome news in Southern Region. Our Southern Region angler educator, Abby Zarnecki, was recognized for her exceptional support of aquatic resources education and association program. So the acronym is basically AREA. She was recognized during the annual AREA conference in Rhode Island, and she received the Steve Campbell Outstanding Aquatic Educator Award. So in our volunteer area, a new project volunteer system will be launched mid-November. Some kinks are being rolled out, and risk management and fiscals recommendations are taken into consideration. The system should provide a user-friendly experience as compared to the former system that is currently being rolled out, or not rolled out. It's currently not being used. So as far as media highlights, staff promoted multiple topics, which resulted in radio, broadcast, print, and online stories. Topics included the Davis Fire Bear, CWD, increasing awareness of the fact that it's illegal to feed wildlife following coyote conflicts in Reno and in Henderson. The promotion of Bear Fest 2024 was an outreach event that happened in Spooner, where we also promoted hyperphagia and NDOW's use of Karelian bear dogs and the Chukar forecast. And so since the last commission meeting, so end of September through present, NDOW received 304 media mentions, and we reached an audience of 475,936,815. So that's a big number. What does it mean? Let's put it in perspective. When it's compared to the numbers over the course of the year in 2023, we had 384 mentions, which reached an audience of 179,649,796. So we've been a bit busy, just a little. The department also promoted several campaigns on our social media platforms, including Take 17, Get Outside Bingo, Bat Week, and a partnership with the Nevada Division of Public and Behavioral Health and other state agencies regarding One Health Day, which basically promotes awareness of zoonotic diseases. That is my end of report. Are there any questions?
Anything, excuse me, anything from the commission? Questions, concerns? No motion to deny whistles and duck calls for the parents for next year's parade. All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Rogers and members of the commission. Matt Maples, DAS Division Administrator, to give the Data and Technology Services report. In our licensing team, tag returns continue to be processed by staff with 1,768 returns processed as of November 7th. Of these returns, 779 tags were awarded to alternates and 947 tags have been sold through the first come, first serve program. Currently, 9.2% of all tags issued in this year's draw have been returned and reissued. As a reminder to all tag holders, get your harvest questionnaires submitted once your hunts have been completed. The Carson Lake and Pasture WMA daily permit and the Overton WMA waterfowl reservation line were made available on Monday, October 21st, and will run through the waterfowl season. The call center staff have taken on the task of contacting hunters who have had a successful mule deer hunt within the Transportation Restriction Zone, or TRZ, and we are providing them with the results of their mandatory CWD test. These calls are going well, and hunters appreciate getting called with their test results. Vessel registrations for 2025 will begin on December 1st, 2024, and auto renewals are scheduled to take place starting January 1st, 2025. Within our GIS team, staff continue to work on the sagebrush conservation web-based mapping tool and are preparing the tool for public release. The tool will assist the department and cooperating agencies with project planning related to sagebrush conservation. The Wildlife Connectivity Plan web-based mapping tool is currently available to the public and provides information about wildlife migration and connectivity across the state. GIS staff continue to improve functionality and documentation of the geospatial data request process to help provide better data to the public and our collaborators. GIS staff typically respond to over 400 of these requests each year. Our GIS staff are also working with several divisions on a variety of projects, including the Biodiversity Division to improve data quality and create field data applications for bats, the Game Division to improve data quality and field data applications for harvest data, and the Habitat Division to provide analyses for prioritizing land management actions. Riley Dunavant has been promoted to a GIS Analyst 3 position where she will lead the department's GIS team. Riley started with the department through a Pheasants Forever partner position, and most recently was the Biologist 3 role within the GIS team. Riley is well known across the department for excellent GIS skills, being a great team player while assisting the department's resource divisions. Our IT staff have been busy working on infrastructure at various office locations, including portable network, expansion of equipment in the HQ conference room, and security cameras for Elko Valley Road and headquarters office locations. Thank you, and I'll stand for any questions.
All righty, thank you for that. Any questions, concerns, comments from the commission? Right, seeing none. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Morning, Chair Rogers and members of the commission. For the record, Kim Tisdale, Fisheries Staff Specialist, with your fisheries report. In our Aquatic Invasive Species Program, AIS staff has been coordinating with Desert Research Institute regarding the Australian red claw crayfish eDNA monitoring at the Clark County Wetlands Park and elsewhere to identify appropriate DNA markers for detection of red claw crayfish. At the current time, the species cannot be differentiated from other crayfish species using eDNA methodologies. We were also notified by the state of California in late October of the discovery of golden mussels in the Sacramento Delta. This is the same family as quagga and zebra mussels, so quite concerning. This represents the first occurrence of this highly invasive species in North America. We did get further updates from California last week that they have confirmed the occurrence of these mussels as far up the Delta as Stockton. We do not have eDNA markers for these golden mussels, so geneticists are furiously working on developing those markers so we can figure out where they're occurring. The Sacramento Delta is extremely popular fishery, and there have been boats that have moved from Sacramento Delta and been identified in every state in the West, including Alaska. So we could have really huge implications with this. They could also be worse than quagga mussels because they have a higher tolerance for alkalinity and also lower needs for calcium in the water. So we're very concerned, and we're working with our Western states to figure out what the most appropriate means to try and contain it and stop the spread. California did say that containment in the Delta is going to be near impossible because there are thousands of access points up and down the Delta. So we're working closely on that. In our fish hatcheries, fishery staff from throughout the state have been assisting with station coverage, feeding, and hauling of fish from Spring Creek Rearing Station while the facility has been shorthanded. A huge thanks goes out to all the staff that have assisted with this effort. And after 23 years with the Nevada Department of Wildlife, Pat Kelly, who is our hatchery staff specialist, is retiring in mid-December. Pat's contributions to the department are immeasurable. He was responsible for the modernization of Nevada's hatchery system and was instrumental in the establishment of innovations and efficiencies in our trout production facilities that are necessary for continued operation. So we wish Pat nothing but the best in his next chapter. His always cheerful demeanor and infectious laugh will be greatly missed. In the Sport Fish and Native Aquatics programs, Fisheries and Biodiversity Division personnel coordinated a multi-day federal aid compliance monitoring tour in the southern region with grants managers from the Fish and Wildlife Services Regional Headquarters Office. More than 30 past and present state wildlife grant, Section 6, and wildlife restoration funded projects were discussed during multiple stops throughout the southern Nevada. And Sportfish staff is currently assisting the Conservation Education Division with preparation and development of the 2025 Nevada Fishing Regulation booklet. In our eastern region, largemouth bass were collected from Wilson Reservoir in Elko County in October and transplanted to the Battle Mountain High School Pond and Bilk Creek Reservoir to augment existing populations in those waters. Endow personnel assisted the Great Basin National Park staff in capturing 80 Bonneville cutthroat trout from several Snake Range streams for transfer into Baker Lake, following the 2021 and 2022 chemical treatments to remove non-native trout. In conjunction with state parks and BLM staff, Endow personnel hosted National Public Lands Day at Cave Lake State Park in late September. A total of 26 volunteers assisted with the construction and placement of 200 artificial habitat structures in anticipation of the reestablishment of the Cave Lake fishery. And we have fisheries staff here today that's going to give you a presentation on that a little bit later. Also, northern pike electrofishing suppression efforts at Cummins Lake have been conducted throughout the fall and proven successful with 189 pike removed. In our southern region, the Devil's Hole pupfish surveys were conducted in October. Our fall count of 212 was down from last fall's of 263. But there's not a lot of concern about this drop. Algae in Devil's Hole was abundant during the survey activities, which makes it difficult to count fish. But it's advantageous in making fish food, so that's good. Fisheries staff, along with law enforcement and other divisions, attended the U.S. Open Fishing Tournament on Lake Mojave. Direct interactions were made with tournament anglers to ensure that appropriate fish care procedures were being implemented, fish mortality was monitored, and outreach for fish handling practices was also provided. And in our western region, a total of 1,019 wipers were stocked from Mason Valley into Lahontan Reservoir. Much was learned through this pilot project to determine the feasibility of growing out these fish in our facilities before stocking them into state waters. We hope to continue the practice if the cost analysis proves favorable. And the annual fall electrofishing surveys on the Truckee and the East Fork Walker Rivers were recently completed. After 2 years of favorable precipitation, both rivers are in excellent condition with high levels of recruitment observed, multiple size classes, and abundant native species also present, including dace, shiners, sculpin, and whitefish, which is always a good indicator of good river health. In October, 41 Lahontan cutthroat trout collected from Mill Creek in California and Cottonwood Creek in Mineral County were introduced into Big Den Creek in the Desitoya Mountains. This creates the second population of Walker strain LCT in Nevada. And a total of 650 smallmouth bass were captured from Wall Canyon Reservoir in October for augmentation of the Chimney Reservoir fishery. And with help from the Habitat and Game Divisions, efforts are ongoing to trap live beavers from Martin Creek in the Santa Rosa Mountains and transport them for reestablishment into Crowley Creek in the Montana Mountains. Thus far, they've successfully transplanted 3 beavers. So that's it for my report. I'm available to answer any questions if you have.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for that. Yes, Commissioner Barnes.
Yeah. Okay, I will let them know.
I had a question also as it relates to your comments on Commons Lake with the collection of pike there. I'm just curious, I don't recall the exact number you mentioned, but it was 100 and something.
189.
Yeah, was that about what was anticipated, or was that a larger number than? I'm just trying to, to determine if the pike is, he feels a greater problem than it is.
If you don't mind, I'm going to turn around because we have the subject matter expert in the room, Heath Coral, and I will, I'm going to get the answer from him and provide it to you. Or he can come up and talk.
Morning. Chairman Rogers, appreciate the question. Heath Coral, for the record. Every fall that we go out, every spring we go out, we can get varying numbers of pike during our surveys. This year was exceptional, I think, compared to other years. I try never to set myself up for failure, hoping that we're going to catch every pike that's in the reservoir. I think this year, the one positive, we did get several large pike, but that number, that 189 pike that we removed from there, a lot of them were 2-year-old fish, so they weren't quite spawning age fish, and that means we're really undercutting those younger age classes. So hopefully through time, we'll start seeing changes to the age structure in that fishery. So as we'll continue to see fewer and fewer larger fish over the years. So there's still hope that, we're still, keeping up with the good fight and that, we're not going to lose the fishery anytime soon.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for that. Well, one question I did have for you. You mentioned you caught several large ones. What's large? How big?
So for pike, it's quite large. The biggest pike that we removed this fall was just over 24 pounds and 47 inches long.
All right.
So
it's a good sized pike.
Yeah, but there was plenty of the small ones, 6 inches, 7 inches. So it dropped the average size quite a bit.
All right, great. Thank you. All right. Anything else from the? Yeah.
Kim, just quite a question on the golden mussels. I'm just curious, where is their country or continent of origin?
They're native to China and Southern Asia. So this, like I said, this first occurrence in North America, and it's not hugely surprising because you have these international ships that come across and they just dump their ballasts, and hasn't been confirmed that's how it happened. It's likely that's how it happened, and we'll just have to deal with it.
And I agree. I back in the day used to fish the Delta, and I don't know how you'd ever control it in the Delta. It's impossible.
No, it's so huge. Yeah, so many boats use it, and it's quite shocking to see the number of boats that have moved just since, this past year. How many boats fish on the Delta, and then they just go back. And the last water that they were, all across the West and Alaska, the last water that they occurred on was the Sacramento Delta. So it's going to be big.
All right. Anything else? Great. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Morning, Chairman Rogers, members of the commission. Sean Espinoza, Game Division Administrator. For the record, I'll give the Game Division report. And I'll start with our antelope and mule deer program headed up by Cody Schroeder. A meeting was held with Wildlife Services to coordinate predator control sites in preparation for potential pronghorn translocations this winter. Also attended a Nevada Department of Transportation AB 112 workshop on Thursday, November 7th, in which staff participated. And just to remind you guys, AB 112 set up a wildlife crossings account that's oversaw by the director of the Nevada Department of Transportation. And the guidance there was to develop a list of projects relative to wildlife crossings and major highways across the state. And we're pretty close to having that completed. The draft connectivity plan was presented with TRCP and others. Final steps are being made to complete a report on migration and connectivity for ungulates in Nevada with University of Oregon and the Cartography Lab. In our elk and moose program, headed by Cody McKee, staff are conducting ongoing program maintenance, which includes formatting of survey data, radio collar management, radio collar data upload and storage, and organization of moose observations. We have worked with Eastern Region and Wildlife Health to respond to a request for information about the seasonal elk mortality syndrome made by the Elko Daily Free Press. I'm not sure if that article actually came out or not, but that was a pretty extensive question and answer period. A meeting was held with area biologists and supervisors to discuss elk capture planning for the upcoming capture season. Staff have facilitated negotiations with potential vendors providing aerial wildlife capture services through an RFP process. An informal kickoff meeting was held with a developmental team representing Earth Ranger, a software solution provided by the Paul Allen Institute of Artificial Intelligence to manage geospatial data sets for positive conservation outcomes. Earth Ranger will be integrating several wildlife monitoring data sets into a single web-based hub while assisting in the development of a central data repository, primarily for large data sets generated through radio collar deployments. So we have lots of radio collars out there on lots of different animals. This provides us an outlet to put all those data together, whereas before all those manufacturer data had to be housed separately. So it'll be all in one place, which will be great. In our mountain goat and bighorn sheep program headed by Mike Cox, just an update on the Montana mountains. So recently we lost the third ram that was part of that initial release complement of 15 animals. And that third ram, we think died of EHD or blue tongue, still kind of trying to figure that out. It was not a predation event, but that kind of forced our hand to think of some solutions for that. So on November 4th, 3 young rams were captured from the Virginia mountains and released north of Thacker Pass the next day using an Endel helicopter and release boxes. All the rams appeared to be in great shape. Unfortunately, one ram dispersed to the Hoppin Hills. So I'm not exactly sure where that ram is at right now, but we anticipate that ram coming back to the release site. It's not too unusual for them to disperse like that upon release. And then also in that program, a lot of coordination has taken place recently with the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources for mountain goat capture that was completed this week. 12 mountain goats were captured from the Tushar Mountains above Beaver, Utah, and those were moved to Hunt Unit 101 and released at the Pole Creek Conservation Area, which we toured this last summer. I just spoke with Mike a little while ago. There were 5 of those animals that they were all nannies. 5 of those animals were under 4 years of age, and 7 of those were an older age class animal. And the reason we did that project was to introduce a little bit more genetic heterozygosity into that population. That population, was initially released back in the early 80s, and we really haven't done anything since. Post some disease events, that herd has become productive again, but those animals are getting fairly old in age in terms of the nannies. So hopefully this induces a little bit of younger age class into that population, a little bit more genetic diversity. But we also wanted to highlight the partnership that we have with the owner of that property, and maybe Caleb, if you want to touch base on that a little bit in that effort.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. For the record, Deputy Director Caleb McAdoo. I think this is a really awesome thing to highlight as a win for really all the residents of Nevada. But when we think about the full circle here and the holistic package, that we just released 12 mountain goats onto the area that we worked so hard to put a conservation easement on, over 12,000 acres. I think is a very big success story. And I just want to highlight, you know, our personnel and the Habitat and Game Division, especially on that. But really that coordination with the landowner, Eco Trust Forest Management, willing to step up to allow that in cooperation with the United States Forest Service and surrounding landowners, I think is just an unbelievable success, and bringing that genetic diversity like Sean spoke of. So again, just want to thank Eco Trust Forest Management and highlight, you know, those efforts through the Heritage Program that contributed to that conservation easement that allowed in part this release to go forward. And of course, thank Utah as well for their contribution. So very, very awesome.
In our waterfowl and fur bearer program, Russell Wolstenhume has begun an update on the Pacific Flyway Mourning Dove Management Plan. The current plan was written back in 1993, so it's fairly dated. The Flyway Plan provides management direction for the Western Management Unit for mourning doves. As with all migratory game birds, management authority for mourning doves falls upon the Secretary of Interior, and the Flyway Plan must be in harmony with the Mourning Dove National Strategic Harvest Management Plan. In wildlife health, I'll forego that report. We have an update on chronic wasting disease coming up fairly shortly here. In upland game, headed up by Justin Small, staff participated in the sage grouse and Columbian sharp-tailed grouse technical advisory committee meeting recently. We held a meeting with Dr. Stephanie Gala out of Boise State University to discuss capture of Columbian sharp-tailed grouse and genetic work upcoming in the spring of 2025. Sharp-tail capture will occur at Tex Creek, east of Idaho Falls, in early of 2025. And also a formal request letter was sent to the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources requesting up to 150 wild turkeys for translocation in 2024, 2025, and any additional birds that can be provided in subsequent years. Utah will hold and disease test birds for NDOW and deliver them to the Nevada-Utah border for transfer between staff, which is a really efficient process for us. Western and Eastern regional staff have successfully begun to trap Hungarian partridge and translocate them to the central Western region. And in case you haven't noticed, this is a fantastic year for most upland game birds, but particularly Hungarian partridge and chukar. So we have an abundance of them this year. In the black bear program, bear activity is continuing in the urban interface. The black bear hunt is currently open, closes December 1st, but harvest has been slow so far. I think only 10 bears have been harvested to date. A juvenile bear, R58, was returned from the Idaho black bear rescue and released back into the Sierras. And an injured black bear injured a human in the Tahoe Basin in early October. Law enforcement and game staff responded. The bear was captured and subsequently euthanized. And that concludes my report, and I'll stand for any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sean. Any questions from the?
Hey, Sean, on the sheep in the Montana mountains, did I hear you right, that ram, that you guys think that third ram died from blue tongue? Is that correct?
Yeah, that seems to be what it's leading to, and that situation is also being experienced in Eastern Oregon right now as well. So their vets are looking into it. So it appears fairly widespread among California bighorns, at least in that particular region.
I mean, is there anything we can do for blue tongue, or does it kind of have to run its course?
Yeah, it's one of those things that it ebbs and flows, and I think there's probably some things that could be done to water sources because of the midges that propagate within those water sources, and maybe there's some protection for those waters that could be integrated, and we need to look into that and kind of find out a little bit more, but it's definitely concerning to see it that widespread.
Yes, Vice Chair Young.
Thank you, Chair. Sean, just a quick question. So what are we down to right now in the Montanas as the sheep that we know of, obviously?
I think we've lost 2 ewes, so we're down to 10 ewes. There was some pretty high productivity there. And the 3 rams that we just translocated into there. So, and with the upcoming, productivity season, I think we'll be okay, and all of them are all collared, so we know where each individual goes. 2 of the ewes did leave the Montana Mountains portion and are in the Double H portion of the mountain range. So there's that too to consider. So we'll want to see how these animals respond over the next year, and if we need to augment, then we can consider augmenting once again.
All right. Yes, Commissioner Bourne.
In terms of blue tongue, I mean, it's a consideration. We haven't really seen that in any of our collared deer to date, except for a few units, but not specifically there. Of course, we don't have a ton of animals marked in that particular unit. I think it's becoming more of a concern, given that the prevalence of it seems to be there all the time now, rather than sporadic events. So it is something I think we want to pay a little bit more attention to.
Anything else from the commission? I was wondering, Sean, of the three rams that were just recently relocated, were those rams collared as well?
Yes, they were.
So they are, okay. And so originally there were just 3 rams that were transplanted in there, and all 3 have succumbed to mortality, and now we've replenished with these new 3.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And of the 3, I know you mentioned the one with blue tongue. The other 2, refresh my memory. What?
At least one was a mountain lion event. That mountain lion was subsequently removed. And I think the other one was also EHD blue tongue event as well.
All right. Anything else from the commission? All righty. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Commissioner Rogers and the Commission. Chief Game Warden Christy Knight for the record. We'll start with personnel updates. Interviews were held for dispatchers. We were looking to fill 2 positions and had many qualified applicants. It was hard to pick the best 2. We will be having Diana Sprain retire December 4th. She has been with us for 14 years. So that is one of the replacements we're hiring for. Water operations. The Southern Region patrolled multiple bass tournaments held on Lake Maine, Lake Mojave, contacted the participants and issued over 18 professional fishermen fishing no license citations. They are kicked out of the tournament if they receive a citation. A game warden attended a vessel accident reconstruction training and became a certified vessel accident reconstructionist. A game warden seized and investigated a stolen boat that came in for new registration. Land operations. Game wardens are helping with collecting CWD samples and doing targeted TRZ, the Transportation Restricted Zone patrols, which started November 8th, 2024. A juvenile hunter was warned for hunting private property without permission. Game wardens investigated 5 self-report and 2 unreported 2 deer on 1 tag, 3 wrong physical characteristics of antlerless deer on an antlered deer tag, and a spike elk harvested on our antlerless elk tag, and 4 deadhead pickup heads. Game wardens also responded to the following incidents. A tip about a hunter shooting shucker from a vehicle in which the vehicle was located and 2 individuals were cited with shooting from a vehicle. an elk versus train accident in which any elk that lived through the impact were euthanized, feeding big game elk in Cold Springs out of Las Vegas, where videos were posted by the suspect and a concerned citizen turned them in, the use of drones during a hunt, an owner allowing dogs to chase deer in Red Rock, a hunter harassment allegation, a U.S. Army helicopter possibly harassing wildlife, a master guide utilizing unlicensed sub-guides and another guide for trespassing, a possible CWD case where a Utah hunter planned to bring a Utah deer to a Nevada taxidermist, but upon the warden contacting both the hunter and taxidermist, the hunter decided to find a taxidermist in Utah. A sick deer reported and collected for EHD testing. In the previous cases, the unlawful kill antelope case near Rachel was pled to a gross misdemeanor with $4,000 civil penalty and a 12-month probation. He will have a 5-year revocation in the Wildlife Violators Compact. A plea agreement for residency case was completed on a husband and wife. The wife paid the difference of a resident versus non-resident license and tag fees for $525 and received a 12 demerit misdemeanor. The husband pled to a gross misdemeanor. His sentencing has not happened yet. However, a gross misdemeanor is 5-year suspension. Outreach. A game warden took a high school student for a ride-along. A game warden attended National Night Out in Mesquite. Game wardens helped with high school senior interviews and also attended a homeschool career fair, Elko High School Career Fair, UNR Career Fair, Elko County Career Fair, Battle Mountain Career Fair, and State of Nevada job fairs. Law enforcement staff participated in Nevada Day Parade in Carson City and Elko, and trunk and treat at the DMV in Reno and in Laughlin. The boat was a hit with the trunk or treaters. With that, I stand for any questions.
All right, any questions from the commission? I was curious, you mentioned the elk at train incident. Where did that take place?
That was over in Eastern Nevada between PH Panaca area.
Were there very many elk affected by that?
Yes. I do not have that number, but yes, there were quite a few.
All right. And then you mentioned there was a violation for utilizing a drone during a hunt. Where did that take place?
Over in Eastern Nevada. It's still under investigation, so I can't give out many details.
All right. You rattled off a whole slew of violations. Are you finding an increase in violations this year over previous years, or is this about average?
It's about average. However, we are getting more staff out there, so we will pick up on more violations. Obviously, when you have more people out there to see the violations, the more we will have from here forward.
Any other questions from the commission? All right. Thank you very much, Christy.
That's all we have.
That's it? All right. It is 9:50. Do we want to take a little break, anybody, or press on, or? Wow. All right, we'll press on then. Everybody's quiet this morning. Going once, going twice? Nope. All right, we'll press on. And I think we are on, let's see, what are we, 7B? Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies Conference Report. Director Janae.
Yes, thank you. So I just wanted to give an overview of the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies annual meeting that I attended September 22nd through 25th in Madison, Wisconsin. You're going to have to kind of deal with a little bit of rambling because my notes, I left that tablet sitting at home. So I'll kind of make it up as I go along. But Madison, Wisconsin was a great venue. I was actually pretty excited to go back there. This is associated with Aldo Leopold. He actually had the shack. If you've ever read Sound County Almanac, there's a place back there where he did and experienced many of the things that he wrote about in Sand County Almanac. And in that publication, he's pretty much considered, because of that publication and because of the work that he did. He wrote the first game management publication in 1933. 1947, he wrote and submitted Sand County Almanac. To just kind of give you, if you haven't read it, I'll just give you an overview of what it is, kind of in his own words. These essays are one man striving to live with rather than on the American land. I do not imply that this philosophy of land was always clear to me. It is rather the end result of a life journey in the course of which I felt sorrow, anger, puzzlement, or confusion over the inability of conservation to halt the juggernaut of land abuse. These essays describe particular episodes en route. It was having read that multiple times. Most of us as wildlife biologists and conservation read that in college. I actually read it before I went to college, but I've read it many times or revisited those essays in my career, and it was really something to be back there. It was almost a pilgrimage, a holy experience. It was something I literally never ever thought I would get to experience, is to sit there and be at the man's shack who wrote some of the things that I really enjoy. And a personal note, if you know me, I'm a firewood hoarder. I absolutely like, there's few things that I envy as much as somebody's firewood pile. And when I was back there, there's a chapter that he wrote about this live oak that got struck by lightning, and it took it out. And he was converting it into firewood, and he's got this whole piece. And there's a line in there where he talks about the beauty of securing your own firewood is it warms you twice. Once when you collect it, and once when you burn it. And so I was thinking about that. I'm literally standing there and I'm looking at the stump of the live oak and thinking about those words, but also his land ethic, but also the line that I use that line on my son every year when we're doing firewood. And so it was really enjoyable to be back there and to see it, but also to see where that, just his thoughts and his momentum in trying to bring this concept of land health forward as a habitat guy, seeing the progressions that was during the Depression, during the Great Drought, the cultivation, and the impact of that, and just the pictures of denuded croplands, and to see what he did. I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but him and his family went in there and planted all of these pines and restored the area. And now you arrive there and it's, 80 years later, and you could never, ever imagine in your mind that this was the same location that those pictures were taken. And so it was pretty neat to see it. It set a really good tone for the whole meeting. The next day, on Monday, there was a plenary session where certain speakers, one of the individuals from the Otto Leopold Foundation, Jason Sumners from Missouri DCNR, all kind of talked about land health, land ethic, the tie between, in very much that Aldo Leopold frame of mind of tying, human health to land health, and, talking about that and how that comes into wildlife management. So it was a great kickoff. It was a great location. I really enjoyed it. Many things that were discussed. As you know, to any of the commissioners that have attended any of the WAFL meetings or any of those, there's always a suite of meetings. And as a director, I run from 6:30 in the morning till 7 o'clock at night, and I'm just running meeting to meeting. They keep us busy. I joke that they feed us like pigs because all you do is you sit at a table like this, and they invite you and they feed you breakfast in the morning. And you run to a meeting and you sit and you sit and you sit until lunch, and then they take you in and feed you and talk to you, and then they run you to another meeting. You get to sit, and then dinner they do the same. And so, as an individual who's not used to sitting, and an individual who rarely eats 3 meals a day, I leave and I'm like, oh my Lord. But it does keep us busy. There were a lot of meetings that I attended. Most importantly are the directors' meetings. It's a great opportunity. AFWA, you generally get most states, at least 50 states. Sometimes we get the territories. Virgin Islands has been there. And we sit and we talk about commonalities. Things that were brought up this time, there's still conversation going about RAWA, Recovering America's Wildlife Act, and the hope of, while right now it's, as you can imagine with this administration change, as things are kind of on hold, there is an anticipation of continuing that conversation next Congress. Other things that are being discussed at a high level are air guns and adding them in as far as excise tax to wildlife and sport fish restoration. Right now, they currently aren't taxed at that 11% excise tax that every gun and ammo and bow and arrow, hook, and fishing rod are taxed at. So as we're seeing them creep into wildlife management and in harvest strategies in other states, it's only appropriate to bring them into that concept. So other things, there's knowledge hubs that AFWA has now started hosting on their website, which is a state, if you have a certain experience that's novel in the wildlife management world, you can write that up and submit that into the website, and it can kind of provide an example for other states. So if you're a leader in something, or you've got multiple states that are leaders, they can write it up, put it there, provide all the information, contacts, and then other states can read that and then contact. So that was pretty nice. There was an update on rotenone. Those that attended WAFA heard about that is there's a relicensing certification on rotenone, which is a formulation that we use to eradicate non-native fish. We used it at Cummins on pike. We use it on other situations where we need to remove invasive fish. And so there's a cost that the manufacturer can't quite cover. I think it's like a $2 million charge that it takes to recertify, and they don't sell that much. As you can imagine, selling, it's called pesticide, selling that to Fish and Wildlife agencies probably isn't a very high volume, high profit margin business. And so they don't have the full funds to cover that. And so there's a lot of work by the states to try to assist with that. Other things that went on, I attended the Sagebrush Initiative Committee. That's a WAFA committee, but we take advantage of every opportunity we can to get together and talk about it. We held a meeting there, discussed the sage grouse and Columbian sharp-tailed grouse technical committee update. They held a meeting this last summer. Sean and Justin could probably speak more to it. But then we also talked about rangeland ecology and the example coming out of Wyoming and what they're doing, kind of similar to our sagebrush conservation, our sagebrush habitat plan here. They talked about what they're doing up there, and we've done this a couple different times, once in Washington, and Wyoming now gave their update. And so also we got updates from the BLM and their sage grouse ARPA and what the status was on that. and a little bit on the conservation rule as well. As a vice chair to the Federal Lands Policy Committee, the chair, Chuck Bonham from over the hill in California, could not make it, so I got to host that meeting. In that meeting, I gave an update of our Wild Horse and Burro Working Group meeting that I chair, and we held that meeting prior to going back to Madison, Wisconsin, because attendance from Western states was not going to be as heavy as we were hoping. And so when we held that Wild Horse and Burro Working Group meeting, we actually got updates from BLM and Forest Service as far as their gathers. Basically, in that meeting, it was one of the few times where we're actually seeing the numbers of horses decrease on the range. And BLM's been doing a good job of trying to remove horses. So we got those updates. Also discussed an approach that's being considered in Wyoming about using the Good Neighbor Authority for states to assist BLM and Forest Service in possibly managing wild horses and assisting in those gathers. It's a concept that's being vetted at the highest legal levels to see if it's a possibility. Outside of that, Wild Horse and Burro Working Group, we heard again updates from BLM on the sage-grouse ARMPA, Public Lands Conservation Rule. We actually talked as the committee about renewing a wilderness MOU that we hold with BLM and Forest Service, and basically stipulates how those, the interaction between the states and those agencies will be working as far as wilderness and wilderness study areas. And then finally, the BLM indicated they are beginning to put together a federal advisory committee for the implementation of the public land rule, and interested in getting Aqua's help and identifying individuals. And I don't know who that is yet that'll be sitting on that packet. Others sat through a landscape conservation task force that I'm a member of. We talk about a more regional approach to conservation. So trying to erase state borders at a regional scale. So like in WAFA, it's kind of contemplating landscape conservation across all the Western states. And so probably some of the best examples that we have as far as that, certain states in their state wildlife action plans have kind of blurred the lines. That's a start. And then also this wildlife connectivity work that we're doing as AFWA. You remember we got a $5 million grant, America the Beautiful grant. Mike Scott's been kind of point for this state and working through that and getting the money from WAFWA back to the state to implement connectivity efforts there. So that's landscape. The other thing, I sit on the National Grants Committee. That's a place where every year out of the excise taxes, they set aside so much money. It's a percentage set out, and then they fund national grants to certain things. And so it comes out of Whisper, it comes out of Sport Fish, and it'll go towards things such as R3, other research, wildlife fisheries research. And in that meeting, I think we funded, I think it was like 30 some projects, approximately $11 million allocated. So some good work being done there. Also in that meeting, we talked about the national survey. So the national survey hunting and angling participation, folks are aware of, happens every 5 years. That's also funded out of that committee. So that's what I did, as well as Julie Bless from the Conservation Education Division was back there. She also had a very good time, and it just speaks to how much is going on back there that I think I only saw her one time. she was in a whole lot of other meetings. And so, as you can imagine, coming from Conservation Education Division, she was spending time in things like recruitment and retention of agency employee workshop, education work group, talking about Project Wild, learning about a Michigan fourth grade program where they basically take every kid outdoors model. And then let's see, outreach and marketing work group, sat in on a workshop increasing access and inclusion for wildlife, and human wildlife conflict working group meeting. So as you can imagine, pretty busy. It was very beneficial. As we say often, is there's a lot of opportunity for exchange of information, for education of staff on what's going on in other states, but also as a state director, I get the opportunity to interact with national leads and from Forest Service, BLM. And so it's just a great opportunity to get that face-to-face time for, more in-depth discussions than you get when you happen to catch them at a meeting or, on a phone call. So it was a great opportunity. And it was a great venue, and I was really, I was glad. A lot of these meetings I get a little grumpy about having to go to another meeting, but going back to Aldo Leopold's shack was a pretty much a highlight. So that's the report I have. If there's any questions anybody has, I can answer those.
All right. Thank you, Director Janae. Anything from the commission? I did have one question. I was just curious. It's been talked about before about the licensing for this chemical that you mentioned yet again today. Just curious how your thoughts on how likely it is that states are going to be able to collaborate and maybe gather the funds to cover that licensing to continue to utilize this.
Yeah, I don't think that there's any way in which it won't be licensed. I think there's just multiple ways of solving the problem. I know that it's drawn some congressional attention to contemplate, the regulations around that recertification. And so I think it's being reviewed from that standpoint. But also, I think as far as the cost of it, many different partners across the wildlife states have agreed to chip in, but also other sportsman organizations that also see the benefit are also more than willing to step forward. So I think it's not a matter of if it'll get recertified, but it's just how the process will play out.
All right. Thank you for that. Anybody else? All right. We will move on to item 7C, litigation report.
Hear me? So this is again short and sweet. You'll notice that we have 2 pieces of litigation. I think when I started this job, I had 8 pieces of litigation ongoing for the department. So obviously happy about that. But it does take 5 pages to describe the first piece of litigation, which is the ongoing Walker River re-adjudication of water rights. It's so complex. There's so much going on in that basin that I don't handle that piece of litigation, by the way, I'm happy to say. But that litigation is going on. And again, they every year you'll have a re-adjudication of where water goes, obviously, down to Walker Lake, to irrigators, et cetera. So the second piece of litigation is more recent. That is related to a temporary diversion of water that the state water engineer allocated to the South Fork Reservoir. Up to 10,000 acre-feet of water was authorized. They actually only used about 3,500 acre-feet of water to divert to South Fork for recreational use fishing. Pershing County Water Conservation District did protest that water. Again, it was only a temporary diversion, and in fact, that diversion has concluded. It concluded in September. So the PCWCD filed a petition for judicial review of that diversion. The diversion's concluded. The water is slowly evaporating. But we are litigating that, and I'm handling that case directly. And we are just at the initial stages of that litigation. The water engineers produced the record, and we're getting ready for briefing on that. So yeah, that's just an issue, frankly, a fairly small issue about some water diversion to South Fork Reservoir. Yeah, so that's where we are with that. And other than that, we just try and prevent litigation. So that's it. I'll stand for any questions.
All righty, thank you for that. Any questions at all for Dag Burgetta regarding his report? All right. Seeing none, we will go on to, how about 7D, connectivity plan. This is Game Division Staff Biologist Cody Schroeder. An update will be given on a draft of Nevada's Wildlife Connectivity Plan.
Right. Morning. Chair Rogers, members of the commission. For the record, Cody Schroeder, staff specialist. I'm feeling a little bit under the weather. My voice is kind of shaky, so try to bear with me on this morning. I'm going to be giving an overview on our draft wildlife connectivity plan. This is something that's been in the works for about a year now. So I'll just start out kind of with a brief overview. I'm going to introduce the plan, talk about the relationship with our connectivity plan to other initiatives that you might have heard about, federal and state initiatives. One of those being AB 112 that Sean mentioned in his update, Assembly Bill 112, get into that a little bit, just kind of where we're at with that process. And then I'll get into the primary objectives of our connectivity plan. So the support material that you all received is the raw document, the raw text that we developed. I'm not going to go into the depth of that. I'm just going to kind of gloss over the objectives and then finally just kind of provide a timeline of where we're at with everything. See if I can. Looks like there's a bit of a delay. Okay, so introduction. Really, we started this in earnest around 2021. It's kind of initiated with a habitat conservation framework. We sort of changed the vernacular since then. So you're going to hear Amanda talk about a sagebrush habitat plan, and I'm going to focus on the wildlife connectivity plan, but they're really kind of designed to be a part of a framework, if you will. And I'm not really going to touch much on sagebrush habitat, but there is a lot of overlap. You'll hear me reference that plan throughout this talk. So I try to put this into a graphic. And this actually is more simplified than it is, but the big bucket there that I have just represents connectivity related initiatives. I don't know if initiative is the greatest word to use, but I couldn't think of another term. But so we have at the top there, NDOW connectivity plan. It's primarily led by us, although we are working with DOT on that as well as other partners. AB 112 is primarily, as Director Janae mentioned, being led by the Department of Transportation. However, we have a seat at that table as well. And then we have Secretarial Order 3362, which was initially a Department of Interior initiative, if you will, highly focused on big game, winter range, and migration corridors. So there's a lot of overlap between those. And hopefully I can tease out how they're different and how they're similar, I guess, throughout this talk. But so getting into Secretarial Order 3362, as I mentioned, it was an interior led initiative. Now it's kind of being shifted to WAFWA to coordinate that. However, it is a multi-agency effort. So we have partners including the BLM, Park Service, Fish and Wildlife Service, USGS, as well as 11 states. One of the big things with that was for each state to develop an action plan. Initially, we developed our first one in 2019, I believe. We just recently updated our state action plan in 2024. I think we submitted it in October, and it's available on the WAFWA website now. So I put that link on there. I'll make this a hyperlink available, after the meeting so that you can just go right to it. But if you just Google WAFWA SO3362, it'll take you right here. And then that graphic there at the bottom just kind of highlights the amount of dollars that were distributed. So this is across all the 11 states, provinces. So about 600,000 was available for each state in total. This was dispersed over a 3-year time period. About $3.2 million in the first year and another 3.2 in the second year. And you had about 3 years to spend the money. So all total, that was almost $6.5 million. We used the money primarily for radio callers, augmenting some of our migratory herds, data analysis. We did some on the ground work with some of that money, research with some universities and other things like that. And I'll highlight some of those products here in the coming slides. So getting back to this other initiative, AB 112, it was passed during the 2023 legislative session. And really the goal of it was to provide funding and identify potential wildlife crossing structures or safety features. And now notice I put that in there specifically because, it might not just be crossing structures. It could be other safety features such as utilizing existing culverts or underpasses and things like that, but funneling animals into that through fencing or other innovative features. So this one had a very much focused effort on highways primarily, big game, but also other species of conservation concern. So here's kind of where we're at with that. In December of 23, actually before this, we met with the DOT as well as other stakeholders to come up with a wish list, if you will. So NDOW submitted, I think, just over 20 sections of highway that we had concerns about for wildlife, not just big game, but other species as well. All told, that list solicited from the counties, other federal agencies like the Forest Service and the BLM, state parks, ended up with about 100 highway sections. And they're published in this document here. It's available online on the NDOT's website. There's no ranking to it. It's basically just a total inventory of a wish list. And the idea is to hone that list down to a top 20, and then even further hone that into like a top 10 list. And so this is just kind of getting into this process. So how do you take, whole state and many, many sections of highway and boil it down into just a few? It's kind of a daunting task, really. So DOT is working with a consulting firm, HDR, and us to provide the data. It's primarily NDOW data. There's other products going into it though as well, University of Nevada, Reno, and some other groups. The main focus is wildlife vehicle collisions, wildlife movement data, so mule deer corridors, pronghorn corridors. We have a pygmy rabbit connectivity layer in there, desert tortoise connectivity, habitat layers, special status species habitat. So this would include things like haunt and cutthroat trout distribution, sage grouse, desert tortoise density map, and other habitat maps. And then we have these ecological systems. So a landscape connectivity model, sagebrush habitat quality. That's a product that NDOW has, and Amanda's probably going to talk about this. You've seen it before, these eco state maps, basically like the condition of the rangeland. So you put all those layers together and you come up with a cost surface. So it's basically just kind of a weighted surface in the GIS vernacular. You stack everything together and see where the hot spots are. So just to give you a few examples of some of the data, here we have on the left, black bear distribution in green, elk habitat in blue, pronghorn habitat in purple. So these are just, is it habitat or not? Just kind of a 0-1 type of variable. Now, each of these might get a different weight. And we had a workshop back in March to kind of figure out how these things might weight differently. On the right-hand side is a different type of input, pronghorn habitat suitability. So that's more of a, like a probabilistic map. So where the likelihood of pronghorn are to be on the landscape given certain conditions, habitat conditions. So for other species such as pygmy rabbits on the top there, we use products that were available to us that others had produced. And these models for pygmy rabbit and Mojave Desert tortoise, they're on the bottom. Now this isn't just distribution or movements like in the sense of maybe a mule deer corridor. These are actually connectivity models with a lot of different inputs in them. So it's looking more at like genetic connectiveness, so metapopulation dynamics. For instance, so the red colors indicate areas of higher connectivity. The green is less connectivity. And these are clipped to just the state of Nevada. Products actually go beyond borders of Nevada for both pygmy rabbit and Mojave Desert tortoise. Obviously, the Mojave Desert tortoise, their distribution is limited to the southern extent of Nevada, pretty much the Mojave Desert. So we put all this together, and that is the map that you get on the right. The red indicates areas of higher prioritization, I guess, if you will. So either high habitat quality, lots of multiple animals that overlap each other, and the green is less connected areas. And so the idea here is we would lay this layer, this inventory of 100 that we came up with on top of this, and then we can extract the values and basically use that to rank how these different highway segments would stack out given all these other conditions. So we held a workshop on that just last week. I attended, as well as Jasmine. We came up with, they had already kind of presented a ranking of the top 20. And then from there, there's going to be some more like secondary evaluations to kind of narrow it down to the top 10. So these would include things like, is the DOT planning a future project in that area? Because that makes it much more likely to happen if they're already going to do, let's say, a road improvement project. If it happens to overlap with one of these top priority areas, it's going to rank a little bit higher on the list. If there's funding, considering future climate scenarios or road, reworking the road or something like that to a different area. So we estimate that should be done about in January. And I will report back to this commission upon the results of those. It may not be at the January meeting. I can't promise that, but as soon as it is available, I would anticipate at least by March. I'll try to come back to you guys with an update on that. All right, so transitioning to the focus of the talk, wildlife connectivity plan. What is it? It's generally just a framework for future connectivity. It has a big focus on habitat connectivity, and this is why we see a lot of overlap with sagebrush habitat plan, for instance. And really, we're just trying to prioritize large landscape scale habitat projects, where to focus efforts if money becomes available. We'll do that using existing corridor maps. That process might entail identifying gaps where we don't have data. For instance, if we have a high collision section on a road for, let's say, ungulates, and we don't have any collar data in that area, that might be, we might identify that as a need to put collars out to really refine where the crossings are. These connectivity models that I mentioned earlier, such as for pygmy rabbit and desert tortoise, are very species specific. However, we're looking into more like multi-species, like incorporating multi-species together. And really the focus of the connectivity plan is on linear features. So things like roads, fences, other infrastructure that's coming on the landscape. We already know we're looking at increases in solar, wind, geothermal, other development just in general coming down the pipeline. How can we mitigate those things, plan for them so that they're less impactful to wildlife? All right, so there's 5 primary objectives in the plan. Identify key wildlife corridors. I'm going to talk about each one individually here in a few. Address barriers to wildlife movement. So this seems obvious, but you know, fences, for instance, are a known barrier, but they're not a complete barrier. They're kind of semi-permeable. Same thing with roads. Some roads are more permeable than others. Identifying those barriers to wildlife movement on the landscape. That could be looking at vehicle collisions. That could be looking at fence density, things like that. Maintain and increase habitat connectivity. This is where this really falls into the wheelhouse of our habitat division and our partners, and they have been doing an amazing job at this already. It's not to say that we need to, you know, do anything differently. It's just kind of focus the effort and look at, you know, look across the landscape and see, hey, where can we focus our efforts? Is there funding available, for instance, in migration corridors or other areas of concern? Enhance public awareness and engagement. So this is a really critical part of this, in my opinion. It's probably the most important, is we are doing many things already with connectivity. And I feel like maybe we're not doing a great job at just kind of like capturing what we are doing, at least in a connectivity sense. And so things like websites, classroom projects, social media, trying to just increase that engagement. And then finally, monitoring and adaptive management is super important. You know, just because you put a crossing structure up doesn't mean the job's done. You kind of have to monitor it to make sure it's working. Are there any kind of adaptations you need to do, add fencing, you know, change the location, things like that. Not quite sure why. Okay, so objective 1, identify key wildlife corridors. This is primarily using GIS technology and existing data where it's available on wildlife corridors, but it also includes things like habitat suitability for individual species or for multiple species. A landscape connectivity model, as I mentioned, this kind of surface scape using GIS technology to put multiple sources of data together. We'll definitely include species-specific layers where possible, because we know, for instance, some species just raise to a higher level when it comes to like wildlife vehicle collisions. You'll see some examples here. By far and away, mule deer are the most hit species on the road in most parts of the state for large mammals anyway. Part of this is going to be to redefine our definitions of seasonal habitat, including big game corridors, We've worked pretty diligently on that over about a year. We have a pretty good draft of that we're using. That'll be part of the connectivity plan, or is a part of the connectivity plan. And then finally, using all data from all sources. As I mentioned, we're pulling from products that universities are putting out, other, partners, just to try to help us inform these decisions. So one of the big focuses of Secretarial Order 3362 and even our own efforts over the past 4 or 5 years has been to map big game corridors. And we will continue to do that. That has been an incredible partnership that we've had with the USGS and University of Nevada, Reno. That effort was kind of being led out of Wyoming. So the Wyoming has their own USGS cooperative called the Wyoming Migration Initiative. They've been helping us provide resources to analyze our data. But we have a new CRU at University of Nevada, Reno. So it's a USGS cooperative extension. We're starting to get that fully staffed. There's 2 professors there now, and we're hoping to hire a full-time position, basically like a postdoc type of position that's going to be dedicated to analyzing corridor data for us. We're hoping to start them in January. So kind of a unique opportunity. We're working with Wyoming, but now we're, with this new co-op, we're going to bring it back here locally. All right, so I mentioned barriers. This is straight out of the plan. We want to identify and prioritize barriers where they exist, things like roads and fences, other features on the landscape. This is a big collaborative effort really with DOT, but also other partners, federal partners, state, even local counties, solicited information to us. Identify future locations for improved wildlife safety features. Again, here I'm not using crossing structures necessarily because, and I put this picture down below to kind of highlight just an example of this. This isn't from Nevada. This is from Payson, Arizona. It's an elk at grade crosswalk, solar powered, animal activated. So I don't know what the technology is, but there's basically like a radar or LiDAR. There's a laser beam basically that detects animals when they're close to the road, and it activates the flashing sign. That has proven to be effective, more effective than just your general deer sign that you see, because people tend to not pay attention to those, especially if they've driven it by it hundreds of times and they've never seen a deer at that location. But these signs are more effective. And they're much cheaper. So, and there's a lot of cases where it might not be feasible to, create a giant overpass over a highway because they are incredibly expensive. So these are pretty effective, lower cost. And there's even more advanced ones that actually show your speed, similar to like a construction site where it'll flash, you're going 80 or something, and then 75, 70. It kind of forces you to slow down, essentially. And then finally, developing guidelines and best management practices for landowners and developers to minimize habitat fragmentation and enhance connectivity. All right. So, as I mentioned, identifying barriers, it's a major challenge to connectivity. We know we have, increased highway use, more traffic on the highways, more urbanization, fencing. We even got issues with climate changing more drastically. So things like snow coming at a different time of year more intensely than it did before. This is a picture from Walker Lake. For those of you familiar, I was with Mike Cox when I took this photo myself. We were looking at lambs up on the cliff, and a nursery group kind of held up there, and we watched the ewes and a couple of young rams dabble out on the road. And I thought we were going to see the worst. Luckily, we did not. But this is an area of concern for NDOW that we submitted. It's a very challenging site as well because that road basically goes right through a cliff, and the substrate is not conducive to building structures on it, even fencing. So we might be looking at more more of these innovative solutions for a site like that. Promote wildlife-friendly designs, wildlife-friendly fence designs. So I want to give a shout out to this. This is an infographic that some of our staff put together. Carrie Hubner, who's retired now, out in Elko, and Maddie Stout, I believe, put this together. This will hopefully be part of this website or a plan or brochure we might put out. It's actually a 2-pager. Just showing one page here, but it kind of highlights different designs. So you can see the 4-strand barbed wire design there. And we have implemented these already in places and with some of our partners. I'll talk about that a little bit more. But basically, you know, a smooth wire on the bottom that's 16 to 18 inches off the ground, with the top wire being no more than 40, 42 is ideal. It seems to hold cattle well, but also make wildlife easier to pass through. This 2-rail pipe rail design in the middle, a little bit hard to see in this graphic. I know, I apologize, but many of you have probably seen these. That's what we use around the guzzlers, for instance. We're starting to use them more just in focused areas. So these can be used in combination with the 4-strand or 3-strand design. So it's much more conducive to migrating animals, for instance. So we might have just a small section in a fence that allows animals to pass through while still keeping cattle on both sides of the fence. You'll hear them referred to as jumps sometimes, or jump outs or something like that. And then we've got another design there, the 3-strand smooth wire on the bottom. Maintain and increase habitat connectivity. As I mentioned, this kind of falls more in the wheelhouse of our habitat division, but really we're just talking about focusing projects and priority habitats. And that word priority is somewhat important. We are using the vernacular or the terminology that was developed for sage grouse. We're trying to migrate that to big game as well. So that map on the right is a pronghorn habitat map. It's kind of more one of these probabilistic maps. So where, given the resources on the landscape, and I believe this is a winter range map, so the higher colors, the red colors, indicate higher probability of use or higher quality habitat just for that season. We have them for summer. We can overlay the corridors on top and kind of put together a full picture. But this is just one of those products that might coming into defining on these priority habitats. So where we would focus our efforts. And maybe it would indicate areas where we could increase habitat for some species if it's showing that there's less available to them, including things like water developments and things like that. Pursue funding opportunities that support connectivity. This one's just kind of stuck in here. I don't know why it's in this part, but that's where we decided to put it. This is obviously a super important one. There's many funding opportunities. Director Janae mentioned some. America the Beautiful, there's state transportation funds and other grants becoming available. All right, as I mentioned, I really feel like this is an important piece of this, the public awareness and engagement. So the plan is the plan has language in there to help develop and distribute more informational material. So this could be informational booklets like the fence-friendly pamphlet that I showed earlier. It could be a website. It could be a mini report. It could be a story map highlighting some of these connectivity issues. The thought is that we would create a web page to highlight these wildlife connectivity in Nevada. We actually already have that. I'm going to reference that a little bit. But we're also working with DOT to develop that from their side of things. So they want to highlight crossing structures, where they've built them, where their future plans might be. Engage in classroom programs. We are already doing this, but we just want to kind of capture it in more of a wildlife connectivity focus. So things like Project Wild, or just staff, attending local schoolrooms, high schools or elementary schools, doing like a little 1-hour seminar on migration or connectivity. And then finally, highlighting success stories. I think, again, I mentioned this earlier, but we have a lot going on. So we've got a lot of traction on the Pequot overpass. A lot of people drive by them, and we've done some press releases, and those get a lot of traction. But we're doing lots of stuff all over the state that I don't think maybe necessarily people know about. So just try to enhance that a little bit. So this is that portal that I mentioned. So this is our connectivity hub is what we're calling it. It's an online platform that you don't have to log in or anything. There's a little disclaimer. But I'll basically show you the data that is available on the NDOW website, all of our GIS layers, migration corridors for deer and pronghorn, some of these different connectivity models that I mentioned, like tortoise and pygmy rabbit. We have a BLM fence layer on there. So that would allow you to sort of hone in on an area in your backyard or your county or whatever it may be and say, hey, where can we maybe work with the fence or a landowner or the BLM to improve some of these fences or maybe even remove them if they're not totally necessary. There's a human disturbance layer in there. And the important thing about this is that we will update this as data becomes available. So that screenshot on the right just kind of highlights some of the corridors that we've mapped already in the upper right there in the Black Rock, High Rock region. That's really like the Sheldon Heart Mountain pronghorn herd. It's a highly connected interstate herd that we have with Oregon, and actually the animals use part of California as well. Our mule deer migration corridors, a little bit hard to see on here. But basically these are our interstate deer herds. And then these little dots, these are crossing structures that you may not be aware of. But for instance, one of these is 580. So when they rebuilt 395 south of Reno between Carson City into 580, they actually built fencing into that, and there's jump outs in there as well. So if an animal gets in there, they can get back out. But if you can't really see it, but when you're driving over that big bridge, that is actually a corridor that goes underneath there, and mule deer and other wildlife species do use that. So things like that are on this map. You can click on them. It'll tell you what kind of structure it is, if it's a culvert, what year it was built, and things like that. This is just further when you get into that hub and you click on there. Here's all the layers that are available on the left-hand side. Corridors, crossing structures, roads. Here I'm highlighting that pygmy rabbit model, the connectivity model that UNR developed, as well as the Mojave Desert Tortoise connectivity model. So you can zoom in on that or click it off. Other administrative boundaries. We have our ecosystem integrity layer. That will include things like our sagebrush habitat map, the ecostate maps, vegetation layers, and things like that. So some other products that we've been working on, Sean mentioned in the update, we've been collaborating with University of Oregon GIS lab. They're really specialized in designing maps and products for public dissemination. So we took some of our historical migration corridors and just put it in this like broad scale map where you can look at where migrations are throughout the state. So the arrows indicate the seasonality. So the orangish color on here indicates summer range. The blue indicates winter range. So that's basically where the animals are migrating from their summer to the winter ranges. And then the polygons are kind of our historical winter range designations. So blue being winter and red being summer. So you can see just kind of on the outsets, we have a lot of interstate movement. So some of our deer summer in Utah and winter in Nevada, for instance. We have the opposite happening with Idaho. We have some of our herds, deer herds, that winter in Idaho and summer in Nevada in the Jarbidge. We got the Oahe, the Bruno River, and the Jarbidge River where they kind of come together. That's a really highly important area for migratory mule deer, both from Area 7 and from Area 6. We've got other herds that we share with Oregon and as well as California. So this is just kind of a high level overview of where these different migrations occur throughout the state. Kind of honing that down into some other focus products. This is some hotspot mapping that they did for us. they took their wildlife collision vehicle data from the DOT between 2011 and 2020, and put that into this. Basically, the way this works is, the more collisions per mile, in this case, they're binned into 5-mile hexagons. Because when you're looking at the whole state, if you just put like a little tiny section on there, you wouldn't even hardly be able to see it. So this kind of highlights patterns throughout the state. So the boxes just kind of represent hotspot areas. You can see some of the major ones obviously occur where there's urbanization and wildlife around Reno and Carson, Elko, Wells. Now this data does include, data clear back to 2011 before we started completing all the crossing structures. Some of that collision vehicle data included before we actually built like the Pequot overpass, for instance, which was completed, I think, around 2019. Some of the rural areas really pop out though. Ely, Caliente, we have a lot of mule deer and elk collisions along Highway 93 in this section, all the way through Ely and up even north on 93 towards Jackpot. So honing in on just one species, mule deer in this case, by far and away the highest collisions of the big game species. It represents, depending on how you look at it, about 70 to 75% of the wildlife vehicle collisions involve mule deer, because they're just so much more distributed across the state. They tend to be migratory. They tend to thrive in, let's say, urban or ex-urban areas, things like Carson City, Nevada, or Spring Creek. They say they're just more likely to be hit by vehicles. So the bubbles represent higher collisions per 5 miles. The largest one being 20 to 43 collisions per 5 square miles. Again, just another way to look at it, you see those hot spots, but you also see the distribution across the state, all the way from the northern end, Denio, I think that's 140 up there, all the way down to the very southern tip south of Las Vegas. We're getting mule deer collisions. Looking at elk, obviously elk collisions are somewhat limited to their distribution, which tends to be on the eastern part of the state, in Elko, White Pine, and Lincoln counties. Most of those are along Highway 93, but not all of them. But you do see a few other, and this definitely pops out as an area of concern for elk. And elk are much, in terms of human safety, you don't want to hit an elk. Or anything that large, really. A deer, you might be able to survive the crash, but these are much more damaging to vehicles and to humans. Even though they occur less on the landscape, they're still super important from a human safety and for our resource perspective. And these come from a collision database that are reported crashes. Okay, so they're not totally verified. That's what the motorist reported when they called the sheriff's department and they got into a collision or things like that. But we do see, some in the outlying areas like around Las Vegas. Even a couple near Reno. We've had at least 2 in the last 5 to 10 years that occurred on 395 just outside of Reno. All right, so the last objective, monitoring and adaptive management. As I mentioned, it's really important to evaluate the effectiveness of these projects, and we want to encourage post-construction monitoring plans where possible. That's something I think we're somewhat lacking in, especially on the funding side of things. The DOT might have the money or a grant to build a crossing structure, but that doesn't necessarily last. It might take them 3 years to build it, and we usually use cameras for crossing structures, trail cameras, but it takes, person power to go out there and set them up and check them and analyze the data and things like that. And I'll show you some examples here. We have some unique collaborations to help us with that. But the last part of this is just updating the connectivity plan every 5 years. Notice I put at least in there. So presumably if something changed or we needed to, we could do it more quickly than that, but we don't want to let it just sit too stagnant for too long. We want to kind of revisit this thing at least every 5 years. As I mentioned, monitoring crossing structures is really important. Something that we're doing. This is actually State Route 160. I've presented on this before to this commission, but just for the purview of everybody, I guess, we are monitoring this is an underpass on State Route 160. I didn't get a map on here, but it's between Las Vegas and Pahrump, essentially. And we put trail cameras out. We count the number of approaches and successful crossings. So that's kind of an important way to look at it. You don't want to know, did an animal just show up on the camera? It might have shied away from it. And when you look at that over time, you can see increased use. So generally animals will get more and more habituated or conditioned to using the structures. So this is bighorn sheep on the top by month, approaches versus successful crossings, and then mule deer on the bottom. So you can definitely see some seasonality differences there. Mule deer using these structures more in June and July compared to bighorn sheep. But also mule deer are just way more, they're highly successful right off the bat. Most of the animals that approach cross the structure. That's a good sign. But we're not just focused on big game species, although, you know, from the Department of Transportation's perspective, they're primarily concerned with reducing collisions for human safety. But I feel like other species don't get as much love, and I'm probably guilty of this as much as anybody because I have a big game bias, but a lot of other species use these and benefit from them. This is the same one that the bighorn and the mule deer were using, the SR 160, documented jackrabbits, burros, bobcats, coyotes, gray fox, mountain lions. We have a ringtail on there. So you can see that rate, that passage rate is the thing that we monitor. So things like coyotes, for instance, have a really high passage rate. They see that thing, they're going through it. There's no shyness of it. Other species might be less apt to go through it. You know, the jackrabbit, I don't know, the sample size of 1 out of 2 is probably too low. I'm sure jackrabbits will use these as well. But mountain lions, for instance, has a pretty successful use of these structures, and we want to minimize, you know, collisions for all wildlife, obviously. All right, another way to look at this is just the final wrap up, is we've been putting time in, you know, evaluating the structures we did on Highway 93 and Pequot Summit. So this is the Pequot Migration Corridor. This is the Highway 93, 10-mile and HD summits, the structures we very first put in Nevada. This is Pequot Summit, and this is Silver Zone. It's a little bit hard to tell from this graphic, but basically what we did, and we collaborated with USGS on this analytics, but we looked at before and after the number of vehicle collisions. So the white dots indicate the pre-construction mortalities, and the black dots indicate post-construction mortalities. And you can see right off, Pequot is very, very successful. So, okay, so we had a high number of collisions pre-construction on these sections. But we do see mortalities happening post-construction, and that could be an indicator that we need to extend the fencing, for instance. And we actually did that on HT Summit and 10 Mile. It could be other things going on, like a hole in the fence. That happened to us again just in the last year, where, you know, we weren't really aware of it right away. Deer were getting in there, they were getting trapped in there. So there's a lot of monitoring that needs to be done even after we're building these things, to make sure that they're, you know, doing their job, or that they could be, you know, modified in some way. Okay, so just getting into the timeline here, this kind of puts everything together. Hopefully I did the best I could, but Secretarial Order 3362 was around 2018 when we started in earnest doing more migration mapping for big game. Around 2022, July, is when our sagebrush habitat plan, we kind of kicked that off in our connectivity plan, gathering stakeholders and coming up with first drafts. Around June 2023 was when Assembly Bill 112 was passed. Soon after that, we got together with DOT and started working. We put that inventory together in December of 23. That's that blue report that I mentioned earlier, the list of 100. 2024, January is when we made the GIS connectivity hub. At least we had our pretty good first draft of it. I don't know if it was publicly available then, but it certainly is now for anybody to use. As I mentioned, we held several workshops on AB 112 between Department of Wildlife, Department of Transportation, and other agency stakeholders. November 2024, that's where we're at right now, the first draft for the public of the connectivity plan. And based on feedback we get, we're hoping to really wrap that thing up in early 25 and have a plan, a finished plan. The plan that is in the support material is just basic text, so we will have pictures, and some of the examples that I showed in the slideshow will be kind of highlighting that plan to spruce it up a bit. And that's all I have. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. That was a great presentation. One question that that I had, your last slide there talking about the timeline, hoping sometime early 2025 for completion. When would any anticipation then on once it's completed, then implementation, and when that might start happening?
Yeah, good question, Commissioner Rogers. I don't know that, so some of these things we've really already been implementing, and theoretically, we haven't really got that far yet, to be honest with you. But I would think as soon as we can, honestly. I mean, we're applying for grants right now. We have meetings organized to look at some of these big grants, potentials. Deputy Director Scott and even Caleb is kind of looking at some of these bigger stuff. So we're already kind of on that timeline. Some of the other things, I would estimate probably by, spring of 2025, it will be again too. And we should have that draft, that final list from AB 112 out somewhere around that time. So that's probably when we'll be looking at like grants and things like that for crossing structures. So I would say, to answer your question in short, as soon as that plan is final, we're going to be trying to implement as much of it as we can.
And the last question I had, certainly a ton of data there specific to this project, and as you mentioned, wildlife, vehicle collisions and different things like that. Just curious if there's any other uses for this data in terms of connectivity that we anticipate potentially utilizing. And specifically, we constantly have been hearing more and more about energy throughout Nevada, and we've toured solar fields and all these other things. And I'm just curious, any other, does it lend itself, this data and this research and everything, to those types of other activities that are going on in Nevada, where these, massive solar areas are being built and utilized that may very well be right in a wildlife corridor?
Yeah, Chair Rogers, good question. I absolutely think so. Some of these products will be used in a myriad of ways, not just looking at crossing structures. Some of the examples I can think of, I attended the pronghorn workshop in Redmond, Oregon this past summer, and there were, researchers there presenting on ways that they had already looked at solar facilities and the impacts on pronghorn, for instance. And it's not all bad as you might think. So the products we could use may help us to work with the developers to hopefully site them better. And also come up with mitigation measures, like leaving things like corridors. So it turns out from that workshop that pronghorn they're fairly tolerable to solar facilities, for instance, if you give them a space to move through, for instance, because they tend to be the high fence, chain link fence to go around them. So they're not permeable unless you give them a space to. So that's one example. We could use it for, looking at genetic questions. Do we have metapopulations that aren't connected, that we could enhance by doing simple measures like putting culverts under highways or something like that for pygmy rabbits, for example, or fencing for Mojave Desert tortoises, things like that. There's all kinds of products I think that we could use this for, and helping to plan future development for a myriad of different technologies that might be coming out there on the landscape. Absolutely. And these maps hopefully are available to everybody, so a developer can look at them, a contractor can look at them, a county planner could look at them and kind of see how they might influence the landscape.
Perfect. Good. Thank you for that. Any commissioners Commissioner Bourne? Oh, yeah, I apologize. Before I was given explicit instructions. So if we're asking questions, please make sure who got a mic. No, all good. Sorry about that.
So Corey Lytle sent me 2 maps, and the maps have overlays of avoidance and available areas. They're created by the BLM. And looking through them, I have, they're for solar facilities, renewable energy facilities. And I have really, really hard time with some of the areas. Horse Range, Well Station Summit, Current Summit, right through the heart of Area 13's migration corridor. Side Hill, Shingle Pass, all of North Dry Lake Valley, Bassett Lake in Area 12, Winter Range, Moray Peak, in Area 16, Winter Range. And all of these are listed as available areas for solar renewable energy development. And I'm curious, since they're just listed as available, how this plan will work into those available units and if they can be mitigated possibly before they get any farther.
Yeah, that's a great question. Commissioner Moore, I appreciate that question. So our plan, like I said, it is kind of a framework. It doesn't have any regulatory teeth to it. It doesn't have any legal authority. It's more of a framework. So, there's nothing we, the Department of Wildlife, typically can say like, no, you can't develop there. That's usually up to the land managers, the BLM or Forest Service. However, that being said, those areas that you mentioned, I have a high concern too. So you're referencing the solar EIS. So that's something that's just coming on board. And in fairness, BLM has reached out to different wildlife groups. We've solicited input. In theory, they considered wildlife migration corridors in that citing of that PEIS, the solar EIS that you're referring to. However, that's kind of on a broad scale. That just tells you what's available for development. The good news for us, and I think this maybe answers your question, so we do plan to incorporate all of our data that's becoming available into our corridor mapping. So the areas you mentioned, like Area 13, Area 12, Area 22, all those hot spots, we have caller data. Unfortunately, they haven't been out on the landscape long enough to fully analyze in the sense of a published product like that you've seen for the Pequops. But that doesn't necessitate that we can't use the data that we have in hand. So these will still be site specific. We'll still be consulting with the individual habitat or technical review or wildlife biologist in that area to provide their expert opinion on it. If we have preliminary data, which we do have preliminary data for all these, we can provide that as well to the developers or the BLM to help inform that. And I do hope that those products can be used to better cite them or mitigate them if at all possible. I mean, I have a lot of concerns about those areas that you mentioned as well. And all of us at the Department of Wildlife do.
that leads me to my next question. What is the lag time between collar data? Because I realize a deer that's collared on Robinson Summit and ends up in Shingle Pass, one deer, that's not considered a migration corridor. So what is the lag time between some of this radio collar information and how it hits your mapping?
Yeah, another good question. So in the formal sense, it's approximately a 3 to 4 year lag period. And that is because we generally like to have an animal collect as much information as possible. The collars last about 2 years. Then it will take some time to download the data and analyze it. And if it goes through the USGS publishing process, that is about another year. However, as I mentioned earlier, we can use the most current and available data that we have. So even if we have one migration season, like we do for the Area 22 deer and the Area 13 deer, for instance, we can provide that to the BLM, even if it's not a final product. I mean, we can provide them the raw data. We can provide them lines connecting the dots. We can provide them, you know, a crude buffer where we think a corridor might shape up to be. And I've already had discussions with our new CRU unit that's starting up in January about doing some preliminary mapping and making those available on our website, even if they're not through the USGS process, to cut down on that lag time. But, you know, at a minimum, it's probably about a year, because you need to have at least one migration cycle, ideally 2, to get a full picture and to kind of see where all the animals interact with each other along the way.
One more question. He also sent me a map last night on sage grouse lek data overlay onto that map that I previously mentioned. And I don't see sage grouse. I haven't seen them mentioned in connectivity plan anywhere, unless I missed it. What kind of weight does that hold, since they were almost listed, what, 6, 7, 8 years ago? What weight does that hold to this plan and to maybe that solar energy?
Wow, that's another good question. I'm probably going to have to punt on that one a little bit. Admittedly, though, we sort of glossed over sage grouse in the connectivity plan. It's barely mentioned in there, I think. In my view, sage grouse has their own kind of like sphere of, they've got a plan. There's, you know, a body with the state that kind of directs those. The BLM has to consider those considerations in siting and permitting, completely separate of our connectivity plan. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't be worried about it for sage grouse. I mean, I think we can make some of that data available for people to see on our website. For instance, on the connectivity hub, as one thing I could think of. But yeah, we're not formally incorporating sage grouse considerations into the connectivity plan per se. But that's something that we could definitely look at adding. I know there's layers out there available, you know, connectivity or genetic connectivity or whatever, movement data from sage grouse that we could certainly put in there. But again, it's more of a framework, and perhaps we did gloss over a very important species like sage grouse to be a part of it.
Yes.
Cody, and I guess just to kind of follow up to Chairman Rogers and Commissioner Bourne's comments. When I read this draft plan, and I mean, I think AB 112 was geared more towards the transportation side, but I think the green energy, if you want to call it, and even mining is a big component that has the potential to impact connectivity in the state. And I mean, I myself, when I read through this, it's very, maybe it's just my interpretation of it's very geared more towards transportation side of it, but I think we should also be putting an emphasis on the plan on projects like that. Just maybe that's just kind of my opinion, but when I read this draft, I think there should be a more emphasis on those other projects as well. In addition to obviously transportation's kind of what kicked it off, right? But as Commissioner Bourne said, and you just discussed, these other projects also can have a massive impact on corridors. So that would just be my ask.
Thank you for that. Any other questions, comments? Cody, do you have any response to Commissioner Caviglia's comment?
No, that's a good point, and we can certainly incorporate that. As I mentioned, in our early stages, we kind of wanted to focus more on, linear features. But there's certainly projects we could highlight in the plan or on our website or something where we have considered, things like mining expansion. I mean, the one I'm thinking of off the top of my head that I was involved in is Bald Mountain, because we started that project up and we had some concerns, but and we had some really difficult conversations, honestly, in the early stages of it. But eventually we got to a place where we developed a monitoring plan and adaptive management plan. So, setting aside corridors, and the proponents are paying for a monitoring plan, a consultant to monitor, and things like that. So we could use that as a case study or use that as a template, if you will, to maybe guide other projects and like formally kind of try to codify that in the connectivity plan. That's about the only thing I could add there.
Yeah, no, I think it's imperative. I think it's a, subset of this, and to Commissioner Caviglia's, I think it was the transportation that kicked it off, but I think there's just, so many other potential applications to this that could be extremely helpful. And because these other things, as I've seen, are becoming more and more prevalent and bigger issues in large blocks of landscape throughout the state. So definitely. All right. Anything else from the commissioners? All right. Great presentation. Thank you very much for that, Cody. We appreciate it. All right. I'm not going to ask this time. We are going to take a break. So it is 11:13. Let's take a 15-minute break and be back here at 11:30. All right. All right. So appreciate that. We're going to go ahead and get started again here. I think we are on agenda item number 7E, and this is the Sagebrush Habitat Plan, Habitat Division Administrator Mark Fries, Habitat Division Wildlife Staff Specialist Amanda Gerhardt. A report will be provided on the Nevada Sagebrush Habitat Plan. And also one other announcement before I have you do your presentation. We are going to try and take a lunch break here after a bit. We'll see how the timeline goes, but just to let everybody know, we will try and take a lunch break, noon, maybe a little after, depending on how these next items go for a timeline. So anyway, welcome.
Morning, Chair Rogers, Commission members, Mark Fries, Habitat Division Administrator for the record. I just wanted to take the opportunity to introduce Amanda Gerhardt. She is one of our longer tenured habitat staff specialists at less than a year. But I thought it was a good opportunity talk a little bit about the Sagebrush Habitat Plan. This has been a process we've been in for a few years now. Thankfully, Amanda came along and she gets to carry it across the finish line. But I think it goes back to maybe a comment Mr. Caviglia made earlier about, the linear features that Cody talked about. I think this Sagebrush Habitat Plan captures some of those more important sagebrush habitats, the focus areas, right? Not only how do we get wildlife across, but where they go into and making sure there's healthy habitats for those species we care about. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Amanda.
Thanks, Mark. Chair Rogers, Commission, good morning. I'm Amanda Gerhardt, Wildlife Staff Specialist for the record. So I had the unfortunate pleasure of inheriting an albatross that I did not write, and that is the Sagebrush Habitat Plan. I it's always difficult to take somebody else's document and try and get it across the finish line. But that's what we're doing. We are a little bit behind the connectivity plan, even though these two plans are very highly interrelated. We are a little bit behind in the timelines. As Mark said, at less than a year, I'm one of the more senior staff specialists here. And so we've been dealing with a lot of turnover in our division. And so that's why we're just a little bit further behind. So why do we need a sagebrush habitat plan? Well, besides the fact that we had an executive order to do so, there's a lot of good reasons to have a sagebrush habitat plan. Across the West, sagebrush habitats occupy less than half of what they used to previously. In the past 20 years, the West has lost approximately 15 million acres of good, which is core sagebrush habitat. That equates to a loss of 1.73% annually. If we continue on this current trajectory, we stand to lose more than 30% more by the year of 2040. The rate of sagebrush degradation and habitat conversion is most dramatic in Nevada because we have the most sagebrush. As you can see from this picture, there's sagebrush habitat on the left side of that road, and there's former sagebrush habitat on the right side of that road, and it is now a field of cheatgrass. Loss of sagebrush negatively impacts wildlife, recreation, livestock grazing, economies, everybody, all Nevadans. We all lose when we lose sagebrush habitat. And despite the fact that we have some great conservation work going on, that we do a lot of restoration, Cody alluded to that in his presentation, this loss is really unsustainable. So the vision for the habitat plan was one of mitigating these threats by identifying where our conservation actions and restoration could get the most bang for our buck. If you look at where we typically do restoration activities, it's not in the good, it's not in those good areas, right? Why would we? They're good areas. But so the focus is trying to conserve those good areas of sagebrush. So there's 3 primary goals from the sagebrush habitat plan. The first goal is to identify the threats and challenges. The second is to be able to prioritize landscapes for some kind of action, whether it's restoration or conservation, and then be able to prioritize those strategies and actions that we're going to take. And I'll walk you guys through an example of that here in a minute. We're not doing this work in a vacuum. The Oregon SageCon group does something that's pretty similar, though not the same as us. They were the ones who they kind of started this process, and they put out this publication called the Threats-Based Land Management in the Northern Great Basin. It's a fantastic guide for managers about how to really prioritize those landscapes and what those threats might look like. So what the Sagebrush Habitat Plan is that it is a planning framework. It's a framework to help folks kind of walk through those steps, begin to start thinking about those larger landscapes and not just, what they can see out their back window. It's also a recognition that we recognize that we are losing habitat at a really unsustainable rate, that the trend has been downward in our sagebrush habitats, and that if you look, it's not a real great outlook for sagebrush. In fact, sagebrush is one of the most imperiled ecosystems in the world. It builds on this defend the core, grow the core strategy that was put forth by the Sagebrush Conservation Design. That is a multidisciplinary team. We will also pilot an online sagebrush habitat planning tool, much like you guys saw the connectivity tool. Ours is not live yet. It's getting there. And I'll talk about that in our timeline. We'll pair that with a user manual that goes through kind of a stepwise planning process, but not to be prescriptive, but just how you could possibly use that. And it is also a collaborative approach. None of this should be done in a vacuum. Obviously, NDOW doesn't own most of the sagebrush habitat, but we work on a lot of it. And so we have to rely on our federal partners, our other state agency partners, and our NGO partners. And also it's voluntary. What it is not is it's not mandatory. like Cody said, there's no regulatory teeth with this. It is not the be-all, end-all solution for resolving all loss and trends. I wish I had that answer because I probably would be a millionaire if I did. It is also not a copy of the sagebrush conservation design. That's a much different process. We have similar frameworks, but they accomplish different goals. It is not intended to be a blanket problem solving approach. It's not going to solve all the problems in Nevada. As you guys are well aware, there's NEPA documents out there that are definite threats to our sagebrush landscape. And it's definitely not a prescription for all scenarios. Okay, so a little bit of background. It's a two-part document. It is in the rough draft form right now. We sent it out for subject matter expert review and have it back and are working on incorporating those comments. When I say we, I mean that's me and the mouse in my pocket. It has a narrative that sort of describes why we're doing this. And then it also has that technical user's guide. Like I said, we will have a web tool that will be piloted with this when it gets released for public comment. And it has it'll have a story map associated with it too, to kind of walk users through those steps. It utilizes new technologies and tools. We started with sagebrush conservation design, which is sort of the big picture of what is the state of our sagebrush. We also have incorporated the eco-state mapping that Cody referred to. And you'll hear more about that also in Matt's presentation later this afternoon in the wildfires update. And it also incorporates this threats-based management, which is a newer concept. So in the narrative, it's an introduction and a comparison of the sagebrush conservation design and eco-state mapping. Sagebrush conservation design is at a much coarser scale. I'll show you guys an example of that here in a couple of slides. But it looks at where are those big tracts of good, healthy sagebrush. Eco-state mapping takes that into a much finer scale. Some of the narrative will also identify those threats to sagebrush. In general, those are invasive annual grasses, an altered wildfire regime, climate change, and of course, human modification. And then it talks a little bit about the concept behind threats-based mapping. So that's the narrative. In general, the sagebrush threats are too much fire and too little fire, and in the middle, that's where sagebrush lives. On the eastern side of the state, you guys are looking at, conifer encroachment. That's the biggest threat on that side of the state. If you transition over here to the west side of the state, we look at a lot of wildfire and invasive annual grass invasion. So Sagebrush Conservation Design, as I said, it's a partnership with multiple different agencies. They were the ones who came up with the defend the core, grow the core. And when we say core, that means that healthy sagebrush, big landscapes of healthy sagebrush. And I'll show you a map of it here in the next slide. About 760,000 acres per year transition from intact sagebrush communities to some other status, whether that's a degraded rangeland or an invasive annual grassland. 87% of this decline is caused by either invasive annual grasses or conifer encroachment. Only 14, whatever the remaining percentage was, only 3% of it is up to human modification. Most of it's annual grasses and conifers. So the Sagebrush Conservation Design put forth these sagebrush ecosystem integrity products. They are remotely sensed products, and they identified areas of high shrub and perennial plant cover. They have relatively low cover of those annual species and pinyon juniper, that's what PJ stands for, cover, and they have relatively low human impacts. The areas that are in the dark blue are the ones that are our core habitat. So these are good tracts of high quality sagebrush habitat. They're intact. As you transition into that lighter blue, those are those opportunity areas. They tend to surround those core areas, but maybe have more of a degraded state. They may have more annual grasses or more conifers in them. They have an opportunity to go back to core, but they are not there yet. And the other rangeland areas, those are not sagebrush habitat. That's playas or cheatgrass, completely invaded by invasive annual grasses. They're developed. something else. It's not going back to core sagebrush habitat. These maps, as you can see, the change from, they're done in time slices. And so the time slice on the left is from 1998 to 2001. You can see that there's still quite a bit of intact sagebrush, especially in that northern tier of the state. The time slice, the most recent one that they have mapped currently is from 2017 to 2020. And you can see a real contraction in that core acreage, particularly in the center part of the state, and then also in the far northern part of the state as well. Eco-state maps, on the other hand, are a little bit finer scale. They use a finer resolution of remote sensing product, and so when you see those big core areas, then they break it down even further. They break it down into more classes as well. So what they would call core, what the Sagebrush Conservation Design would call core, eco-states call good condition shrubland. And that's in the darkest green. These maps also, similarly, you can see the same sort of trend here. The map on the left shows a lot more of those dark green colors. Those are our good and intermediate condition shrublands. The map on the right, which is the most recent one, shows a lot more of the red, which you can imagine is poor condition grassland, which means cheatgrass, basically. This is a more of a graphic view of what has happened statewide. Over the past 30 years, Nevada's habitats that were historically characterized as those good and intermediate condition shrublands or core sagebrush habitat have decreased by half, while areas classified as poor condition shrublands and grasslands have increased fourfold. That's probably not a surprise to any of you if you've driven through this state for any number of years, right? Like it's what's happening, but it's kind of alarming that we don't have that much of our really good sagebrush habitat left. So here's the example. So the map on the upper left is of the state, the Sagebrush Conservation Design. We took an example area, a hypothetical area up by Denio, and you can see down on the lower left, there's areas of core, there's areas of growth, opportunity mapped in that light blue, and then there's other rangeland areas. So we took that same area and stepped that over to the eco-state. And now you can see that it sort of breaks it down into really what do you have here? Obviously, there's a mountain range that sort of runs up that left-hand side. There's conifers on there. Those are denoted by the brown. But there is still good core sagebrush habitat in the center of that square and going off to the right of it as well. But what you do see is that there's a lot of grasses in there. And honestly, that's a fire scar in that area. And so it's to be expected. But so what we would do next, we would say, okay, there's conifers coming in from the west side of this map. There is invasive annual grasses on the south side of this map. What do we need to do to protect that green area of core in the middle? And so that's where this threat space management comes in, and that how do we protect that core? Well, we could put in a fire break, we could put in, we could spray it with herbicide. And so as a collaborative group, we'd identify these, you can identify these areas on the landscape and then walk through what are those core areas? What do you want to preserve? What do you need to do to grow that core? And then how do you mitigate risks from areas that are not core? So that's what this is going to show you. This in our hypothetical landscape, we identified 3 priorities. The first one is that core area in the center of that dark green core habitat. In that one, we would say maybe you want to continue sound management practices. For example, if you've got grazing out there, you would want to continue appropriate grazing practices to protect those core areas. We'd want to treat emerging threats right away. So like if we found an infestation of cheatgrass out there or some other noxious weed, we'd want to treat that right away. And that we would probably want to consider a fuel break down on that southern boundary so that if the cheatgrass that's below caught on fire again, as it often tends to do, it doesn't burn through that core. The second priority, which is Denoted by that blue polygon is the connect and grow. There's some more intermediate condition shrublands in there. There's still some core in there, but maybe there's more annual grasses in there. We don't know. This is where the local expertise would inform this process. For this one, we'd want to explore the reasons for that declining trend. Why is it not in core anymore? Why is it only in intermediate? Make management adjustments out there. This may be a place that we would want to explore herbicide applications or seeding into those shrublands so that we could connect those core areas. Priority number 3 is denoted by that red polygon, which is a little hard to see next to the red of the actual map. I apologize for that, but this area would be mitigating our risks. So we know that we have annual grasses down here. We know that it's not in great condition. So once we would establish that fuel break, then this would be our 3rd priority to try and expand that fuel break by, say, spraying herbicide and seeding into it to convert those annual grasslands at least back to perennial grasslands. Okay. So like I said, this one's not quite as developed as Cody's. It did start around the same timeline with some stakeholder and kickoff meetings. The initial draft of the sagebrush habitat plan was started last November. That was actually prior to my tenure here. I started in January. We are very close to being able to roll out that GIS planning tool. We're hoping to do that at the beginning of next year. We are also hoping to release our draft of our sagebrush plan for public comment at that time as well. And we'll leave that comment period open for about a month. In that interim, we'll have some of our working groups go through and do some of these exercises. We did already do one in August here. We were looking up in the northwest corner of this state. It was a well-attended workshop and people, I think, got a lot out of it. The threat-based management, I guess founders are still refining their process. And so there's still some stuff to work through. We hope to have the final version of this habitat plan out by about mid-year next year. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
All right, thank you for that. How about, yeah, please, Vice Chair Young.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Amanda, for the presentation. Really good job. I've got a couple questions, and I'm going to use Unit 6, Winter Range, for an example, but if you have a different area that you could use, feel free to. We've had, obviously, in Area 6, the last 20 years, let's say 2000 to 2020, a tough go with wildfires, especially in the Winter Range area. We've had, knock on wood, a couple good years. Do you have an analysis or are we just holding the line as to sagebrush and growing sagebrush with all the habitat projects? Or can you give me an assessment on what the last 3 years has done, if anything? Or are we still losing ground?
Vice Chair Young, I would love to tell you that we are gaining ground, but I would be a liar if I told you that. Yes, these good years have helped. Unfortunately, they've also helped the annuals. And the subject matter expert for Unit 6 is over here, apparently. I'll talk about it from a general standpoint, and then I'll turn it over to Matt to talk about it specifically. I think that, yes, the last 3 years have helped. We're still losing ground. We don't have great success with planting sagebrush. A lot of our success, I mean, west-wide, not just Endow, but west-wide, maybe between 10 and 25% are successful. Sagebrush is very difficult to reestablish from seed for a number of reasons, and it definitely does not compete well with those annual grasses. And so while years like these last couple years do help with establishment, we do tend to see higher establishment, or if we've planted seedlings, they don't tend to die as quickly. We are still losing ground, unfortunately. And invasive annual grasses don't need fire. They'll come in regardless. That's why they're called invasive, right? And so they will invade these healthy communities regardless. And so it's not a great outlook, to be honest.
Chair Rogers, members of the commission, Macklin Habitat staff specialist for the record. Apparently I can't speak. So the division administrator, Mark Freeze, asked me to come up and talk a little bit about this. I spent the better part of the last decade in Area 6 Winter Range, so this is near and dear to my heart. I know this place pretty well. I think a short, succinct answer to your question is that typically we are at status quo. We're probably losing ground slowly, like Amanda alluded to. But there are opportunities, and I'm going to give a little bit of an example in the following presentation about how we can gain some of that ground back in years where we have like smaller fire events and some other NEPA analysis that are allowing us to go back into some of those older fires and treat with newer techniques to hopefully on years when we don't have large fire years, utilize some of those techniques to get or gain some of that ground back, if that makes sense.
Perfect. Thank you. And now that I have you, I've
Okay.
got a second question. So along the same lines, Area 6, let's use the Sheep Creek area where there's really limited to no sagebrush. Or is the department still focused on restoration in those areas? And if so, how, even though there's currently no sagebrush or limited amounts, and it's probably unlikely that we'll gain huge traction with sagebrush ecosystem in that area?
Great question, Commissioner Young. So the Sheep Creeks are absolutely still a priority for the agency. As a matter of fact, when I was promoted to this position, I begged the regional supervisor to let me maintain that resource and still try to do restoration in the Sheep Creeks. I think what we're looking at now are a plan that's maybe a different approach, using some maybe more drought tolerant brush species in places where we have shifted away from historical precipitation kind of patterns. And then in areas where we know we have good site potential, still trying with newer techniques to get sagebrush restoration back into some of those places like Black Mountain, right? You're still kind of up on top of the mountain. Your site potential is still better than what you're seeing down on the toe slope, where it's really on that greasewood sagebrush kind of ecotone, and we just don't get the same precipitation there. As an example, Battle Mountain, I think, got like 2.5 inches of precip in 1 year, and then got 11 inches the following year in like a 4-inch precip event in just one over the summer or September, I think, of last year or the year before. So I say that to illustrate just like kind of the erratic nature of precip there, and so we're not betting on that on some of those lower site potential sites lower on the mountain, but certainly higher elevation stuff, like I said, mentioned, like fly around Black Mountain, going in, treating with pre-emergent herbicide and fallowing, coming back and seeding later, I think is definitely still on the table.
Thank you.
With that, I'll hand it back over to Amanda.
Yeah, Commissioner Booth.
Very, very good. Nice job, Amanda, for being here only a year. I'm impressed. But you had mentioned relative to sagebrush habitat that 3% was up to human modification. What did you mean by that?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Booth. So the threats, when I was talking about the threats to sagebrush habitat, I think it's like 67% of the threats are from invasive annual grasses. 3% of those threats are from human development. That's west-wide. That's not Nevada specific. It might be higher in Nevada, just as a state, but only 3% of the threats was evaluated to be from human development.
And then back to what you were indicating about reseeding sagebrush, that we have conservation groups that go out and reseed areas. And what percentage did you say would not be effective?
In general, research has shown that west-wide, no matter who does the reseeding, whether it's a contractor, whether it's us, whether it's some sort of group, in general, we have about a 10 to 25% success rate. Yeah, the success if you want to look like a restoration genius, go seed in the higher elevations because that's where you're going to have your success. But if you want to look like a failure, go for the low elevation stuff. So the higher the precipitation and the higher the elevation in general, we have more success, and on north facing slopes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Walther.
Thank you for the. All right, you guys hear me? I can just talk loud. Thank you for the presentation. I think it, awesome plan and really, developing some really valuable tools, in that. So I apologize. It's been some time since I've been really well versed and steeped in the processes here, but so like we take the hypothetical example you had, and we're saying in an area, potentially a good management tool would be to go cut a fire break on the southern portion of the core, something of that nature. I mean, it's not as simple as identifying that location right on federal lands and NDOW going in and bulldozing a fire break, right? So could you tell us a little bit, one, about the process? And I'm assuming it's the intent of NDOW with the development of these tools to identify those needs and kick off the processes, as last I remember, they take quite a while, for approval so that we can really get a handle on preservation of some of these areas.
Commissioner Walther, that's a great question. And I can see Mark's over here begging for the microphone, so I'll turn it over to him too. But in general, we as NDOW rely heavily on our federal partners, and there are partners in conservation. We cannot do any sort of activity obviously without them because we don't own that much of this landscape in this state. We do have to go through the federal processes. If we do some sort of ground disturbing activity, we have to go through the NEPA process, whatever that looks like. We can't be the person who shunts that through. It obviously has to come from our partners. There have been some really good examples, especially in the Lakeview area, about how all the agencies have worked together. They're a little bit farther down this process than we are. They have identified areas that are priorities, and the local managers there are part of that process. And so they're the ones who are sort of spearheading that NEPA process through. And that's how it's worked for them. Obviously, when we're breaking landscapes into chunks, we have to identify all the stakeholders within that chunk. And so like I said, we had our initial workshop. We had folks from BLM there. And the next step is really to identify and prioritize those management actions. And I'll turn it over to Mark.
Yes, thank you for the question. Mark Fries, Habitat Division Administrator, for the record. Just stepping back, like the Sagebrush Habitat Plan, somewhat of a paradigm shift. It's going on across the West. There's new technologies out there that help us with the trends, the mapping products. Oregon's been doing this approach for probably close to 5 to 10 years now, using the eco-state maps. So traditionally, we've gone out there and we've addressed wildfire right when it happened. Now we're trying to be more strategic and target those core areas, and it's helping us prioritize with these emerging technologies, showing us where, the priorities should be. And so it is somewhat of a paradigm shift. We're in it across the West. This is kind of our plan for Nevada. To address your question about, yes, NDOW can't just automatically go out there and do treatments. We have to work with partners. A lot of times BLM in Nevada is a big player. And so we go to those places, we can use these maps, and Glenn has a good example in the wildfire update, but we've got to have NEPA permissions and clearance from the BLM. The example Amanda showed you in the Winnemucca district, we could work with them. They've got an active fuel shop. They have a programmatic vegetation EA. So if we had that fuel break, we could propose it to them, and within a year, I'm pretty confident we could get that done. Now that's unique to Winnemucca district. You go to other districts and you may not have some of that programmatic NEPA done. And it may take longer and you might not eventually get there. So we do choose to work where we know we could get that work done where it's ripe, the BLM districts that are amenable and will work with us on this stuff. Winnemucca has recently permitted, 50,000 acres of herbicide and seeding south of Sheldon, in the Owyhee, and they're working on one in the Granites right now as well. So we're pushing on BLM to help get some of that NEPA done, even helping write some of the NEPA, so we can start to address these issues.
So I guess that with district data, work on what those have.
I would say we could probably use some nudging on all of them, and we do this constantly. It's one of the things we're trying to get folks across. I think there's some recent NEPA out of Elko that's moving the right direction. And so it's going to be a matter of time, but we're going to continue to push so we can do these projects.
Right. Any other questions from the commission at all? Concerns, comments? Right. Thank you both very much. We really appreciate it. Great presentation. All right. As I mentioned, before we got started here, we do want to take a lunch break. It is 12:06 now. So let's go ahead and break for lunch, and let's plan on maybe coming back here and being ready to go at 1:30. Let's go ahead and get cranked back up here and get started. All right, let's see. Where are we at? We are on, I believe, agenda item 7F. This is a report on Nevada's response to chronic waste disease. Game Division Wildlife Health Specialist, Dr. Nate LaHue. I hope I said that right. Report will be given on Nevada's response to chronic waste disease.
Good afternoon. Hey, it's working.
Hey.
Good job, Chris. Good afternoon, Chairman Rogers, members of the commission. Dr. Nate LaHue is out on paternity leave. He just welcomed a new member of the family, so he'll be out for a little bit of time here. So I'm next up on the bench here, and I'll try and give a brief oral report on our efforts this year, as well as I'm going to update you on what's happening in California as well, since that kind of was the precursor to a lot of this. So, so far this year, Nevada Department of Wildlife has collected 295 samples from mule deer during the 2024 seasons. Results have been attained from 223 of those samples, so about 75%. 40 samples were taken from the transportation restriction zone, which extends basically from area 19 down to 21. And the results have been obtained from 35 of those animals. To date, all samples have come back not detected or negative from CSU. We have only received one sample from management area 21, which I guess isn't that big of a surprise given it's pretty mule deer limited in that particular unit group. But that is the closest unit to the CWD positive area in California. And most of those seasons are later seasons, so hopefully that number will increase. 2 moose samples were received from the 2 harvested moose. All were not detected. 26 elk samples received, of which 19 have results returned. All were not detected. And then we have currently chronic wasting disease technicians scouting for roadkill, particularly in the TRZ, and have been collecting fecal samples for banking and potential future sampling. On the California side of things, just to kind of refresh your guys' memory, California's first chronic wasting disease detections were confirmed on May 6th of 2024. The detections were from 2 adult bucks, one from Yosemite Lake Park, in Madera County found dead from unknown causes, and the other was from the Bishop area in Inyo County, found dead after vehicle collision. California Department of Fish and Wildlife has been monitoring California elk and mule deer populations for CWD through lymph node sampling and testing since 2000. So it's been ongoing for quite some time. CDFW has identified 5 disease sampling units across the state in California. They're big sampling units. In total, they cover the entire state, so not just particular areas. Their objective is to test 300 deer per disease sampling unit each year. And they're pretty close to reaching that objective. So far, California has collected 1,438 samples, which constitutes approximately 96% of achieving their objective. To date, 974 samples have come back not detected. 396 results are pending. 2 samples have come back positive, which are the 2 that I mentioned previously, so not 2 new ones, which were highlighted previously. And then 67 were deemed not testable, probably due to some sort of collection error. That's all I have for our sampling update, and I'll stand for any questions.
All right, thank you for that. Any questions, concerns from the commission at all? One, I guess, question that I had was if there's been any updates, anything to our other neighbors, Utah or Idaho or?
Thank you for the question, Chairman Rogers. Sean Espinoza, Game Division Administrator, for the record. The only significant movement I can think of has been more advancement in Idaho and into Washington, which has been a concern. I haven't heard anything from Eastern Oregon of late, but certainly across Idaho, there is some expansion and some expansion too in Utah across the I-15 corridor. So that is another one that's of concern, but I don't have a report from Utah.
Yeah, Vice Chair Young.
Thank you, Chair. And Mr. Espinoza, I know you're kind of pinch hitting today. Where are we at on where's the research and development on the live testing for CWD? I know obviously postmortem, but where's it on the live testing?
Yeah, Dr. Hugh has been looking into that. There is an ear clip tissue sample that has promise. I think there's still a little bit of skepticism that I sense there in terms of how accurate that can be, but they're looking into that ear clip tissue sample, especially when we're out, collaring these animals. We can collect that sample right on the spot. But I don't know in terms of the ultimate, I guess you could say, amount of faith you can put into those right now. But it is something that is on the horizon.
All right, anything else from the commission? All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, moving on to agenda item. This is 7G. This is contest committee update. Committee Chairman Dave McNinch, Commissioner McNinch. A report will be provided on the recent contest committee meeting. Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the contest committee did meet last night. Meeting lasted roughly 4 hours. I'm going to give you just some real basic, some correspondence and people present. There were roughly, and this is not an exact number, I didn't look at the sign-in sheet, but there were roughly 32 people in the room. And then there were a handful online. I don't know exactly how many, but we did end up with, looks like about 28 comments during our public comment periods, we did receive 246 plus or minus emails. Of those, 222 had requested a ban on the contest. 24 were not in favor of a ban. They wanted to leave the contests the way they are, just leave them alone. There were a couple of organizations that provided support letters representing their constituencies. There was a one letter written that represented the position as 70 conservation scientists that had signed on to it. We'll get all those, make sure that those are all in the record. They were all submitted to the committee members. I don't know if everything made it to the whole commission or not, but it's part of the record. Comments during the meeting. There were 16 folks that were in favor of leaving the contest alone, and that included four children that were present. And that, by the way, it's kind of a big lift for a kid to get up in front of a crowd, especially with the tension. Kids pick up on that kind of stuff, and it was they did a good job considering what was going on. And then there were 12 folks that had testified that they would prefer a ban. So that's kind of the rundown on the correspondence. We did. I was forwarded an article that was printed in the Rolling Stone magazine. It wasn't specific to Nevada, but Nevada was mentioned, and it had to do with the with killing contests is what the focus was. And primarily they were talking about contests in Texas, but they did mention and talk about Nevada to some extent. So I want to put that on the record, make sure everybody knows that that was out there. At the last meeting, it was discussed the results of a survey that had been done by the Humane Society of the United States. We do have a copy of that, and I've given a copy of that to Linda to include in the record. So if anybody's interested in that, we'll make sure to get everybody a copy of that so you can review it. Outside of that, our meetings, we did our standard, similar to what we did the first meeting, where kind of had two different, opposing views, give presentations. The Humane Society of the United States, theirs was slightly modified from last time, but largely, they were making their case for a ban, pretty similar to what we did last time. I can get into more detail if anybody likes. The other presentation was really more of the intent of the presentation was to kind of introduce us to what these coyote calling contests are all about, and so how they operate, and trying to break down some of the what's the term I'm looking for here? Perceptions of how they are, what they are all about. So that presentation was provided, and again, I can go into a little more detail if you'd like. I would ask Commissioner Walther or Commissioner Booth to step in and help with that conversation if necessary. So we bounced around everywhere from just leaving these things alone to banning the contests. There was a kind of limited discussion on requiring a license in the season, so a suggestion on how to move forward. So you can see that we were kind of all over. There was also a suggestion to focus on social media and the ethics as a way to mitigate bad actors that shed negative light on the contest. This is one of those areas that probably drew a little bit of animosity between me and some of the folks in the room. But that was one of the suggestions, was to spend some time on the social media and ethics, and do some kind of a presentation during Hunter's Ed or in some other format. Let me see here. Okay, so that leaves us with the bottom portion of this thing. Maybe I'll ask Commissioner Walther or Commissioner Booth if they have anything more at this point, and then I'll finish up.
I don't have anything to add at this point. Happy to answer any questions any of the commission members may have. And thank you, Dave.
Okay.
Thank you, Dave. I think the meeting went fairly well. It was the first time that I think both sides were well represented. the first meeting we had and in past commission meetings, I think the proposal to get rid of coyote hunting contests, there was a majority of individuals who supported that. And last night, I thought was the first time that we had an even say for both sides. One of the things about hunter education and social media, as a former hunter education instructor, we didn't have cell phones back then. And so social media wasn't an issue. And I think they did bring up the fact that there is some information in the hunter education curriculum that indicates proper use of social media. The other thing that and I was invited to attend a coyote contest a couple of weeks ago. I just wanted to see how they were run because I've never been involved with a coyote contest. So it was held in Winnemucca. And what I have for the group here is a coyote contest, calling contest rule. And if you'll take one and pass it down, I'd appreciate it. And so I've talked to George Forbish prior to that. He gave me information about a contest in Winnemucca. It happened to be one of my former students who was operating the contest, and they were very, very open with their information and inviting me to the contest. They were aware of the fact that there is a petition. No, there's not a petition. There is a movement to get rid of coyote calling contests. So what they did is these are the rules that they have, which I did not know. It was a 24-hour hunt. You could only hunt. They started at I believe it was 4:30, and they ended at 4:30 the next day. Tina, who was in charge of it, she had 2 hours of sleep, which I didn't realize that was an all-night hunt. They had the first meeting at a bar in Winnemucca. The second meeting for check-in was at a private residence. That private residence was not there for hiding anything. That private residence was to eliminate any non-involved individuals trying to come there with videos to take pictures of things that could be used against them. So they showed me the how they were weighing the coyotes. The other thing that they did is, instead of disposing of them in a manner that was inappropriate, they had a licensed trapper with his trailer, and he took all the coyotes and was going to use the fur for personal use for economic purposes. It seems to me like they manage their contest rules on an honor system. They all get the rules. If they don't abide by the rules, they're eliminated. And so it's seems like it is self-governed, and they are very well aware of what potentially may happen if they don't do things the ethical way. That's my take, Dave. I can't think of anything else. Thank you.
Okay. So, so currently we do have tentatively set up a meeting in Elko for January 14th. In all fairness to George, we had conversation about presentations to the committee. He was worried about the length of a presentation that would cover everything that he wanted to cover. So he did the best he could to cut that down and basically make it into two parts. And the reason I make that point is that it was his intent to do the second half of his presentation in Elko. Having said that, there were also folks that were basically suggesting to disband the committee. Okay. And that the committee is largely a waste of time. Let's get down to more important things. And there was that sentiment in the room. And certainly that is the prerogative of the chair. And I've talked to Shane about this, Chairman Rogers, that this committee was stood up by the leadership of this commission, and it can be broke down by the leadership of this commission if that's the desire. So I don't have a huge say in that. Considering the animosity that there was with me and other folks in the room, if we were to continue with these meetings, I would consider changing me out for another sportsman. It's going to take sportsmen. This is a sportsman's issue. I haven't moved off of where I'm at. I've been trying to keep an open mind, but I haven't heard anything that's going to pull me too far off of where I've been. I don't think I'm a lot different than other people on this commission, to be honest with you. I just get to express mine out in the public forum. You know, I'm kind of, I get to live it out here. So, I'll throw that on the table. There's been the suggestion to have compromise, but I'm not sure what that means. Is that finding consensus amongst the interest groups, compromise between the interest groups? Is that compromise up here on the commission? Where we're all trying to find compromise with each other up here. I don't know what compromise would look like or where that needs to occur at exactly. So I'm asking for direction if I'm going to continue to chair this committee. I need direction from this commission. What do you need to hear to make a decision? And if you've already made your mind up and nothing has swayed you, you're not sure something will persuade you, maybe we need to just get it back to the commission now and start making some decisions on what we're going to do. And that's just the reality of the situation. I don't want to be a distraction to the process. Right now, the committee is a glorified public comment body for this commission, which has value. We've done that many times in the past. We can continue down that path, but I am asking for input this time. I need to hear from this commission. What do you want from this committee? What is it that you're specifically looking for so we can get it in front of us, get that information? If we do go to Elko, I am going to ask the department to address some biological issues. There's been a lot of comment made about that, and I'm going to ask them to address the biology of predation, coyote predation, that kind of stuff, so that we have that science on the table. But so I'm asking for your input, please. Yes, Commissioner.
Go ahead, Alan. Go ahead. I think it would be an injustice to the Eastern Division of Nevada to not have a coyote contest meeting there to have them voice their opinion. And we've had one in Vegas, we've had one in northwestern Nevada, and to not have one in Elko, I think would be a disservice to those people.
Yeah, I agree with you. Ask for Alan. I've advocated very hard for it. We've worked really hard to find one date between now and the next commission meeting that would work for the committee members. It also gave the department a chance to set up a meeting for us, to be quite frank. That was January 14th. So I've hounded Alan to the point where he's probably wondering to take every other call that I make or something. I don't know, but okay. What would this commission like to hear about? Are you guys wanting to hear compromise suggestions? Are you wanting to hear a recommendation of any sort from this committee? As we make our agenda, we can, assuming that I'm still part of the committee, again, I don't want to be a distraction.
Thank you, Commissioner McNinch. Just a couple of thoughts from me on that. I do agree with Commissioner Booth. I think, we had committed to try and do 3 meetings, one in the south, one here in the north, and then one out in the rural communities. We've got a date set of January 14th that seems to work for everybody. I would like to see us hold one additional meeting. It seems like, the last 2 we've had, the general consensus has been the same. I don't know, if that'll change by the January 14 meeting in Elko or not, but I certainly think we at least owe it to those folks in the rural communities to be able to have a forum to have their opinions heard. Along those lines, one of the things that I think one of the ladies talked this morning about Commissioner McNinch and Commissioner McNinch just mentioning about not wanting to be a distraction. It's unfortunate that some of these meetings, in my opinion, have led themselves to that because, at the end of the day, it is certainly a polarizing topic. Everybody's got their opinions. And I think clearly Commissioner McNinch has shown himself to really, try and bring two sides together to figure something out. And the fact that, folks have, chosen to make it personal or otherwise is really unfortunate and disheartening because Commissioner McNinch has been a part of this commission for a very, very long time. His intentions are as true as the day is long, in my opinion. Unfortunately, with these issues, it is, in my opinion, a dichotomy of our society today. And we see it in politics. Just with this most recent election, we got folks on the left and we got folks on the right, and each one of them has their own views, and everybody gets dug in, and there's a divide. So my hope for this, Commissioner McNinch, to your question in terms of what the result is, I am hopeful that there is some compromise from both sides of the issue on this. Now, how we get there, that's the hard part. And that's the hard part of the committee, I think, to try and, sift through that to come up with something meaningful that is going to satisfy both. And anytime there's compromise, as all of us know, somebody's going to have to give up something to get something, right? And maybe not everybody's 100% happy, but something that everybody can agree on that makes sense. So that's what I was hoping for. I think out of these meetings, as a public forum, to hear people out on both sides of the issues and provide enough information for us as commissioners to really make an informed decision on how we move forward. So anyway, long-winded, but I would, two things. Number one, I'd love to see us continue this meeting in Elko on January 14th, number one. And number two, to Commissioner McNinch, I commend his efforts and hope that he does, would love to have him stay on and continue to chair that committee. Anyway, yep.
And I guess I would just kind of agree with Chairman Rogers. I, as former chairman, I was the one who sat the contest committee. And when we sat that committee, it was based on that, we had the petition, we got the petition. There were, as the commission discussion that day, if I remember right, there was the discussion to see if we could get to any sort of compromise. That was the whole intent of the committee. There was commission members that specifically asked to see if we could get to compromise. And I believe those individuals are the ones I sat on the committee when I created that committee. I would like to see, we have in these discussions, we have promised, we've basically promised to have that meeting in Eastern Nevada. I think we need to follow through and have that meeting in Eastern Nevada. And if there is no compromise, and I think that day we sat the committee, we even said it, or I did, that there may be zero compromise. That might just be it with this issue. It is an extremely polarizing one. We've had these discussions before. And if that's the extent of that, we have one more meeting and both sides are holding strong, then, and at that time, maybe that's when we dissolve it. But I would really like to see it, at least have that meeting and let that Eastern Nevada, Northeastern Nevada have an opportunity to have that discussion in a public forum. Yep, that's fair enough. Everything I've done on this committee has been with former chairman Cavilla and current chair Rogers in full conversation. Everything that I've done, everything. So this isn't a process where, ask some tough questions. I understand that. I understand. And I understand how it can be taken personally. And I'm not going to apologize for that. I asked some tough questions. There's no doubt about it. And maybe it inflames and infuriates, but that's just kind of where I'm at right now with things. So nothing I've done has been in a vacuum. I've had your guys's had conversation with both over the term here, and well, continue to do that. It will continue to have conversation and see where we can bring things back. And again, I don't know where it'll lead, but and I do agree. I think we do, largely out of fairness to George. I told him, yeah, if you break it in half, we'll make it work. So I'd hate to cut it off, but when I've got sportsmen basically telling me we need to disband this thing, I want to make sure that I'm on the right page with everybody. So, well, thank you.
One other quick item, not the chairman anymore, but I do, I do, and I do think, yeah, no, I don't want that. And I can completely agree with Chairman Rogers. The personal attacks they are completely unwarranted. We all have our own opinions up here. That's why we're all sitting up here, and we can all, and I think it's extremely important that we all relay those opinions right up here for the discussion. But I think to attack Dave personally is just completely, it's just out of line. I don't think it shouldn't happen, and I would ask that it wouldn't continue to happen.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. I agree with both Commissioner Cavillion and Chair Rogers. I'm not going to repeat what they said. I would, though, support Commissioner McNinch's motion or ask of the department to have the biological presentation as well as part of the agenda item to support that. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else? Thoughts or opinions?
There we go. Once
Director
I get
Janae.
microphones thrown at me, it works. So along those lines, the department's more than willing to provide the support to the biological information. I don't know if it needs to be on public record, but we need to know exactly what that ask is. Because I don't want to be in this situation. I don't want to be trying to interpret. I don't want to be trying to make this up. As it is a very polarizing issue, I want to make sure I understand the target, that we hit it. So I don't know how that mechanism comes about as to what biological information you want. But if it's the want of the commission to work with Dave to understand that, or if that's a more holistic conversation up here, just need some guidance to the department as to what that is.
So my thought on that is that my initial thought is yes, that I would prefer that the department work with Commissioner McNinch and the other committee members, Commissioners Booth and Walther, to determine, and I do agree with you, Director Janae, that we specifically on what it is the ask is. I agree with that. But I would ask the department to work with the Commissioner McNinch and the committee to really hone in and determine what that is. Commissioner McNinch, is that?
Yeah, that's fine. We'll figure it out. It really is just based on some of the comments that we've received, the idea that, whether removal through these processes is beneficial or not beneficial, or it just is kind of neutral. That kind of a conversation, I think, is where we're at. I've conceded on that. I understand that, biologically, in my opinion, just from what I understand, that, that I don't believe that contests are going to negatively impact things, coyote populations for sure. I don't see that happening. Maybe in some localized areas we have maybe a short-term benefit, maybe a short-term adverse impact. But I think that those would be very localized, very site-specific, a lot of other things going on. But as a coyote population as a whole, it's not gonna impact anything. And I think that we just need to hear, a little bit along those terms. Is this, are they helpful? Are these contests helpful? Or are they not helpful? Just based on what we're hearing from folks, is it just neutral? Is it just a non-issue biologically? I've been operating under the pretense that it's new, there's no impact substantial one way or the other as a whole population. So I don't try to argue a point there. Does that help at all, Alan? We can talk more if that gets you down kind of
That does help, and I think we can continue some offline conversations. I know, given the number of times that this has been discussed, we've pulled together some past information, and we can look back at that, and then we can also consult the latest research and see what we can come up with. But I think we do need to make sure that we're, hitting the mark with what the committee wants.
Yeah, I agree. I know it's a tightrope. So thank you.
All right. Yes, Commissioner Booth.
Yes, I appreciate that, Alan, and I think direction is important on how limited time you have as it is with your staff. I would like to know, in my opinion, there's 3 decisions the commission can make. 1, keep it status quo where nothing is done. 2 is to eliminate coyote hunting contests. And 3 is a compromise. And with the compromise, I'd like to know if there are any issues the department may have relative to having it passed. And that is if there's a license required for coyote hunters, if there's a season required for coyote hunting contests, and if there's a proper disposal of the coyote. Are there any aspects of the law that if the commission were to make that change, are there any issues that may come about that may prevent us from doing that?
Thank you. Yeah, we can take a look at that. So what I've got is license, season, and disposal, and we'll take a look at that in consultation with our law enforcement and we'll think about and look at surrounding states, as we often do with these types of regulation things. But we'll also evaluate that in the current situation of, our NRCs, NRS, and NACs. Thank you.
Chair Rogers, I just wanted to make clear that to the individuals here in the room that the document that was provided by Commissioner Booth, coyote calling contest rules, is available if anybody wants to look at it out there. And we will also put it up on the NDOW website at the conclusion of the meeting, so everybody can have access to it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that discussion. Anything else from the commission? All right, great. And again, I did just want to thank Commissioner McNinch, Commissioner Walther, Commissioner Booth for their willingness to push forward and proceed to the next meeting and as we move forward in this. So appreciate your guys' efforts on that. All right, with that, we will proceed and we will go on to the next agenda item, which is the Cave Creek Dam Rehabilitation Project Update. Eastern Region Supervisor Heath Correll. A report will be provided on the status of the Cave Creek Dam Rehabilitation Project.
So I'll just give an introduction real quick. We do have 2 agenda items on Cave Creek, and today Heath as the area local fisheries biologist is going to step in and kind of give us an update of where things stand. And then we do have a heritage proposal that'll be considered tomorrow, but just wanted to make sure that folks are kind of keeping the 2 separate in this conversation. And I think what you'll see here is some pretty cool stuff on this project. So, and absolutely want to say thanks to Heath and all of his efforts in dealing with this project.
as a local biologist out there. I know he's got big dreams, as we all do with this project, and hopefully they're all fulfilled. So
Thank you, Director Janae, Chairman Rogers. Thank you for the opportunity to come out. Heath Coral, fisheries biologist for the record. So just general update, we've heard a lot. This hasn't been a, immediate process. This project's been going on for really 5 years, just where there's been a lot of action out there, but it began well before that. So we're just gonna go over, maybe. There we go. Just a brief history of the Cave Lake Dam. It's kind of got some interesting history over there. What the department has done to mitigate the risk associated with the dam, and then go over some of the construction, the next steps. Thank you. The next steps, and then future plans for the lake. So as most of us know, but some of us might not, last June we had a commission meeting in Ely, and we were out there and looked at some of the work that was being done. It sits relatively close to Ely, just 14 miles away. And the dam was originally constructed in 1939, with it being enlarged in 1961, to the height of approximately 78 feet, impounding 32 surface acres and about 784 acre feet. These are estimates because I've seen throughout the files a lot of variation. So hopefully you can all appreciate that. In 1968, the Nevada Department of Wildlife purchased 2,640 acres of property that included Cave Lake and its associated water rights, but also with that was what is now Ward Charcoal Ovens State Park. So that was one purchase, and I think that this is a unique, newspaper clipping that was in the files, and this was from December 8th, 1968, where commissioned by White Pine Ranch. I think it's just a really neat piece of history. We hear about the cost associated with the project and maybe some of the issues with it, but I think that this is important, particularly coming from White Pine County. But there's a lot of history out there, and I know that Nevadans can appreciate that. In 1973, the property was transferred to the Nevada Division of State Parks to improve recreational opportunities out there. When that transfer occurred, and Dow kept ownership of the dam as well as the majority of the water rights associated with it, just to allow for the fishery and then downstream water use at Cummins Lake and the 3C Ranch, which is now Steptoe Valley Wildlife Management Area. Kind of moving into that risk mitigation. So as I mentioned, a lot of the work had been done starting 5 years ago, but 10 years ago, 2014 is really when we started gaining momentum, trying to work with various contractors to complete geotechnical studies, engineering evaluations, and develop design plans and alternatives to really get the dam fixed and done appropriately. While those studies and evaluations were being completed, we had to go through and continuously monitor for the last decade, really the status of the dam. And this first picture on the left here shows the sloping of the reservoir, the face of the reservoir. And you can see that on the left, that slope is the center section of the dam. On the right is the only 50 feet to the left of that center line. And there's a significant change in slope, just 50 feet apart. And then the photograph to the right is a monument stake that was on the dam, and that shows you, that's a really clear picture of how much movement has occurred because those things are put in plumb, and clearly it's setting at nearly a 45-degree angle. So there's a lot of movement going on there. So again, we were monitoring the movement within the face of the dam, as well as a few other things. In 2018, the state engineer's office, dam safety, we're going throughout the state, checking out different impoundments, and they hit Cave Lake and they noted multiple deficiencies in the dam, which we knew were present, of which was and then they mentioned that we needed to address some of these immediately. This slide, you can see just the low level outlet there with water leaking out of it. 5-gallon bucket was used to capture that sediment. And after it sifted out, one of the things that was noted was how coarse the sediment was. If this was sediment coming off the lake bottom, it would have been a very fine silt. This was relatively coarse. So the belief was that, you know, some of this material is coming from the inside of the dam, which is obviously troublesome and needed to be resolved. So this was again, monitoring and making sure we knew what was going on with the dam while the design plans were being developed. So this is one of the forms of mitigation that was suggested by the state engineer's office. When we received the letter, it was late 2018. So prior to spring runoff, we set this pump on top of the dam. It's a 6-inch diesel generator pump, and it ran for just over 30 days, 24 hours a day, drawing water out of the reservoir to ensure that we didn't have some adverse impacts with spring runoff coming into the lake, and to alleviate pressure on the dam. This, to kind of go in a little bit of detail, just so that folks can understand and appreciate the issue there. Running 24 hours a day, it got 100 gallons of diesel every 24 hours. All the maintenance that goes along with that piece of equipment running 24 hours a day came along with it. It took a lot of demand from not only NDOW staff, but state park staff. They were pretty vital on this because of it being at Cave Lake State Park. It benefited NDOW. They had a bulk storage tank there for diesel, so we weren't tramming 100 gallons of fuel up there every day. It worked out a lot better. So we weren't in the fight alone. We were only able to accomplish a drawdown of about 6 feet of water with this pump. And that was mainly because we were dealing with the lift coming out of the lake. That lake, the pump was setting fairly high above on the crest of the dam. So we weren't able to achieve really what the pump could do, because that pump could push 1,800 gallons a minute pretty easily. While we were trying to mitigate risk, we got through the spring runoff. There was no issues there. But we've continued our investigations, and these photographs show what the inside of the low level outlet looked like. And you can see that there is heaving at this, the first 2 images to the left are basically heaving from underneath the low level culvert that's in the dam. That second from the left photograph is on top of that heaved portion. And note that on the top of the culvert, it's actually compressing down on top, and that culvert seems to be oblonged. Obviously, there's some major shifting occurring inside there. That's at about halfway mark where that's about halfway through the dam. And then more alarmingly, the 3rd and 4th pictures are where the dam is actually leaking through and coming into the culvert there. So that's where that sediment was coming from. And that was about 2/3 of the way from the downstream side going towards the dam. So most of the way through the dam, we had water coming in through this breach in the pipe. So as I mentioned, the pumping alleviated the pressure. We moved through that. But that was really a short-term fix. We needed something that was more stable, didn't require the demand from the department to be out there every single day. And something we can rely upon if we did have a big rain on snow event. We could drop the lake level relatively quickly and, manage the water level better. So therefore, we were actually working with an engineer at the time to develop that option. And we went with a large siphon system. And this siphon system was about 650 feet long and was 11-inch inside diameter pipe. And so aside from the cost, it was just a huge undertaking. Just before we could even get to the dam, this was just, one aspect of trying to mitigate, the risk out there. The photo in the middle is of the drawdown 1 week after putting in the siphon. And then that third photo on the right is 1 year after putting in the siphon. It didn't take that long, but that's what the lake level would have been consistently held at. The goal was to drop it 20 feet from the crest of the dam. And that did a couple things for us. A lot of the seepage that we experienced coming through that culvert went away. It definitely helped with the engineers in their design to acknowledge where some of the issues were at. So this was an important tool. Obviously, without hiccups, this was substantial in our ability to manage the water level at Cave Lake. So this is a better shot of what the lake looked like with the siphon system in place, keeping it at a stable lake level. And at this point, the lake was closed to public access. As we were draining it, there was definitely safety concerns. We had people that would go in chest deep into the mud. We received a lot of concern. There was complaints that we had, why not allow people to fish it if we're just going to drain it? And particularly with people seeking up to their chests in mud, we wanted to keep them safe. So closing down really the lake access made the most sense. And that was a state parks call. That wasn't NDOW. So this is just an overview picture of that siphon. So at the bottom center of that, that's where the intake was. And unfortunately, the scale of this photograph didn't allow for me to show you where the outflow really was, but it was at the bottom of the riprap in the upper left-hand corner. So quite substantial. The siphon was basically put to use from fall 2021, fall 2019 through October 2021. And then the decision was made to speed up the restoration process. We needed to go ahead and drain the reservoir. We got the blessing from the Department of Water Resources to go ahead and use the low-level outlet to drain it. So we went through the process of salvaging as many fish as we can. And the first initial salvage, we removed about 300 fish. Ended up being quite challenging to salvage fish with that much water out there. At this point, there was probably 15 surface acres, to put it in some kind of respect. And all these fish ended up going down to Cummins Lake. Spring 2023 came around. Lake was substantially lower after we drained the lake. And the contractor built a coffer dam so that they could get access down to the low-level outlet. And trying to do our due diligence, protect the resources for the public, we went in and attempted another salvage. And as we all know, we had a tremendous winter that winter. And even in 2022, we had a lot of Russian thistle, and that's the bottom of Cave Lake right now, or not right now, but in May of 2023, it was just a bear to try to go through and collect fish out of that very muddy and weedy pond. So I think we got less than 50 trout at that point, predominantly brown trout. And nonetheless, it was worth it, to go and work with the contractor and salvage what remaining fish we could. Moving into the construction phase, this is what the old dam, a basic drawing of what the old dam looks like. Relatively simple, a hoist structure on top leading down to the valve works on the lake side and a low-level outlet on the downstream side. Nothing too special, but what it doesn't show is that there was work done in the past to allow additional seepage through the dam. So those kind of things were put in place by previous owners prior to NDOW taking on the ownership of it. But this is to put in perspective what the new dam is going to look like. So this is what the drawings of the new dam, and no photograph, no drawings really put, into perspective really what it is. This is modern engineering, bringing, taking into account all new code to bring this dam up to date. Some of the things I'd like to point out though is how wide the buttress is. It's substantially thicker to prevent movement. We have, energy dissipation down below where the water's actually going to leave the lake. There's added drainage in the dam as well to prevent any future movement. Substantial amounts of riprap on top. We have a parapet wall and riprap on both sides to alleviate any kind of erosion issues. This dam was designed to prevent half PMF flooding. So that's probable maximal flooding for a certain period of time. And we decided to go with a 1,000-year event for 6 hours, which based on our modeling, it was only 3.5 inches of water in a 1,000-year event that lasted 6 hours in duration. So that's what it's capable of producing. But what that translates to is about, from the Cave Creek drainage, it's about 3,500 CFS of water coming in. That's what this dam has been, and the spillway has been designed to handle. So that's substantial if you've been out there to Cave Lake and what it can do. Additionally, it expanded the spillway. We'll see some photographs here in a minute of what the spillway looks like, but this spillway is substantially larger, much more complex in its engineering. There's a weir made out of concrete that is installed there. And it's just going to be, well, once we have nice weather and we actually see it, it's going to be pretty nice to see. This photograph is from the state park's drone footage. And the reason I wanted to include this is you can see that the contractor's working on the low-level outlet. That's a 30-inch culvert that's encased in concrete. So that issue of movement inside of the dam that caused crushing of the pipe, hopefully this will solve any future issues with that. So that's one of these overall projects. This is where the dam was completely ripped down to the bottom, and they were moving ahead with work. This is that same area being worked on, but that concrete is being covered up. Some of those change orders that was mentioned during the Heritage Committee meeting this morning, of which, if you look in the background, you can see that large cave. That was not discovered until we were well into this project and we were removing material out from the dam. And the solve for that was to fill it with concrete. And unfortunately, the scale doesn't do it justice, but you can see the big pieces of equipment sitting down there working. You can kind of try to use that to relate how big the cave is, the amount of concrete that it would take to fill that up. And also, with that, the concrete solve might seem straightforward, but to get an engineer to stamp that and approve it and feel confident that that's going to last for the life of the dam, that's a whole nother issue. So it took added time, not only money, but time for people to feel comfortable that that was the right solution. So here's some aerial imaging. On the left, you have before construction started at full drawdown. And then on the right, unfortunately, it's not completed in this picture, but this is what the dam's going to look like. And you can note there the riprap was being laid down in this picture on the upstream side of things. And then you can see the parapet wall. And then on the back side of that is a piece of equipment compacting the soil. These pictures are on the face of the dam before construction started, and then after construction was most of the way through. You can just see the scale and scope of work being completed there. This photograph is from the spillway side, looking across to the dam before and after. And the big takeaway here is to look at the change in the spillway and what it's capable of holding. It's widened up substantially. What's really hard to tell is how much deeper it was dug in order to accommodate the design. And I believe if I remember the drawings right, the spillway, it's about 12 to 14 feet deep at the concrete. And there's a significant amount of engineering. I wish I could have included some drawings of the spillway concrete weir. It's impressive how they designed that. So we do have that. And that kind of wraps up the construction aspect of the project. And some of those major features, the low level outlet, the improvements to the buttress, and then the spillway. Those are the three big ticket items that were being repaired there to make this project go. So kind of where are things going and what are those next steps? The project is wrapping up. We have the design engineer submitted application to state engineer's office to get a temporary impoundment permit and get approval on that. That was Tuesday or Wednesday that was submitted. We're hoping to hear back kind of any day now, but they have to take time to review documentation. So we do have that to look forward to. The contractor on site right now has a punch list of things that they need to resolve. And from what I'm told, we're looking, at completion of that by Christmas, essentially. So even though we can get the okay next week to impound water out there at Cave Lake Dam, all that other stuff, that punch list that the contractor has to do can be done. It doesn't affect anything going on with impounding water. So we do have that. As the slide notes, based on baseline flows, not accounting for evaporation or infiltration, we're thinking about 9 months to refill. So that'll come online nicely next fall. And then, it's time to rebuild the fishery. So we have that going for us. Some of the things we need to do in order to improve the fishery or rebuild a fishery is improve the habitat out there. We had a HCF proposal approved a couple of years ago, and that purchased artificial habitat structures that were installed this past September in Cave Lake. These photographs are from September 28th, which is National Public Lands Day. And the Department of Wildlife and State Parks hosted an event. We had 26 people come out and volunteer and put out structures. And we had about 200 that we put out there. And it added a lot of feature to the lake when it comes to rebuilding that. It's going to help a lot. And there's our group photo there. We had kids that were as young as, I think, 7 on that project. So it was a great project. Future plans include, reestablishing the depleted food web up there. For some folks that may not know, that the state record brown trout came out of Cave Lake like 35 years ago, 40 years ago. And a lot of the feed that, it takes to produce that large of brown trout is going to be crayfish. Well, their populations were obviously probably knocked down because of the drawdown of the lake for a substantial amount of time. We need to look at getting that going again. And then reestablishment of both the brown trout and the rainbow trout fishery through stocking and augmentation there. And then I know that Division Administrator Crookshanks before me wanted to start a smallmouth bass fishery out there. I've received a lot of comments over the years that they would like to see smallmouth bass out there from anglers, and we're going to try to make that happen. And those artificial habitat structures, they'll really enjoy that. So that's kind of like what our anglers can kind of look forward to. Not to mention, I didn't put it in any of these slides, but the amount of, watercraft, small watercraft, our constituents that, pay for AIS decals and some boat registrations, they're out there, they're all the time. So they have that to look forward to in the near future. There's other things though, and why this place is so important to White Pine County and honestly all Nevadans, because it seems like more often than not, when I'm making an angler contact, I'm talking to somebody from Clark County. That's not necessarily always, folks from Ely. But, there's some very, large things that occur out there like fire and ice that draws in, substantial revenue for the city of Ely and White Pine County. The ice fishing derby is a huge draw. We would love to get that back up there. And then there's a half marathon that used to be held up there. There was talk of trying to move that into a triathlon and utilizing the lake for something of a swimming event. And then there's concerts on the lake that they were really trying to promote before we started to drain the lake in 2018 and 19. And then, of course, folks were, love the lake so much that they decided to have their wedding out there. So since between 2000 and 2023, the park averaged almost 60,000 people. But since 1980, there was 2.3 million visitors to Cave Lake State Park. So if we ever asked or questioned ourselves, why is that lake, so important? I think that right there is one of those big drivers, is the amount of people that come in and recreate there. So with that, I'd love to stand for any questions and look forward to them.
Outstanding. Thank you for that. One question that I had real quickly was, you mentioned, once the refill begins, it's probably going to be 9 months estimated before that lake is refilled. Just curious, how long before the public can start, does it start opening up and the public can start enjoying Cave Lake again?
Sure. So I still think we need to be cognizant of the mud issues that are out there in public safety. And honestly, I would like to see folks out there as soon as possible, but I also think that that's a state parks call. NDOW does help with the enforcement of wildlife law out there and public safety, but ultimately that lands on state parks. So it might end up being their call.
Any questions, comments from the commission?
Sure. Just one quick question. As far as filling it, is there a portion of the creek that still needs to maintain flowing down the creek, or is all of Cave Creek going to go into the reservoir?
So fortunately, right now we're blessed with good water conditions in the watershed. Steptoe Creek above where Cave Creek comes into the drainage is sitting at like 5 CFS. All of that would be going into Cummins Lake, so we wouldn't have to sacrifice anything at this point. So I think that while we have the conditions that permit like cool water right now or cool temperatures, I think that we can impound all of Cave Creek. We do have limitations though on how much we can impound, so we still have to stay within the threshold. If we exceed 1 foot of impoundment per day, we have to open up the head gate and let a little water out, and that's just so we maintain dam integrity.
And I still claim White Pine as my home, even though I live in Vegas, but this Cave Lake's huge for White Pine and for Clark County living in Vegas. Like you said, a lot of people use Cave Lake from Vegas. So, I mean, it will be nice to have it back online for sure.
One other question real quick. I'm just curious, just seeing that picture there, question popped into my head, and that is with the improvement and the rebuild of the dam, do you know if and it's probably a Park Service question, but do you know if the Park Service, are they doing any improvements to the campgrounds or picnic areas or anything like that at Cave Lake as a result of this improvement and project?
So they've experienced some turnover here the last couple years. And I know that they're putting in for grants to improve some of the trails, rec sites. In the very back, in the background there, you can see, it's kind of hard to see, I guess, on that television, but there is a restroom facility there. That's probably like close to $1 million fix for that site for what they plan on putting in there. So I know that is one thing that they're planning on putting in that's new. We are working with state parks to do a few other things, but that's just kind of just getting off the ground.
I'm sorry, did you say that is $1 million bathroom?
That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
I've been to that restroom.
So while doing research for this, I have photographs of when that building in the background was being built. And, for 40 years old, it's a wonder that it's still being used.
Mr. Cruikshank.
Chris Cruikshanks, Fisheries Division Administrator for the record. Chairman Rogers, Commissioners, I just wanted to add a couple onto what Heath said. First and foremost, thanks to Heath for traveling over here all the way from Ely and providing an excellent presentation. But my apologies this morning for being tardy to the meeting, but I was actually in Carson City meeting with the governor's office and DCNR and dam folks and water engineer folks and Congressman Amity about our Marlette Lake Dam project. So while we had that meeting this morning for a couple hours, all the correct people were in place. So at the conclusion of that meeting, we had an impromptu meeting about the Cave Lake project, since all those folks were in the room. And just wanted to give you a really quick, Heath covered some of it, but a really quick up to the minute as of today update on the Cave Lake project that we discussed this morning. The dam project, dam spillway, everything is 100% complete. As Heath said, there's a punch list of items that do need to be completed, and we anticipate to have that completed. Contractor anticipates that to be completed by Christmas. There's a dispute on 3 items with the contractor. None of them have to do with the build. They are all disputes of contract. They include reconciliation costs, screening material, and borrow source materials. Like I said, none of them have to do with construction project at all. There's been a number of walkthroughs throughout the project and which have increased as the project has come to completion. The most recent walkthrough was just last week. A couple of the punch list items were guardrail and fencing that was requested by Rod Lighthouse, and a number of other small items requested by state parks. And as Heath said, the permit to get for impoundment was applied for this week, and we anticipate that to be issued any day, at which time we'll start impounding water. And looking forward, we're anticipating getting a quote from the governor's office and doing a pretty substantial press release in conjunction with state parks once we start impounding water. So I'm looking at my list of items from this morning, and that appears to be it. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Anything else from the commission? Yes, Director Janae.
So Rod Lighthouse, with his impeccable timing, just walked out of the room. He always does a great job of avoiding any acknowledgement, but to everybody that had to do with this was really a team approach. Jack Robb, when he was here, really leaned on a bunch of people to try to get this across the road or get this done. And Heath, the amount of time that he spent, you saw the pump. That's just a small piece of what occurred in this. And so big acknowledgement to those guys, Heath, to Rod, to the engineering section, in getting this across the line. Rod probably walked out because he's probably tired of it. In fact, I know he is. But yeah, it's no small accomplishment. It took a hell of a long time, and it's something we're celebrating. So that's what this was all about, is like, hooray, we've got this thing done. I really, really hope that the state creates a dam division so we don't ever have to deal with this again. But big thanks to everybody that helped out, and thank you, Heath.
And just lastly, I'd like to say that as Fisheries Division Administrator, I will have the honor of putting the very first smallmouth bass into Cave Lake, because that was a dream of mine more than 20 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from the commission? All right, great. Thank you, fellas. Appreciate it. All right, moving on here to the next agenda item. This is 2024 wildfire report. Habitat Division Administrator Mark Freese. The department will provide the commission with an update of the 2024 wildfire season and department activities.
Thank you, Chair Rogers and members of the commission. Mark Freese, Habitat Division Administrator for the record. I'm mainly up here because my name was next to the agenda item when we put it together. I didn't want to give Linda another conniption by changing that late. And also to introduce Matt Glenn. He's one of the new members of the Habitat staff here. He's going to be overseeing co-leading our restoration rehabilitation program with Amanda Gearhart. He'll also be overseeing the Heritage Program and our Special Reserve accounts as well. Matt was kind enough to say, what do you need help with? And he said, oh, I see you got a wildfire updates presentation. I'm happy to do that. I said, I'm happy for you to do that. So with that, I appreciate Matt stepping up to the plate very early after his promotion to give this. And you'll find Matt's very inspiring and passionate about wildfire rehab, restoration. And so with that, I'll turn over to Matt.
Thank you, Mark. Chair Rogers, commission members, thanks for having me today. Matt Glenn, Habitat Staff Specialist for the record. This is my first time addressing the commission, so I'd just like to take a moment and thank you, the commission, for having me today. Really appreciate it. It is really an honor and a privilege to serve Nevada and its wildlife, so thank you. So I'm here to give the 2024 wildfire kind of snapshot or update to the commission. And so with that, I'll start unless the commission has any questions. All right, cool. I heard there's a lag here, unless I'm doing it incorrectly. First day, I'm already showing you my technology ineptitude. So 747 acres in the state of Nevada, fires in the state of Nevada. You guys can read the slide. There's a lot of these fires were human caused, and about 58,000 of the nearly 100,000 acres that burnt this year were because of human starts. Not a lot of natural starts. Like I said, we worked about 100,000 acres, and the largest fires, the counties most heavily impacted by fires were Elko, Washoe, and Humboldt and Nye. Most of those fires, I can tell you, in Elko, there was a single event that was kind of got us there in terms of 27,000 acres. So not a crazy fire year by the historical kind of measuring stick, if you will. So like I said, if you look historically, we've had much bigger fires than we've had this year. I think by all indications, we were kind of gearing up for a big fire year this year. Typically, on the heels of good precip years, average precip years, we have a lot of fine fuel loading. It's just cheatgrass building up. And if we don't have, from droughty periods, you don't have the same kind of fine fuel loading. And I think what you'll see is in the next slide, and I'll just talk about this one a little bit more before we get there, the 2 slides from now. All indications were that we were going to have a big fire year, and we just didn't have it this year. And I think we're fortunate for that. There's a few things that I think kind of contributed to that. One, a lot of the weather systems that moved through Nevada during the summer did have precip with them. I think that was helpful, though it was a pretty dry summer. I just didn't see a lot of weather patterns moving through northern Nevada. And then I would also give kudos to our federal counterparts for fire suppression. They got resources out early and often, so when we did have a start, they were getting around it. And so I think that's pretty important. I know 99,000 acres probably seems like a lot, but a 1,000,000-acre year is significantly worse. And so it's all about context, I suppose. So I have to mention or talk about kind of the west-wide picture for wildfires this year. I'm sure all of you guys stepped out on your porches or your decks throughout the entire summer, and you were wondering what was burning in Nevada. Fortunately, it probably wasn't in Nevada. You can kind of see, look around the state. A lot of those incidents were in Oregon and California. I don't know if they just got that Southern California fire out. There's one just here in real close to Reno here just more recently. So these fire seasons are creeping further and further into the fall, but I wanted to use this slide to demonstrate or illustrate that Nevada kind of almost dodged a bullet this year in some sense. We just didn't have the fires, which we were really fortunate for. So also, I think in talking about fire and its relationship to drought cycles, and I think this is kind of an important piece, you'll notice what's illustrated in this figure is the reds and the burgundy and the orange and yellows. That's kind of like, that is your drought kind of index for the state. And so if you see a lot of, dark red and orange and yellow, that means most of the state's in drought. And those blue bar graph indicates or shows you those are the fire years. And so in periods where you don't have drought, you typically have bigger fire years. Like I said earlier, your fine fuel loading builds up in years when you get good precip. And so during drought periods, we just don't experience those same fires. It's good for the range when we get good rain, but it also means, for us, we're looking at and forecasting bigger fire years when we have good precipitation. Like I said, we kind of had a drier summer, and you can see that kind of drought index kind of shooting up there at the end of 24, working into 25. So, though we didn't burn a ton in the state of Nevada this year, it doesn't mean the agency wasn't engaged in fire rehab. One of the things coming kind of fresh out of the field for me, whenever we didn't burn a lot, it just means that we can get and work on proactive wildfire. There's plenty of fires out there that have not responded well to historic fires. Commissioner Young was talking a lot about the Sheep Creeks and earlier, and typically when we don't burn, million acre years, or even, I don't know if you can put a number on it, but when we don't burn a lot, our field biologists, our restoration biologists, it gives them kind of an opportunity to gain some ground back, work on some older fires, do restoration. I talked about those NEPA efforts in Elko County. A lot of those are geared towards working and restoring older fires that haven't responded well. And I think that's an important piece. When Amanda talked a lot about how much ground we're losing every year, and it's at a rapid rate. We have to work in these years when we aren't being so reactive on new fires to try to gain some of that ground back. So, this year we still worked on 28 fires. And like I said, that's new and old. That's not just new fires. I mean, that's fires that could be 10, 15 years old, and we're just going back because they're still a priority for the agency. In doing so, we pre-emergent herbicide application around 28,000 acres, and we're going to seed. Probably our seeding season starts about now and kind of works through, end of January, beginning of February, based on just seed availability. So seeding efforts are still ongoing. We're still going to treat about 68,000 acres by the end of the 24-25 winter. So like I said, engaging and trying to get those acres back and lesser fire years, I think that's an important piece, and a place for the agency staying engaged and trying to make a difference, move the needle a little bit. So, that doesn't look like it should. Not sure how that happened. Anyway, this slide really should illustrate just kind of the consistency in how we are kind of staying active year after year, pretty much working on a similar number of acres, treating the similar number of acres, and even on years when we don't have big fire years, we're still staying engaged on fire rehabilitation and trying to make a difference. So as Mark said earlier, I'm fresh out of the field. And so a lot of what I did in my previous job was fire restoration. And so I thought it might be a good opportunity while it's still fresh in my mind to kind of give you guys an example of kind of how we go through that process. And this certainly is not just a blanket process for the entire state, but I think you'll find it's fairly similar no matter where you go throughout the state. And so what you see here on your right is that the Castle Ridge fire burnt later in the season. I believe it was maybe as late as September. And the eco-state that Amanda that eco-state data that Amanda was talking about earlier. And we use this in project planning and fire rehab planning efforts. And it really gets at like the current condition of the land before the fire event. And I think that's an important piece. But other variables that we look at or consider, and this is certainly not exhaustive, or just the wildlife habitat values. That's the first thing, NDOW's kind of looking at. Did we burn through or impact crucial wildlife habitats? Land status, ecological site description, what sort of vegetation should exist on the landscape? We have this eco-state data to kind of tell us what was likely there. But kind of marrying those two ideas together, I think is an important piece. The site potential is also very important. These precip zones that we work on, well, they're pretty, like I mentioned earlier, you might have a site that's a 6 to 8 inch precip zone, but it doesn't mean you get 6 to 8 inches of precip every year. That's certainly not the case. This is an average, right? In certain years, you might get 2.5 inches, or you might get 11, and then your average is like 6 to 8, right? And so it makes restoration kind of a moving target. So what we kind of like to do is look at what we're kind of getting in the last like 10 years. What is our average? And then maybe we need to hedge our bets and we use more drought tolerant species in those events and really try to adaptively manage through that process and hopefully get a better result in restoration. Topography and substrate are really important. What's actually possible out on the landscape. You might want to drill seed a site, but it may not be conducive. You may have too much slope, or the substrate might be really rocky, or you might have a bunch of bitterbrush stobs or something like that. You just can't pull a drill through. So like I said, this is certainly not exhaustive. There's other things and other models like disturbance response groups and resistance resilience modeling that other natural resource professionals kind of use to make decisions. But this is just kind of a 50,000 foot view of how we're making decisions out there. And I would just mention on the eco-state data, because I know that legend is really hard to read, and Director Janae is going to give me a hard time about that later. I apologize, Director Janae. But I would just say that if you're looking at the dark blues and blues, that's good perennial grassland. Red, similar to Amanda's map, is likely just cheatgrass monoculture. Dark green, positive. We have brush component, and if it's yellow, it's probably brush with cheatgrass in the understory. So kind of at risk brush communities. So I mentioned earlier, we were talking about wildlife habitats and when we engage. Also take a step back. We don't do any of this, obviously, without our federal counterparts. As you guys know, most of the state is BLM or Forest Service, and so it all kind of starts there, and we're going through this planning process with them, and it's important that we have those relationships because they are kind of critical to getting this work done out on the ground. But what they ask us for generally is what are our wildlife values out there, and so we come to the table with our resource experts, our game biologists, our fisheries biologists, biodiversity, what have you, and we kind of talk about those values. So real coarse kind of evaluation here, you will notice that nearly, the entire west side of this fire is in winter mule deer range. These are migration corridors for deer coming on and off of winter range. Sage-grouse map, you'll notice that it all has this kind of pinkish red tint. That's because it's all priority sage-grouse habitat. Several leks burnt over in this fire. And then lastly, you can't see it well, again, Director Janae will probably give me a hard time about this as this LCT background, but you'll see this blue ribbon kind of working through the center of this, and that's Fraser Creek. Fraser Creek is an important Lahontan cutthroat stream, kind of really it plays a role in, the repatriation of other streams throughout the state. It has a good population of LCT in it. So, like I said, all of these things are kind of important. This is, again, not exhaustive. There are obviously other wildlife values out there, but we have good data for these things, and it's a good way to just kind of illustrate the importance of this fire. So, similar to Amanda's presentation earlier, we're using this EcoState data as a planning tool. And so what you'll notice on the top, or illustrated by kind of the circle number 1, is you have this site that's dominated and kind of stabilized by perennial grasses. But this site is also burnt over a few times. And so we're fairly certain that we don't have that brush component seed source in the mix. And so and because it's stabilized, we're feeling comfortable about doing just a brush overseed, so sagebrush overseed, to try to get that crucial brush component back into the system. And so probably in January period, we'll do a sagebrush overseed on this site. It's a higher site potential, like I said, stabilized with perennial grasses. Number 2 is Fraser Creek. And almost always when we have LCT or an important watershed, we try to stabilize that watershed as quickly as we can to limit the amount of erosion. I've heard fish don't like sediment, so we're trying to limit that problem and stabilize the watershed. And so that's going to be an aerial, largely herbaceous mix that goes in there. And then lastly, if we drop off in elevation and we lose a little bit of site potential, you'll notice we have a lot of annual grass invasion. And these places, we don't feel comfortable just going in and seeding. There's got to be another treatment prescription involved here. And so what we'll do in these specific, not always, but in this particular instance, we'll come in and we'll spray with pre-emergent fallow for a year. Then we'll come back and seed. We'll try to limit the cheatgrass densities so that we can reduce the competition for seeded species. So what will happen is we just finished spraying that a couple of weeks ago, and then we'll fallow it before next year, and then we'll seed it fall, winter next year. And then we just talked a little bit about our pre-emergent application and trying to be wise with sportsman's dollars, with all federal monies used. And so being surgical in our application and trying to be thorough, due diligence. Brittany Allen, our soil and seed biologist, has gone through the effort of developing this model for imazapic effectiveness. And that's the pre-emergent that we'll use if we want to just seed the following year. And it generally will dissipate, and kind of the residual control kind of we'll lose that residual control, and then you can seed into it. But there's a lot, as you can see, there's a lot of pretty technical variables that Brittany's included in here. And I think it's an important tool that we're using. It's not peer-reviewed literature, but anecdotally, we've seen these treatment or this imazapic effectiveness map be fairly consistent with result out on the ground. So we're feeling more and more comfortable using it all the time. Again, just trying to be smart with our resources and do as much as we can to promote effectiveness and efficiencies for our program. And then with that, I'll take any questions you guys might have.
All right, great. Thank you for that very much. Questions from the commission, comments, concerns? Yes, Commissioner, your Vice Chair Young.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Glenn. Great work. Quick question on the Castle Rock fire. Obviously, it's depending on the precip years and a lot of the factors that are out of our control in this room. However, what's your confidence on some of that coming back? Tough question.
Tough question. Can you seed clouds?
Not in this room.
I do think that at some of those higher elevation sites where we have that established perennial grass community, the site is largely stabilized. And the best defense or resistance for winter annual invasion truly is a robust perennial grass community. And so I think that some of those upper elevations closer to like actual Castle Ridge proper, I think we'll probably see some good responses in that portion. I think the watershed, I think we can increase perennial grasses, though I do think we're still going to have a bunch of cheatgrass in that system just because the cheatgrass likes these kind of drainage bottoms for a multitude of reasons. And so you're going to see perennial grass increases, but you're also going to see a lot of cheatgrass in that system. And then I think the lower elevation stuff that we're spraying and treating with pre-emergent, I think if you could treat in any way you possibly could, i.e. you could drill seed, or you could even use a chain, like a smooth chain or an Ely chain in the site, I think you would have pretty good success. Aerial application of seed, I think you're going to need good precipitation to see or achieve better success. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does. Thank you.
I also drove all the way from Elko, so lots of questions if you like.
Anything else from the commission? Yes, Commissioner Bourne.
Yeah, that model that you just showed us.
Yeah, would you like me to go back?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
What criteria do you use to figure out if what fires to model?
So that product is the EcoState product, and I'm assuming you're talking about, I can go back to, you're talking about the map on the left, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So as Amanda was alluded to earlier about the sagebrush habitat plan, this model was pretty much ran for the entire state of Nevada. And so what I do as a biologist is I will clip all that data to the fire perimeter, so it just makes it less messy. You kind of know exactly what's inside of it. Now we will look at those ecostates outside of the fire perimeter to kind of work on that grow the core, protect the core kind of model. If you know that you have good habitat here and you want to build on it or protect good habitat, and there's some treatments you could do that would protect that. Certainly, I think looking at the model outside of the fire perimeter is beneficial, but this is just clipped to the fire perimeter.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Excuse me. Anything else from the commission? All right. Seeing none, thank you very much. Do appreciate it. Great presentation. All right.
Thank you.
Moving on here to agenda item number 8. This is emerging technology report. Chief Game Warden Christy Knight for possible action. A report will be provided on emerging technology as it results to wildlife. She will discuss hardware, software related technology advancements and the effects it has on harvesting of wildlife.
Good afternoon. For the record, Chief Game Warden Christy Knight. First off, you had a question about how many elk were actually killed by the train. There were 4, 2 bull elk and 2 cow elk. And then also recently there was 1 buck killed by the trains.
I apologize, Chief Knight. In that same general area, the deer as well? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Deer during the same incident or?
No, the deer was in a
separate?
different, yes.
Okay.
So what I'll be presenting today, and I have with me Captain Jake Kramer, just in case I need some backup up here. But emergent technologies and the taking of wildlife. This was a collaborated effort to put this presentation together. I had multiple states, 6 states contact me and 1 federal agency contact me. And then I had current game wardens and retired game wardens all have feedback into this topic. Do advancements in technology challenge traditional fair chase standards? While technology has been utilized in the harvesting of fish and wildlife, the rapid progression and increased accessibility to these tools may impede NDOW's capacity to uphold the ethical harvesting practices and achieve the department's mission. The fair chase standard, as defined by Boone and Crockett, is the ethical, sportsmanlike, and lawful pursuit and taking of any federal free-ranging wild game animal in a manner that does not give the hunter an improper or unfair advantage over the game animals. The reason I used Boone and Crockett is because the national standard, the North American standard, did not actually have a definition for fair chase. They only mentioned fair chase in their doctrine. So I found this very fitting. I got this off the Boone and Crockett website. This is just in 24 years, how it started on the left where you track, and then on the right, how it's going currently. And some of the concerns that were brought up from multiple agencies are advancements in technology may provide advantages to those that have the means to buy and use sophisticated methods for accessing or detecting game or both. Technology may increase harvest while diminishing core hunting skills. And actions to restrict technology could be labeled as anti-hunting. We will be talking about different types of technologies here because there are software and there are hardware type technologies. This is not all encompassing and all the information I gathered. There was a lot that came in. I'll give you a pretty decent list of things that were brought in that are across the board in most states. And then the ones that are highlighted have been affected in Nevada as well. And those are the ones that we'll go into more detail with. So first we have the software and hardware broken down. Electronic, and you'll notice this is the biggest list that we have. So trail cameras. This, obviously we're going in detail. It is highlighted green. Even though we have laws, we still have loopholes or violations in these areas. Then advanced optics. You have thermal and night vision. We do have laws, we still have violations. Smart optics, range finding binoculars and scopes, app-enabled optics, and bow range finding sites. Then artificial intelligence, I just actually found this out. I thought it was pretty cool. We're not going into detail with it, but you can actually set out sound devices that pick up sounds, and then AI generates approximately what size and what size of bowl it is and what direction it's coming from. And it just goes straight to your phone. Social media plays a big part. We're not going in big details into that, but it is linked to long range hunting as well. So we'll go into detail a little bit with that. With the social media, it actually increases people's will to take, chances in harvesting of animals because of the publicizing of the big kills. GPS and apps, e-scouting. With messaging, it's real-time sharing now, and it can actually cause more pressure in sanctuary areas. And then you have Onyx and Go Hunt and things like that. And then wildlife collars, this I found out they're doing back east already, and that is they're actually hacking into the collars that we put on our wildlife, and they'll know exactly where they're at. And then dog collars, this allows for them to let out the dogs and sit and wait and then go find them with the GPS tracking on them. Then we have it broken down into vehicles. E-bikes, this is a new emergent, and it's actually pretty big with back east because of the flatter areas, but we have had quite a few questions on it, on taking them into wilderness areas. And we still have drones, which now they're actually putting thermals on those as well. Side-by-sides and ATVs, They actually increase risk of wildland fires, and over time results in roads being pushed further into remote wildlife habitat, which over time has a direct effect on Nevada wildlife and Nevada sportsmen. Then weapons, you have muzzle loader technologies. You've heard the fire sticks and everything like that. It's gone pretty advanced. They can actually get out there and reach some distance now. The biggest holdback on that is it's open sights, so you can't have a scope on it. But the trajectory can still get out there and touch something. And then air bows and arrow rifles. I hadn't heard about those, but they're compressed air. And then long range hunting. We will be talking about that in detail. And then there's some miscellaneous things that we heard about also, which is clothing, which actually breaks down the magnetic field of your electrical system, so they can't actually see you. Even if you're moving, they don't see you. And then hunting education. This is actually brought up by one of our hunting education instructors. With it going online, there may be more incidents of illegal activity, mainly because they may not have been the ones that took the hunter education because there's no verification on who actually took it. And then also they don't get the hands-on aspect of hunter education. And as you guys saw in Vegas last week, or last September, the facilities that they use and the trails that they take them on, they lose that aspect of hunter education. The first topic we have is trail cameras. We have had a regulation on this for some time now. And the big highlights on this is maintain or use a trail camera at any time during the period of beginning August 1st and ending December 31st. Or if it transmits directly to your phone, it starts July 1st and ends December 31st. Trail cameras can be purchased absolutely anywhere. You have Walmart, you have Amazon, you have obviously Bass Pro Shops, Shills, anywhere. You can get them fairly inexpensive and anywhere that you want to get them. They're small, they're easy to hide. A lot of people were destroying habitat by these. This is part of the reason that we actually did put the ban on them during certain times. They were funneling them into water areas so they can get the best pictures for them. It reduces the hunter effort in scouting and finding game animals. They're able to actually identify and classify animals, especially when they put it into the AI technology that some of these now have. And then it still puts pressure at the water sources. They're inexpensive, and now we have cell-based with solar charges, so you never actually have to go out there unless it actually stops working. You can do SD cards. You don't need SD cards or batteries because it just sends you the pictures to your phone. It allows you to stay out of the area, so that means that your smell's not there and the animals still continue to come in because your smell's not there, you're not there, you don't scare them away. It increases hunting competition and it reinforces trophy status hunting. People are selling these trail camera footage or pictures to people, or they say, look at this big elk I have, this big deer. Do you want it? I can tell you where it's at. And a lot of them are now real time. This is actually a game warden had one of these up. It was just before the law went into effect. And it was on a guzzler, and a lion came in, and it was a lion hunter. He had to specifically sit there for it. A lion came in, and within 20 minutes, the hunter was there with dogs. And he was able to harvest that lion. So this was enacted in 2018, and the department still has violations all the way into 2024. They are moving to non-traditional areas and making it harder to find. Some of them are over bait piles. And then the crime is worthy of the penalty. It's only a $100 fine plus court assessment fees, so less than $200, and 3 demerits. So with the trail, we had 2 trail camera investigations in 2024. Both of them are the cellular transmitting trail cameras. The first one was cited in North Washoe Valley, or North Washoe. This one was dismissed. And the reasoning, no, it went to court. We were never notified of it. The judge told the suspect and the DA to go out in the hallway and make a deal. The suspect said, well, I was in an area that doesn't have cellular coverage, therefore I can't transmit. She had no clue where that was. He didn't say where it was. She just dismissed it. She's like, okay, we won't do anything with it. And then we have multiple going on in the eastern region that are still going, so I can't go into a lot of details with those. So we are having issues with getting convictions on these because of the way that is worded. Or we're not notified by the judge or the court that there is a trial going on. So some advanced optics we'll be talking about: thermal night vision, smart optics, and bow range finding sights. This has not been codified yet, but is an LCB Robert 035-20. And it states here that you cannot use thermal imaging devices for the taking of wildlife. So thermal or night vision, the technology is increasing while the prices reduce. This monocular right here is an attachment that goes on the phone. And as you can see in the pictures, you can actually tell pretty decently at far yards what you are shooting. So in the white or gray color is recognition distance, and that's the ability to classify the object's class. And the red is detection distance, ability to distinguish an object from the background. And then they also have helmet binoculars, and those are very big in the predator hunting world. And then there's binoculars and rifle scopes. This is actually one of our binocular that one of our game wardens took, and this is at 200 yards. This is supposed to have a video attached, but the video on the next page won't work on this new system that we had to do. But it pretty much, this is what it looks like. It's a helmet attached binocular. And the pictures down below are what you can see. And then you have the thermal range finding binoculars, and they have detection ranges out to almost 2,000 yards. They range find, they're video capable, and they're Wi-Fi enabled. And this is what it looked like. Let's see. We only watch about a minute of it. It's about 2.5 minutes long. It goes to different animals. You can change the color modes on it to what you want to see. Then you have the scopes that go on your rifle. They can stream, they can record, and they can hunt. And they are, on the right side, it actually says pursuit. It's for hunting purposes. Now, a lot may say it's for unprotected species. However, there's opportunity and means, then it can go beyond just predator hunting. And then they're video capable, and they are Wi-Fi enabled. Thermal and night vision violates fair chase in all species, game, non-game, and unprotected. It creates an unfair advantage against other hunters. They can scan the mountainside in minutes rather than traditional ways of sitting there and glassing or possibly even hiking in. They're watching where the animals are bedding down, and they stay there till the next day, till the next morning, till legal shooting light. And this is the norm for predator hunting. They use scopes and they use helmet-mounted binoculars. They're portable and easily hidden. Violations are still occurring, and the crime is worth the penalty because it's only $100 plus court assessment fees and 3 demerits. So part of it with the portable and easily accessible, they're also on drones, like I said. There are eyes in the sky. They can see us long before we can ever see them. And even with binoculars or anything like that, they can still see us before we can see them. They're used for scouting, and they're used under the guise of coyote hunting. Most of them are, and which makes it lawful when they're possibly doing unlawful activities. It makes it hard for us to prove. This is a case that we had with thermal optics. This was a mountain lion taken without a tag. It was during a coyote hunt competition. A thermal was used, and they did not have a tag at the time. They were out there. It was opportunity. They were on a coyote hunt. They saw it. They shot it. They went and got a tag. They came and checked it in. We investigated. They pled to a gross misdemeanor, $3,000 civil penalty, and 5-year revocation. We had another case in an archery hunt in 2023. This gentleman rented binoculars, and he rented thermal binoculars, and he rented a side-by-side. The thermal binoculars are expensive to rent. However, they're far cheaper than purchasing them. He was cited for hunting big game with the aid of thermal imaging, and he paid a citation of $250. This person was truly did not know the law. He was not trying to skate around it. He actually did not know the law, admitted to it, and gave us all the paperwork that showed that he rented this. Then we have smart optics. Again, they have range finding in them. They can go for binoculars over 3,200 yards. And then with scopes, 1,500 to 2,000 yards. You can mark locations to find your way there. They have ballistic calculations for uphill and downhill shooting. They have temperature, they have wind, and then you can actually enable them into an app, and you can do geomapping, kestrel units, which is for doing your measurements for ballistics, and then ballistic corrections in them. So an advertisement, this is what it said, is just aim, range, and shoot. Then we have the bow range finding sight. This reduces the time and motion required to range an animal. No need to dial in on a sight pin and range the animal again if it moves while at full draw. So this is similar to the Burris Eliminator rifle scope, but is on a primitive weapon. And the sight regulations for firearm bow or crossbow is the light just cannot be visible to the unaided human eye. So it can't have a visible beam coming out of it. So with these dots, that is still legal. Electric bikes. Traditional hunters cannot compete with the speed and the access. They're quiet, they're effective, and this is where it comes into the ability for the department to keep up with it. With the higher harvest rates, there will be reduction in tags. And then utilizing on predator hunts, they're traversing near alfalfa pivots to eliminate additional noise. And then do these replace pack animals now? Faster mobility in chasing or harassing game. And we had a couple instances at the cooling ponds at Mason Valley. There's a road that's restricted and it says no vehicle traffic. They use the e-bikes to get down there because they can carry more stuff, get down there quicker, and don't have to use as much energy. And then people think it's legal in the wilderness areas, and we receive questions on that all the time. It's not, pedal bikes aren't, these are not, but they are still using them and trying to find them because they're quiet and they move quickly. And if we're on foot, it's going to take a while. So I do have a video on e-bikes. If it'll play. No. It's not going to play. But this guy went in, and what he was saying in the video is, I like it because I did 2.5 miles in a couple minutes. I was quiet. They couldn't hear me. I stashed it. I walked not very far. I knew where they were, shot it. My scent wasn't around anywhere, so they had no chance to even smell me because I got in there so rapidly, and he took it out on a trailer. So drones, this is NRS 503.010 in part and NRS 493.020 in part. So It's unlawful to harass any game mammal or game bird with a manned or unmanned aircraft. And it's unlawful to shoot from a manned or unmanned aircraft. And it's unlawful to spot or locate game mammals or game birds with any kind of manned or unmanned aircraft and give that information to anybody or use it within 24 hours of it landing, of the aircraft landing. Then we have regulations that do not allow drone use as well, and shall not, for the purpose of hunting during the period beginning July 1st and ending last day of February of each calendar year with use of an unmanned aerial vehicle. The provisions of this section do not apply to persons who hold permits with the department, which authorizes the control of bobcats, coyotes, or ravens from an aircraft, and who is acting in compliance with the terms and conditions of the permit. So we have had, not necessarily with drones, but with helicopters themselves during hunting seasons, and them using the helicopters and then giving that information out within that 24 hours and going back in. So drones violate fair chase. They're affordable now. They're quiet. They're small, which also means they're hard to spot for us. They have high resolution video and thermal. They can see the game warden and the games without ever being detected. You can scout wildlife, which reduces the need to develop field skills. You can harass animals on and off private property to the hunter's advantage. We also have hunter harassment, which they're spooking game. They also want to recover wounded game utilizing thermal imaging from these drones. And then the information obtained from drones can be transferred and or sold. They're asking if they can look for sheds, which obviously it's not in the closure time frame. And then their field of view is vast. This one does have a stiffer penalty of $500 plus court assessment fees and then 12 demerit points. But we still have these violations going on. In May, you saw this video on a case that we worked out of Panaca, Pioche area. Those two right there are the hunters. He's actually looking through his scope right now at the deer in the next video. Now this, I can see where the drone is. See if you can actually see where the drone is in this video. That drone is actually spooking off deer from private property to public property. And you can see the deer below as well, moving about. There are lights on these drones, but they do get taped up so that you can't see them, especially at night. Now we'll go into long range hunting. This is where a lot of things actually come together for one purpose. So social media has a play into long range hunting. It's changed it from recreational, family friendly to highly competitive. It creates unrealistic expectations, which then has people push the legal and ethical parameters because they want the largest, biggest. It shows big animals. They want bragging rights, and there's a trophy craze. And actually on a lot of websites, they say, especially guide websites, we can get you the biggest one, trophy, trophy, trophy. Then you have the use of thermals on the long range. And then you have range finding scopes that calculate absolutely everything for you. They don't train or have experience. Some do, but most don't. And then they take chances for the bragging rights. The energy at the impact location is lower. They're not necessarily using the correct ammunition for long distance because there's long distance shooting and long distance hunting. And the long distance hunting rounds are a lot more expensive than the shooting rounds. The shooting rounds don't create the wound channel and doesn't have the proper energy transfer when it hits. So a lot of times you get injured animals and you have wounding loss at those distances because then you have to try to get all the way over there and then you have to try and track them. So here are some of the calls that we have received this year. Can I use a blood tracking dog to track my injured animal? Want to know about trail cameras and thermals and what and how they can use them. I know I can't use a drone on my spike elk tag, but can I use it to check guzzlers for chukar before hiking to it? Can I retrieve or search for my injured animal with a drone? Can I use a drone to hunt for shed antlers? Can I use the Garmin X-Row A1 bow sight? I know vehicle travel is prohibited to use in wilderness areas, but can I use an e-bike? People wanting to start businesses for game recovery using drones or spotter. Game finder fee services using drones and cameras. What is the magazine capacity to hunt big game? Is a silencer allowed while hunting big game? So moving forward, technology can weaken the public support of hunting. So how do we stay in front of emerging technology? What some other states have done, absolutely nothing, and they don't plan on doing anything. They address it when it rears its head, or there are some states that are trying to take a proactive role, and they have developed committees. Utah, Idaho, and Arizona have done this. They create fair chase policies, and if it doesn't fit within that policy, it's not allowed. They have internal and external partners gathering the information and helping decide what they should do. They work on staying informed of new developments. And Idaho's is actually called Hunting and Advanced Technology Working Group. They had 750 applicants apply for those positions, and they had 25 positions available. They've had 2 meetings now. This last one was on the 11th, and I have not gotten to talk to the chief there yet to find out any information, but they've had 2 meetings of that. So, and then what other states are doing is promote fair chase principles with social media influencers. Because people are on social media, they're reading it. If you get it out there, then people may pick up on it and want to do the ethical right thing. And then the 3 wise men, as I say here, the difference between mere killing and a glorious sport is the manner in which you do it. The wildlife and its habitat cannot speak, so we must and we will. And this one, which is from Mike McCusker, which many of you probably know, tomorrow's technology yesterday. Our laws are written for tomorrow for technology, but it's already passed by the time we do it. I know it was a very fast presentation, a lot of information. I try to cut it down because you can go down mini squirrel roads and rabbit holes, and there's a lot out there and a lot of information to gather from this. So with that, I will stand for any questions.
All right. Thank you for that enlightening presentation. I am technologically challenged in all of those areas. I didn't even have an idea much of that stuff existed, but at any rate. Excuse me, any questions and concerns at all from the commission? Thoughts or, yes, Vice Chair Young?
Thank you. And thank you, Chief Knight, for the presentation today. That was, I learned a lot. As to the citation amounts and all that, is that an NAC or NRS change? The penalty.
The penalty is a NAC.
NAC change?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
For demerit points.
What about the fine? And
the fine is associated with the demerit points. So
okay,
depending on the number of demerit points is associated for the fine.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate Commissioner Young, you getting this onto the agenda so we could talk about it. Arizona takes this the next step similar to what Idaho's doing, I believe, and they run through a working group or a committee of some kind, and they run it through a series of questions that they have. It's all standardized. It's all aimed at fair chase, and it's just taken from an unbiased approach. It's just, it is what it is, and they just go down the list. If no flags are raised, then it's turned green. They quit worrying about it. Just with issues, if there's something that they're not quite sure about, they'll put a yellow mark on it to keep track of it, look into it, and ask more questions. If it clearly violates, if it's a clear violation of fair chase, they put a red mark on it. They code it red and they run it through the process, and they deal with it before these things get established, because once it's established, there's hardly any going back. So that's what Arizona does. it's outside of their commission work. It's just a working group, and at least that's my understanding. They have sent me information on it. I don't know. I think having these discussions, you know, on a fairly regular basis, and even considering doing something like that, I think is a real proactive way forward. And I never mind that it's just interesting. The technology that's out there, I mean, who'd have thought that she could disrupt the magnetic field of a body so that a deer couldn't see it? I mean, come on. It's crazy the things that are being done out there. So I appreciate the conversation, and I'm all about, bottom line is that there's a lot of folks that, violating, having demerit points and paying a fine is part of their calculus when they hunt. Unfortunately, that's just true for some people. It's probably a real small number, but it's just part of their calculus. It's a cost of doing business in their mind. And, we need to continue to raise the ante. You know, I truly believe in that. It encourages voluntary compliance.
Thank you, Commissioner McNinch. Yes, Commissioner Booth.
Thank you for the presentation. And now that you've given the presentation, are there any recommendations that you would like the commission to look into down the road to make your job easier in other game wardens in the state of Nevada?
I do believe we need to take a look at our laws and look at technology. That would be more a broader scope, and it would take some time to actually dig into and then get in front of. And once you get in front of it, you can hold it. That'd be possibly a committee that looks into it. Some states, they meet every year, this committee, and make sure they're in front of or at the technology area, because you have to, once you find out about it, then you have to go through the process of the commission, and then you have to, that takes time as well. So I would suggest a committee.
Okay. And I'm sure you're getting input from other officers throughout the state?
Yes.
Okay. I would suggest then, Mr. Chairman, that in support of our game wardens with our department, that we have a committee with individuals that are on the that are wildlife game wardens, and report to the commission semi-annually.
Yes, Commissioner Keeley.
A couple items. I guess there's two prongs to this. One prong is some of these items you showed today, like you said, we've already got regulations for it. And I think it's a matter of putting a bigger hammer on when they do get caught violating. Just you make it hurt more. And we've had that discussion before about doing that. We've just never really done it. And it might be time to just start doing it. I'm all for a committee on the, emerging technology. I do think there's some of the items that I think it's pretty cut and dry, that it's not going to be, that it just shouldn't be utilized. There's going to be other items though, that there is a gray area of what some people consider fair chase and what's not. Like the long range shooting one is, people have been long range shooting forever, really. Right now, actually, you're more effective at it. But I remember back in the day, we used to lob, without range finders and the guns we had, people would lob bullets a long ways away and Hail Mary shoot them, right? It's been happening forever. And then, so where do you draw the line, or how would you even draw a line at that? I don't think you're going to. So, I mean, I'd be all for a committee, but I also think we need to go down the road at looking at the, like the citation, the demerits and citations associated with the regulations we already have written as well.
I would agree with that.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'll just echo Commissioner Booth and Commissioner Cavilla. I'd like to see a committee probably form similar to other committees. The Department of Law Enforcement staff it, a couple of the commissioners and maybe cab members or what have you. I think my anticipation is that you're gonna have to meet more often than not at the beginning, and then as we get kind of caught up, maybe it'll be less and less we get to meet. And I also echo Commissioner Cavilla, and that is the penalty phase should definitely be looked at, because I think that's part of the issue. So that's where I'm at.
Go ahead, Commissioner Warren.
I agree totally with everything that's been said, and add 2 zeros on the right side of every single one of them penalties and you might be in the ballpark.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Yes, Commissioner Walther.
I'm in support of the committee as well. I wonder, you know, and Christy, maybe you can speak a little bit more detail on this, but it sounds like Idaho has a fairly large committee. I'm not necessarily suggesting that, but with just listening to the applications coming in, I'm guarantee that part of that component was recruiting individuals with some substantial knowledge in emerging technologies. I don't know who that would be. But as we're sitting here talking about trying to get ahead of certain issues, I wonder if it may make sense to add a member of that designation and try to seek somebody out.
All right, perfect. Anything else from the commission? Any other questions, concerns, comments? Yes, Dag Brigette.
Chair Rogers, I hesitate to interrupt the public's business here, but the mention of Arizona just brought to my head, the head of our legal committee in Ottawa is an Arizona colleague who's very good at communicating. And of course, through Ottawa and our legal committee, we can get access to what states have done as it relates to these kinds of a codification of penalties for this kind of conduct. So I was thinking maybe I could assist the department and the commission by at least giving you some other statutory or regulatory mechanisms that other states have put in place. And I could do that through our Ottawa group that we have an online chat group. So I can do that.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you for that. Appreciate that, Dag Brigette. Anything else from the commission? All right, great discussion. This is an item for possible action, so I will see if there's maybe any public comment here in the room in Reno on this topic.
Karen Taylor, Washoe County. I want to preface this with what I'm about to say. I am a gun owner. I believe in our Second Amendment rights. I also understand that I owe a lot of conservation history in my country to sportsmen, but you can certainly understand why so many people think sportsmen have lost their way. I'm hearing from this board that there's people on this board, on the commission board, that would never utilize those techniques, but just think of how many people would. And I really appreciate you jumping on this as soon as possible. Just for, not only for wildlife, but I also come from a family where 3 immediate members were in law enforcement. And this is dangerous for our law enforcement officers. It's not just dangerous for wildlife, for the hunting community. It's dangerous for our law enforcement. So thank you.
Thank you.
Afternoon. My name is Neil Cheney. I'm from Pioche. I don't disagree with anything that was said today. As far as this action item goes, the only thing I would like to see if stiffer penalties start getting added to some of these things, which is a good idea, but there also needs to be clear language where there's less discretion for wardens to escalate or even de-escalate. Like everyone in here knows, it kind of depends on the warden and what mood they're in that day. When you start talking about getting some up in the fines and the demerit points, that could really screw with somebody's life or hunting opportunities for the next 5 years. So just as long as that kind of thing is taken into account, I think that would be a great thing.
Thank you for that. Any other public comment here in Reno?
Hi, my name is Anna Maria from Carson City. I have 3 sons, age 17 to 28. None of them are hunters, but they would know how to use every piece of this equipment out there because it is mind-boggling how technically adept these young people are. So this is the next generation coming up. It's going to be a disaster for the animals. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other public comment here in Reno? All right, seeing none here in Reno. Any public comment on Zoom? No public comment on Zoom. Okay, I'll bring it back to the commission. Yes. Oh.
If people could put their hands up, please, the moment the chair asks for public comment. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Julie Barger here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hold on 1 second here. We can barely hear. Not for sure if you can hear us, but
I can hear you. Yes.
all right. Bear with us 1 second here. All right, call if you want to try one more time on the
Yes.
call.
This is Julie Barger. And can you hear me now?
Barely, but yeah, if you want to go ahead.
I agree with that this is tragic for the animals, but I just wanted to make a comment that I was at an advisory committee meeting and I saw a presentation on tagging of mule deer and watching how they migrate. And there was a comment made and a picture shown of a buck and ha ha he he, oh, you can go find this buck at this area. So I found that a little odd, but anyway, that's my comment. Thank you.
Any other comment on Zoom? All righty, thank you. All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Just wanted to add my 2 cents on this topic as well. Again, I thought the presentation was extremely informative. I would also be in support of some type of a committee to look at these things, the technologies, this is what we're dealing with today. Who knows what is, going to continue to come in the coming years and months, and it's the advancements are just unbelievable. The other thing clearly, and Mr. Commissioner McNinch and others touched on it, and that is the penalties on these things. In fact, in your presentation, I think the notion was that the crime is worth the penalty, that the penalties are nominal. There is no deterrent. There is no teeth in them. It's the cost of doing business for many of these individuals that are utilizing some of these tools. So anyway, so I am certainly in support of a commission or of a committee, if that's the flavor of the commission, and looking into that, and certainly going hand in glove with that on the penalty side as well. So anything else from the commission? Any other comments or direction? Or I don't know if we necessarily need to make a motion Dagberget or just the direction of the commission.
I don't know what the history is of that. Certainly you could do either. It's you're as a chair, you have the authority to create a committee that would then report back to you, or you could move to do it. Are we in a possible?
Agenda two.
Oh. Okay. There you go. You could create a committee assignment under agenda item 22 and create that committee and take that action under that. Thank you, Director Janae.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So if there's no other discussion or comment from the commission, we will kind of table this to tomorrow and have some further discussion under agenda item number 22 and start working towards that directive and direction of the commission to sit some type of a committee to look over this. Okay, great. With that, let's go ahead if we could. Let's see, what is it here? Let's take a little bit of a break. It's 3:55. Maybe let's take a quick 15-minute, 10, let's take a quick 10-minute break and let's be back here at 4:05 and
We have here that we have authority over 144 of our state wildlife action plan species of greatest conservation need across the state. However, those are only those SGCN species, and we have hundreds more species that are not identified under our SWAP that also fall under our purview.
Good afternoon, Jess Brooks. I'm one of the wildlife staff specialists. On the screen, you can see a map that describes all of the resource areas that our field biologists are responsible for. I'd like to point out that we have two supervisors, and on the map, you can see that they're delineated from the northern area and the southern region. And on the map, you'll also see that each of these resource areas, we only have one field biologist that's responsible for that entire area. And on the map too, you'll see one vacant position that Jasmine mentioned earlier. And on the right-hand side of the screen, we are, as a team, responsible for managing over 133 terrestrial non-game species. These include 24 reptile species, 45 mammal species, including bats, and 64 avian species.
Good afternoon, Commission. John Young, Wildlife Staff Specialist for the record. 2022, we released our updated State Wildlife Action Plan, or SWAP for short. Every 10 years that is updated. Every state in the union is required to have a State Wildlife Action Plan for federal funding. And in that is required to identify a variety of things to comply with federal rules, including species of greatest conservation need. Most of them, as Jess mentioned, are the obscure critters that we often overlook. Information on their distribution and abundance, key habitats across the state, threats and research needs, conservation actions, monitoring plans, coordination with other agencies, and of course, public participation. And we are currently wrapping up and we'll be launching an online tool for that State Wildlife Action Plan soon. Very interactive. Next slide, please. Barriers.
So before we hop into a short discussion on our barriers, it appears that one of our slides, one of the most important slides, of course, went missing from our presentation, and that was specific to the programs that fall underneath our division. And so as we described during our commission meeting activity reports, we have numerous programs that include our reptile programs and small mammals and bats, as well as avian species programs, and then the partnerships that we also advocate for and maintain through our division. Under our reptiles program, for a lot of years, as I mentioned in our activity report earlier today, for about the approximately the last 10 years or so, we have been collecting reptile specimens through our road cruising program. That program is almost entirely comprised of volunteer efforts and has been ongoing for quite a long time now. For our small mammals and bats, we have our abandoned mine lands program and our white nose syndrome monitoring programs. We also have collaborations that occur with Fish and Wildlife Service across the refuge systems for different species, such as yellow-billed cuckoo, small mammals, and trapping efforts. And then we maintain a seasonal small mammal trapping crew that we run through a partnership with the Great Basin Institute as well. Under our avian species programs, these include all of our non-waterfowl avian species as well as non-upland game species. But we have our winter raptor surveys. That too is a collaborative effort that we work with different organizations and entities like USGS and volunteers across the state. And then our pinyon jay surveys. Under our dedicated partnerships, we participate in numerous different working groups, such as the pinyon jay working groups that I mentioned earlier, as well as an active participant in the Pacific Flyway Council as a representative for the West and for Nevada. And then, as John just mentioned too, we administer the state wildlife action plan, including the development of that and the revisions of that wildlife action plan on the 10-year basis. And so with that, now I will just chat very briefly about some of the barriers within our program. You know, as I mentioned, we are the smallest resource division, and as a result, our staff capacity is very limited. We have 8 dedicated biologists across the state right now with 1 vacancy. And as you saw in the map that Jess spoke to a little bit ago, those biologists, a single biologist is responsible for millions of acres and hundreds of species to manage, and it's simply too much to capture for a single biologist. We also have very small budget on an annual basis. Our budget is comprised of numerous funding sources like most of the other divisions and the department as a whole. The majority of our funding comes from state and tribal wildlife grants, and that is an annual appropriation that's made by Congress, and it's subject to change on an annual basis. For this fiscal year, our budget was decreased based on the most recent allocation, and that is the bulk of the funding for our division. We also do receive funding through the Fish and Wildlife Services grant programs for the Wildlife and Sport Fishery Restoration and Fisheries Restoration Grant Program. And so that comprises another large chunk of our funding. We get some allotment from the general fund from the state of Nevada on an annual basis as well. And then we receive some smaller grants that we apply for from our federal partners like BLM. Right now, our AML programs are being funded entirely by BLM's grant programs. On an annual basis, our total funding is less than $2 million to run all of our programs and support our staff. And then relevancy. A lot of times, some of the barriers associated with the work that we do in our division are simply oriented around what's given priority or what has additional funding. And we see that that changes year by year as well. And so it often leaves us sort of chasing what our next project is going to be, as opposed to planning for the longer term and determining priorities on our own. And when I say chasing what our next project priority might look like, it could be something like a petition for listing of a species that maybe wasn't on the agenda for us to pursue doing work with, such as pinyon jay, but with the potential listing of that species, it becomes elevated and it causes us to have to shift our priorities. So now we're just going to introduce you to our staff. Most of you are familiar with me now. I am Jasmine Kleiber, the administrator of this division. Since joining the division in April, I've begun transitioning away from my previous role at NDOW into more administration of this division through establishing and evaluating our division's priorities. In large part for me at this time, it's learning what those priorities have been historically, and also learning where there are additional opportunities for us to work and how to better understand what our shared purpose is in our division. I also coordinate activities between our different regions as well as with our external agency partners, as I mentioned, such as Great Basin Institute or the USGS, Fish and Wildlife Service, and then also across our divisions within this department. I'm also responsible for representing NDOW at both regional and national level wildlife organizations such as AFWA and WAFWA, and at the North American and other places. And I'm there to advocate for and also hold those higher level discussions for what activities are going on, including different planning efforts. We saw a great presentation earlier by Staff Specialist Cody Schroeder on a prioritization tool, and those discussions are being had at regional and national levels for how we do that across species and for other industries at this time. And that in large part is one of the roles that I fill too as administrator for the program. I also manage our division's budgets at this time in close coordination with both my staff specialists and our director's office. And then I develop and evaluate legislative proposals that are related to wildlife laws and regulations. And that includes ones that may have potential to affect us, but maybe don't affect us at this time, such as proposals put forward to assume authority over invertebrate species. And then I provide support and coordination on the technical review program still to this day, and will continue to do so in future.
Hi again. This is my official introduction slide. John Young, Wildlife Staff Specialist for the record. This is my first time actually getting up in front of the commission, and I take great honor in this, and I've been with NDOW now for about 1.5 years, and this has really been a big learning lesson coming to these commission meetings and really seeing the way the state government wildlife agency works with the commission and the public on larger scale wildlife management. And of course, our division, the biodiversity division, really focuses on the obscure critters that most people overlook. But a lot of us here on our team and our biologists who are not here to represent themselves are very passionate and very enthusiastic about these more obscure creatures. And so just a little bit about myself and my role here. As mentioned, the State Wildlife Action Plan, I'm the coordinator of that, which the most exciting part of that, I would say, is how does Nevada fit within the western region of the United States? So we have a Western Regional Cross-Border Swap program where we get with all the other Western states about once a month and just talk and discuss amongst ourselves learning lessons. Nevada is ahead by a couple years of that 10-year turnover of the swap. So a lot of Western states are coming to us to see how we've approached this this decade's swap development. The reptile program lead, Jasmine mentioned that. We're currently trying to reassess and reinvent that on a statewide level to really get down to those more cryptic species that are a little bit harder to study and understand. The Small Mammals Project Coordination, that's a constantly morphing program with seasonal crews across the state, trying to understand, target certain habitat types and certain communities of small mammals, and understanding their importance in the larger habitat restoration program that we come with NDOW, understanding how those small mammals can disperse seeds, for example, and help promote restoration and long-term sustainability of those projects. Our federal state wildlife grant, as I mentioned before, that requires our state wildlife action plan. So those two are very integral to each other, and that those projects that we do have to tie directly back into that state wildlife action plan. Our BATS program includes the white nose syndrome disease that's being spread around the United States. It's bat specific, so we don't have to worry about it jumping to humans, but it is a fungal pathogen that's been causing a lot of problems with bats, primarily in the East Coast, but it is in the western areas. It has not yet been found in Nevada, so we are targeting our surveillance closer to the California border, where it was more recently found throughout our neighboring state. And then, of course, the abandoned mine lands coordination, which Jasmine had mentioned earlier, but that's a more targeted as well, that habitat for bats and other creatures as well. But going in there, understanding, assessing the value of that habitat and coordinating with NDOM, Department of Minerals, to close those off while allowing bats and other wildlife to still have access to that habitat type.
Hello again. This is my official introduction to all of you. I've been to several commission meetings, but I have never spoken to all of you, so thank you for allowing me to do that. I started my career at NDOW over 9 years ago. I was very fortunate to start with the Conservation Education Division. I was there for over 7 years, and I've been with this lovely team for just over 2 years. I absolutely love it. And as John mentioned, and Jasmine mentioned, we work with a fabulous, dedicated, very intelligent, passionate crew of people, although we're very small. John and I work really closely together on a lot of projects. These are the projects that I'm directly responsible for. I am responsible for all of the avian project coordination. That includes the breeding bird survey that occurs every June, and that's throughout the entire state. And I'm responsible for the Pinyon Jay coordination, of which there are 5 working groups right now. And the shorebird biannual surveys, which right now that project is scheduled to be completed in spring of 2026. And that's an Intermountain West shorebird survey where we survey all of the saline lakes in the general area twice a year. Nevada has the most historical sites, upwards of 50 sites. So that's very fun and very challenging, but also just very interesting to get involved with all of these partners. And also the Winter Raptor program. Right now, we are engaging with a contract with Boise State University to do a deep dive on our last 5 years of data that we've collected. And we use all of these wonderful partners like BLM, the Lahontan Audubon Society, Red Rock Audubon Society, and Bristlecone Audubon Society, and volunteers, of course. I'm lucky enough to be the Pacific Flyway Nevada representative for the Non-Game Technical Committee, and they meet twice a year. I'm also the manager for the Federal Aid in Wildlife Restoration Act and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Section 6 cooperative agreement. Right now, our focus in that Section 6 funding consists of on-the-ground work, of course, but we're also doing some experimental surveys using ARUs, autonomous recording units just placed in the field, and AI call identification software. And it's very cool. It's really exciting. We're only on year 2. I'm also the Citizen and Community Science Project Coordinator, and I am still lucky enough to be a part of the Nevada Wildlife Discovery Trail team, which you may have heard about when the Conservation Education team did their presentation. They have 2 folks on the team, and I get to be on that team as well. You get to continue to listen to me. Matt Flores and David Catalano are our 2 supervisors. They are unable to be here today, but Matt is in the southern region and David is up in the northern part of the state. Our field biologists really depend on these 2 to inspire and lead them, support their professional development, and offer guidance and direction. Of course, taking care of administrative stuff as well, but they really do provide a highly collaborative and team-oriented environment. They attend all of our meetings. They have fantastical ideas. They work with staff to allocate resources efficiently and help develop the budgets, especially when John and I weren't around. They monitor equipment use and help with project management as well. And they were supposed to be here, but they are very busy doing other things.
And so with that, we're happy to answer any questions that you guys may have.
Wonderful. Excuse me. Thank you for that presentation. That was great. Any questions, concerns, comments from the commission? Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
I have one quick one, Jasmine. In regards to, I know Nevada, I think the department as a whole operates with a very small crew in every department compared to other states. How do we, in our biodiversity division, like compared to our other Western states, as far as staffing wise, do you see other states with a lot bigger?
Oh, yes. So Jasmine Kleiber. I don't have numbers for all of the states, but in talking with some colleagues up in Alaska, their division equivalent has hundreds within it. Granted, they're a massive wildlife agency, but when we talk with others such as Oregon, even, I think they have something like 120 is what I've heard recently. We're quite a bit smaller than that, obviously. And our division as a whole is a fraction of what many of the Western states are. I'm sorry, our department as a whole is a fraction of what the rest of the western states are.
And then a second question to that is, if talking with any of them, because I'd assume that was the case, is there any avenue where they have a differing funding mechanism than we do?
Yeah, different states have very different mechanisms in place. So some of the Pacific Northwest states like Washington have dedicated funding that comes from the legislature every year, specifically to support the biodiversity programs. And then other states have lotto systems that help support their wildlife departments and their wildlife divisions. Some states consider wildlife divisions the equivalent of our biodiversity division, and then the game division would be a separate division from that, or they would be nested underneath. And so it's also hard to parse out specifics because of the structures being different. But yeah, they've got lotto systems. They have dedicated funding from the state. One state uses funding from oil and gas to help support their programs. So there are some different, license plates. I think Idaho has their license plates that go directly toward their biodiversity division equivalent. So yeah, there are different mechanisms.
Commissioner Booth.
Thank you for the presentation. When talking about your budget, I imagine a lot of it is from grant writing. And who does all your grant writing? Does everybody? Does Don, John, Jess, and Jasmine do it, or just you?
Historically, the division administrator had taken on that task, but in the last year, we have changed that model, and now it is myself and John and Jess, the staff specialists. And that's fairly consistent across the department amongst our divisions.
Any new leads on significant grant funds to increase your budget?
We're looking at ways to get creative to improve the conditions of our grants on our annual budget. However, there are some limitations with the grants that are available and what they can be utilized for. And so some funding sources are not available for us to apply for. And others still require a match of 25 to 35% for the programs or program types that we work with. And that has become more the limiting factor than the actual grant money that we could receive. And so that's really where we've been looking more recently, is how to maximize match, how to actually pursue different match opportunities so that we can utilize the funding that has been made available to us.
Well, I imagine that grant writing takes away a lot of your time from the field.
Thankfully, it's not too bad.
Okay.
Fortunately, within the grant processes at the federal level, we are able to, in essence, recycle the previous year's grants and update them as needed. And for our division, we do update them significantly from year to year as the projects change. However, it's still manageable, thankfully.
Do all the grants have to be approved by the director?
Yes, they do.
Okay. This one's for Jess. What is the Pacific Flyway Nevada representative for the non-game technical community?
Sure, that's a great question. Thank you, Jess Brooks, for the record. The Pacific Flyway is one of 4 flyways that occurs all throughout the North American and South American areas. And the Pacific Flyway is the one that all migratory birds travel through their migratory path along the Pacific coast. That includes Oregon, Washington, parts of Arizona, Nevada, of course, parts of Colorado and California. And there are 2 committees that attend those meetings. They're biannual. Then there's a game committee, and Russell Wolfensume, which I don't know if he's here. He is the Nevada representative for that. I am the Nevada representative for the non-game technical committee, which is terrestrial non-game avian species. You're welcome.
All right, thank you for that. Anybody else? Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So go back to your funding stuff real quick, because it's a little misleading when you say we get funds from the state. How much do you get from the state general fund?
We get a little over $450,000.
It's not a lot. So, I mean, it's been higher in the past. And the state wildlife grants, they are just like any other appropriation back in DC. I mean, they fluctuate with who's in office and what's going on in the world type of a thing. So that's not always reliable. It seems to have always been there, but it can really fluctuate pretty substantially. So you never know. So this division is always pretty vulnerable in that respect. But if you would, could you please, I'm going to go back to RAWA, I'm going to. So the importance of RAWA for this program, but also for the whole department, for the whole agency.
Yeah, and Jasmine Kleiber for the record again. I believe that we've had this discussion on a much smaller scale in past meetings, if I recall, down in Las Vegas most recently. The Recovering America's Wildlife Act, which has not passed, but as Director Janae mentioned earlier today, is still amongst discussions ongoing right now at the national level. But that legislation would have dedicated funding toward specifically the administration of state wildlife action plans. And so those species, those programs, those conservation efforts that are detailed in each individual state's plan. And considering that we have over 140 species listed within our state wildlife action plan, specifically for the biodiversity division, it would greatly improve budget capacity and also opportunities to increase staff capacity, expand upon existing programs or build out new programs. And that could include different programs. Actually, this is maybe a terrible example to use, but for drone monitoring, not of individual game species necessarily, but things maybe like raptor nest sites, where it may be a lot less impactful and harder to access those kinds of sites and gather data, or for use in monitoring habitat restoration projects. And so there would be a lot more opportunity open to the department as a whole to pursue and expand upon the programs and new programs that we may not have been able to previously.
And in your state wildlife action plan, I mean, that money covers game and non-game. So, I mean, it's not just specific to non-game, but also any of these improvements, say, for example, you're working on a wetland or for rail species or something, it's going to benefit ducks. It's going to benefit a lot of mammals. Same with restoration of, like goshawk nesting areas in quaking aspens and stuff. I mean, you're gonna really impact things across the board. So even though it may not be directly related to a game species, all species are going to benefit from that particular habitat type. So it's a big deal. I wish it would happen. It's a once in a lifetime thing for sure. And it would really stabilize agencies, but programs like this especially.
Thank you for that, Commissioner McNinch. Yeah, agreed. And it seemed like at one point in time, it seemed like we were like really close, like right at the doorstep. And yeah.
Yeah, it was December 2 years ago, just right around Christmas. It wasn't much of a Christmas present. Because we had it was so close that we had projected it into budget. And so going into the legislative session and having to strip that out was a chore. And so but again, it still seems at the national level, it's very bipartisan in the conversations and the support for it. And so they're just kind of continues to cycle, and AFWA is one of the big voices back there, carrying forward that message and continuing those conversations. And hopefully, as things stabilize in the political world, hopefully there's an opportunity to get this back on the next congressional session.
Yeah, and it seems to be, it doesn't seem like changes of administrations are, like the change that we're experiencing now. When Trump came in last time, it wasn't a major concern. I mean, I think they thought that there was actually more opportunity there. So it's not like changing of presidents and stuff is killing this thing. It's just, that final willpower to push it over the line. So there's still hope, and we can all, we got to keep pushing. But I know that department staff, and I know Alan and his folks, you know, I know that this is a conversation all the time. I know there's effort that goes into it, and I appreciate it. We all know how important it is. And if there's anything we can do as a commission, you know, we're here. Just have to let us know.
Wonderful. Anything else from the commission on this? Questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none. Thank you all very much. Really appreciate that. All right, moving on to agenda item number 10. Agenda item number 10, this is an appeal. Mr. James Curtis, a 5-year license revocation. This is for possible action. Mr. Curtis is appealing the revocation of his hunting, fishing, trapping license permit or privileges for a period of 5 years. And with that is the appellant, Mr. Curtis, here with us today in Reno? And how about online via Zoom?
With that, Chair Rogers, I'd like to introduce some information in the record. First of all, there's a regulation that this commission has created that applies to this circumstance, and that is Nevada Administrative Code 501.179. I'm just going to read it. If an appellant fails to appear at a hearing after receiving adequate notice of the hearing, and the appellant does not show good cause for the failure to appear at the hearing, the commission may dismiss the appeal with prejudice. An appeal that is dismissed pursuant to the section may not be reconsidered by the commission. The dismissal of an appeal pursuant to the section is a final decision for purposes of judicial review. If I can just enter into the record some information about the notice that was provided to Mr. Curtis related to this hearing. The first document is the very top page of the appeal that you all received, and that is an October 16, 2024 present notification. This was presented by the department to Mr. Curtis, identifying the statement supporting the position of the department and the witnesses that would appear. The next document in order is an October 9, 2024 certified mailing to Mr. Curtis from Director Janae, advising him that the appeal would be heard at the Board of Wildlife Commissioners meeting on November 15, 2024. Attached to that certified mailing was the agenda that included Mr. Curtis's appeal. In addition to that, at the very back of that document is an email from Linda Barr, who's the department administrator, executive assistant to Director Janae, advising him by email that the commission meeting on November 15 and 16 would be when the appeal would be heard. There's other documents in the record. I'm not going to go through them all, but those at least establish he had adequate notice multiple times of this hearing, and that pursuant to Nevada Administrative Code 501.179, dismissal would be appropriate for failure to appear. And so the department would rest its case and ask that the commission move to dismiss this appeal pursuant to Nevada Administrative Code 501.179.
All right, thank you for that, Tag Burkett. Also via Zoom today is Mr. Greg Cloward. And I would ask for any comment from Mr. Cloward or any follow-up that from Dag Burkett for the commission.
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity. My name's Greg Cloward,
And
Deputy Attorney
I
General.
apologize, Mr. Cloward. I'm not sure if you're on mute or if our volume is down, but.
I'm not on mute. Can you hear me now?
Bear with us one sec. Hopefully you can hear us okay, Mr. Cloward.
I can hear you okay.
Go ahead one more time, Mr. Cloward. I think it was.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, a little bit better.
Okay, I'll try to speak loudly.
Thank you.
My name's Greg Cloward, Deputy Attorney General. Just to note that NAC 501-179 is discretionary, so the commission may dismiss the appeal with prejudice for failing to show up. And based on Mr. Burkett's, the evidence that he pointed to as far as notice of the hearing. On the other hand, if the commission wishes to hear more about the underlying notice of the violation that was sent to Mr. Curtis, you're within your discretion to do that as well. So just depends. This appeal generally is limited to procedural errors. So the only thing the commission would be considering would be whether or not Mr. Curtis received notice of the revocation within the correct time, and then notice of the hearing, really, which Mr. Burkett just covered. So all that to say, it's up to the commission whether it wants to dismiss the appeal for failure to appear, or if it wishes to hear more from Mr. Burkett about the underlying procedural posture of the appeal.
Ready. Thank you for that, Mr. Cloward. I will bring it back to the commission for any comment or discussion. I've had a chance to review all of the information that that has been presented. Excuse me, a number of different documents that were provided, and it does appear, in my opinion, that the appellant, Mr. Curtis, has had more than ample notification, more than ample opportunity to appear before the commission today. And given that, my thoughts on this is for a dismissal of the appeal for failure to appear, but I'll again have it out to the commission if there's any thoughts or opinions on that.
I would agree myself.
I'll second that.
All right.
Yeah, I concur. There's definitely sufficient notice. And, you know, unless there's further discussion, I would move for a dismissal with prejudice.
Do we have to take it out? I guess it's action.
It is an action item. Is that, I didn't think. Okay. All right. So with that said, if I'd be open for a motion or however.
Second.
All right. So we do have a motion for dismissal of this appeal for failure to appear. Outstanding. So based on that motion, as outlined by Commissioner Walther, seconded from Vice Chair Young, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries for dismissal. Thank you. All right. Moving on from item number 10, this is item number 11. This is public comment period. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Persons making comment are asked to begin by stating their name for the record. And is there anybody here in Reno that wishes? Yes. And while she's coming up, if I will say we'll be getting to Zoom. If there is anybody on Zoom that wishes to be heard or have public comment, to please make notation of raising your hand and keep that up, if you will. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yes, Chairman, Commissioner Rogers, this is a text that I received. I guess people from Nevada Wildlife Alliance were not able to get on Zoom this morning. And so I wanted to read a statement that they wrote so this is from Nevada Wildlife Alliance. A naive observer listening to, this is related to the killing contest meeting last night. A naive observer listening to the licensee complaints could easily reach the conclusion that those who were complaining were doing so from the perspective that coyotes were their personal possession, and they were highly offended that the public would dare to register an opinion about these unpopular events. The law says the public has every right to register opinions about what is done or not done in its name with its wildlife asset. This agency, this commission, serves as the trustee of Nevada's wildlife heritage. This is where such concerns are properly registered. Every citizen in Nevada is a constituent of this agency, as entitled to register opinions and comments about proceedings that go on here, as is any licensee. And we know the public has a very low opinion of killing contests. Commissioner McNinch is to be congratulated for his perseverance in pursuing this issue with his clear-eyed understanding that things are changing in the world of wildlife management, that agency relevance is the elephant in the room going forward. Will it be relevant or will it not? On behalf of our supporters, we thank Commissioner McNinch for what he has done so far on this issue. As the longest-serving member of this commission by many years, his wisdom and foresight about which way this ship ought to be sailing should probably be heeded. Thanks. Thank you. And real quick, Nevada Wildlife Alliance and Mountain Lion Foundation had a event at the Nevada Museum of Art on October 18th. It was very well attended. There was slightly over 100 people there. The speakers were Denise Peterson, who's a prolific mountain lion filmmaker, and she had some amazing footage, as well as the other speaker was Will Stoltenberg, who is the author of Heart of a Lion. And we had several dignitaries there, and it was just a really wonderful night. And I wanted to mention that other stuff about wildlife goes on in a positive way, and the food was excellent. Thank you.
We've all been here a long time today. I'll be quick. My name is Anna Maria Balstrid from Carson City. I ask that the verbal attacks on Mr. McNinch's opinions should not result in a change of leadership due to aggressive tactics. That is not how our country should run and sets a very bad precedent. I'd also like to point out Chairman Rogers likened the killing contest controversy to the recent election with respect to the polarization of both sides in our country. In that election, both sides had the opportunity to present their case, and then the population voted. Should that not be the case in Nevada, which is certainly part of our great democracy, we all pay taxes. Let the residents of Nevada decide. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for hearing me out. My name is Jenny Lassiette from Washoe Valley. I am talking again about the contest. I purposely did not go to the meeting last night. I really want you to hear this. I mean, there's many events, contests, all sorts of things, fundraisers, that if I don't agree with, I choose not to attend them. I think this is one of those. You know, after hearing some of the comments and everything else, you know, I haven't performed in any of these events or contests. I'm not saying I'm for it. I'm not saying I'm against it. What I am for is the rights of every American. And right here, what I'm seeing a lot of is that there seems to be a little bit of bigotry against these rural areas. You talked earlier about the effects that this has on it. And I can tell you right now, you know, in my own survey, like HSUS does, compared to 10 years ago, you can go out in my front yard where you didn't see coyotes, and now there's 3 every morning at 5 o'clock. So I don't want to see this commission spending that kind of money to do that kind of research. And I think there's time limits on that as well. So, you know, I appreciate you asking for directive. I just, you know, I almost find the irony that this was up right before the dam, and you guys are talking about, you know, if this succeeds, that you're looking at doing derbies. And that seems to be another contest that is in 4th place. So, you know, I'm sorry that this continues to be brought up. I know I listened to it for almost 2.5 hours in your March meeting. Please don't look at surveys. I just read one online, and 63% are saying that coyotes contests should not be banned. That was about 45 minutes ago on Channel 4. So, you know, I'm asking the commission that you look at this, you know, in a professional manner, and let's take the emotion out of it. Again, a lot of events, contests, things like that, I choose not to go to because I don't necessarily agree with it. And if you don't agree with it, we've got that opportunity to not go to them. Thank you.
Good evening, Kathy Smith, Washoe County, for the record. I really appreciated the comments of Director Janae regarding Aldo Leopold, the spirituality of visiting his cabin earlier today. Sand County Almanac was an amazing collection of essays. Interestingly, Aldo Leopold changed his opinions on predators throughout his lifetime. And I just wanted to read a short excerpt written about his life. Challenging the ethos of domination, Leopold emerged as one of the first scientists in the 20th century to assert that apex predators such as wolves and mountain lions both diversify and stabilize ecosystems. He became an advocate for saving all the pieces of ecological systems. He saw the challenges facing wildlife were not only scientific, but also spiritual, moral, economic, and institutional in nature. At the time, the field of wildlife management did not exist. Indeed, he would have become the first professor in the country to teach what was then called game management. As the profession developed, he made sure that carnivores were a valued part of the picture. In 1930, he helped shape the first American game policy, which went unaltered for more than 40 years. In his introduction to the policy, Aldo wrote that he hoped Americans might, quote, avoid the ruthless suppression of predators which goes with game management in most European countries. Its standards were set before biological science was born. Our standards can be better. And his sense of urgency comes through when he wrote, quote, timidity, optimism, or unbending insistence on old groves of thoughts and actions will surely either destroy the remaining resources or force the adoption of policies which will limit their use to just a few. I wonder, what would Aldo Leopold think of Nevada's predator management plan with multiple projects of questionable efficacy? I wonder how he would see the way predators are devalued because of the competition with humans for prey. I wonder what he would think of the technological advances legally used to hunt, especially predators. I wonder what Aldo Leopold would think of killing contests. Would he have been a participant? Would he have been complicit with their existence as this department and commission has been? I will close with the classic Leopold quote. We reached the old wolf in time to watch a fierce green fire dying in her eyes. I realized then and have known ever since that there was something new to me in those eyes. Something known only to her and to the mountain. I was young then and full of trigger itch. I thought that because fewer wolves meant more deer and no wolves would mean a hunter's paradise. But after seeing the green fire die, I sensed that neither the wolf nor the mountain agreed with such a view. Thank you. Oh, perfect.
Hello, my name is George Forbush, representing the Nevada Hunter Predators Association. In a few minutes later tonight, Mike Tyson's going to be fighting Jake Paul. Everyone knows Mike Tyson. He doesn't fight for free. He always gets paid. Whether you watch him win or watch him lose, he gets paid. I come here and I don't get paid to fight. People from the Humane Society, they do. This is an issue where we have to win every single time if we want to keep doing this. They only have to win one time. And I think the frustration that a lot of people had yesterday is that they seem to keep getting this bite at the apple all the time. And there's this policy that you get to come in here and you get to ask for a regulation change. But if it doesn't go forward, you only get one time to do it, and then you have to wait a time period to come back and ask for it again. And I think that's where a lot of the frustration is coming in from sportsmen on my side. And I just want the commission to really understand that. As far as yesterday goes, the questioning, I have a problem with the questioning. if anybody should be mad, I guess it should be me, but honestly, I'm not. I think that I tried to answer the question as best I could, and then I didn't understand it at first, and then I felt it was kind of more of a leading question. And I felt like you weren't getting the answer that you wanted, and I was having difficulty giving you the answer that you wanted. And before the meeting even started, the director said there's not going to be any rebuttals. I had no intention, of getting into it with Rebecca. She's a nice lady. She's respectful. I don't even think we would have even gone there, honestly. But I felt like the rebuttal issue kind of came from you a little bit. That's just how I feel. Okay. And I'm just being honest with you. Honestly, I know where you sit on this. We all do. Okay. But when you're the chair, I would at least try to act a little bit more impartial, because it didn't feel like that's where you're at. Okay. And I think that's the problem that the others, my people on my side had. Okay. And this morning, my phone was blowing up where people were very frustrated about it. And I had to listen to them vent and talk to them. And it is what it is. It's water under the bridge. Okay. But we'll be going in Elko. We'll have this again. And yeah, you'll be the chair. So no issues there. So I just want to let everybody know. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any other additional comment here in Reno? All right. Seeing none, how about comment on Zoom?
Hello, this is Julie Barger. Can
Yes,
you hear
go
me?
ahead.
Hi. Okay. This is in regard to the contest killing of coyotes. I was not at the meeting. I didn't know about it. I found out about it through watching the local news. And so I'm kind of behind on this issue. Today, I tried to do a little bit of research on what exactly coyote contests were. I tried to look on the internet about pros and cons. I was, saw some pretty gruesome pictures, and tried to see the other side and couldn't find anything. But anyway, I really would welcome, because I feel pretty strongly about this. I would really welcome the scientific analysis about this and environmental impact, about what these contests are doing in our state. And so I welcome that. I know you guys talked about that when the issue came up. And I urge you, when you do that scientific data, to do it unbiasedly. I'm a little worried about just looking at our neighboring states, because coyotes are native to all of North America. So just requesting that it be unbiased scientific data. And a little earlier, when you guys were discussing the topic, I may have been wrong. I thought I heard you guys say that you are considering dispensing the committee because one of the sides of the argument thought that they couldn't win. So why have a committee? I hope I didn't, I hope I heard that. I didn't hear that, but I disagree with disbanding a committee just because one side of it feels like they can't win. So I think those are my comments, and I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Bye.
No more comment. All right, outstanding. Well, thank you, everybody. We are finished for today. We are adjourned, and we will be back here tomorrow morning at 8:30 start time. Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. It is 8:30 on the button, so let's go ahead and get started here this morning. So I'd like to call to order today's meeting, and if we could start off with the Pledge of Allegiance, and if I could ask Commissioner Bourne to start us off. right, thank you for that. And if I could have the department take a roll call, please.
Chairman Rogers.
Here.
Vice Chair Young.
Here.
Commissioner Barnes.
Here.
Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Booth. Commissioner Caviglia.
Here.
Commissioner Keel. Commissioner McNinch.
Here.
Commissioner Walther.
All right, thank you. And then also, if I could have any members of the community advisory boards to manage wildlife stand and identify themselves. However, before I have you do that, we need to make sure we are speaking into microphones today so those on Zoom can hear us. So again, any members of community advisory boards, if you would stand, identify yourselves, but if you'd come up and grab a mic when doing so.
Kobe Rowe, Washoe Cab.
You can, yeah, there you go.
Joe Cream, Pershing.
Okay. All right, any other cab members here in Reno? All right, how about any cab members on Zoom?
I'm not sure if folks can hear me. Jacob Thompson from the Clark County Cab.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
That's it. All right, perfect. Thank you for that. We will move on to agenda item number, this is number 13, public comment period. Public comment, public comment would be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Persons making comments are asked to begin by stating their name for the record. So is there any public comment here in Reno? If so, please come forward. I think that mic is on. And if I could have you maybe move that mic a little closer to you and bend it over there so we can hear you all good on Zoom. And
Thank you. My name is,
there you go. Perfect.
obviously I'm not accustomed to this.
No, all good. You're doing fine.
My name is Tina Nappy, and I was the first conservationist on the Wildlife Commission in 1979, and I served until 1994. While there were forays in what are now called the humane movement, I never faced what you as a body are facing now, or what in particular Dave McNinch is facing with the bear hunt, the coyote killing contests. It's a changing world, and I really feel for Dave McNinch, I feel for you, and I'm concerned about the future. Nevada continues to grow an urban footprint, and and the conservationist position and the general public position were positions that the commission itself and the sportsmen supported in 1979 to build towards a future. So I would like to first of all talk and thank Dave McNinch. I listened to that meeting on Thursday night, and it is a very difficult position, very hard for everybody, and he has done a wonderful job all these years. My first ask of you, seeing that his term comes to an end in 2015, is that you support and help find somebody who can replace him, who is also a conservationist. We should all work towards that goal. I'm extremely concerned that as the division in our nation grows, we cannot afford divisions in wildlife. We just cannot. So I don't know how that could be done, and I hope Dave McNinch will help with us, but I'm very concerned about it. And the other thing that I'm concerned about is that we are facing a major change in national politics, I think. The concern that all the regulations and laws which govern wildlife and protect wildlife are going to come under scrutiny. And we have depended on those laws. We have depended on their protections to wildlife. We have depended on mitigation on the ground, and we have depended on money coming into this agency to help address that process. Those are all under threat right now. And we need and by we, I mean the collective people who care about wildlife need to work together. Is there some way that this body can act as a forum in bringing people together so that as a state, whether you're a member of the Humane Society or you're a member of a sportsman's club, we speak with one voice. If we do not do that, we are going to lose more and more. So the last thing I'm going to say, and this issue has to do with the coyote hunt. I do not like hunting coyotes. I do not like the visual aspect it gives to the
Ma'am,
state.
that is your time.
Okay.
Thank you.
But can I just say one? But I also recognize that coyotes are an entrepreneurial species. They can withstand a lot of hunting. And I certainly hope that you will charge for the privilege of hunting them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. It's me again, Neil Cheney. It occurred to me last night that I have not been very clear about telling you guys I'm the president of Nevada Trappers Association. I wanted to bring it up one more time and talk about these predator contests. And say we are with the Predator Callers Association. The Predator Callers Association proposed 2 regulations as kind of an in-kind gesture or compromise. But truly, what does the word compromise mean? Something has to be given up by both sides to attempt to reach common ground. The other side doesn't really have anything to lose. So what can they give up to make it an equal agreement? I know I have a few ideas, as do others in this room. Like I said before, we support the predator callers, whether it be the two proposed regulations or no regulation at all. If this starts to become something where they want more than just the 2, we will need some serious talks about what compromise truly means. Thank you.
Morning. My name is Anna Maria Bastard from Carson City. I'm talking on agenda number 18. I'm a resident of Nevada and a tax-paying citizen of this great country. I am but one voice, but in the last few months, thousands of voices have joined together and letters have poured into the various public meetings in Nevada concerning the wild horse roundups. Hundreds of these letters have been sent to the Honorable Tracy Stone Manning, Director of BLM, and to Ms. Deb Haaland, Secretary of the U.S. Department of the Interior, to voice the public's opposition to what is taking place on our public lands. No matter what spin is placed on the need to round up these herds of wild horses and burros, when hundreds of thousands of cattle and sheep graze on the public lands subsidized by taxpayers' money, there are 2 issues that almost every citizen would agree on. Number 1, the abject cruelty taking place right in our state. Last year, hundreds of horses died during the brutal roundups. When temperatures hit triple digits, helicopters began the roundups. Horses broke their backs and legs. Some died from heat exhaustion, while foals barely a few months old could not keep up with their mothers in the infernal heat. The plight of these poor animals and the cruelty involved during these roundups traveled around the world. This year, we are doing the same thing again. What on earth are we teaching our children? How are we projecting our image to the rest of the world when a major part of our economy is based on tourism? Are our leaders so inept that they cannot find a solution? Meeting after meeting, special interest groups seem to control the agenda on our public lands, and the public is largely ignored. Number 2 is exorbitant costs to American taxpayers. Government contract records show that there is an incredibly lucrative business out there on the range. Wild horse roundups have become a self-perpetuating enterprise. Millions and millions of dollars paid to service contractors, millions and millions of dollars going to livestock operators to round up, remove, and feed these wild horses. The price difference between grazing a subsidized cow on public land versus removing a wild horse to feed in feedlots for the rest of its life is astounding. While this may provide very lucrative jobs for relatively few, This is in essence subsidization by taxpayers' money on public lands. These two issues, cruelty and cost, are universal to our voters and fundamental to our democracy. I live in Nevada, where we seem to have so little regard for the life, death, and suffering of these animals who share the land with us and are protected by an act of Congress as representing, quote, living symbols of the historic and pioneer spirit of the West, and that they contribute to the diversity of landforms within the nation and are an integral part of the natural system of our public lands. Thank you.
Ashton Caselli, Washoe County. I just wanted to thank you, the commission, for this policy. Also wanted to make a request with the new administration that we got coming in, new Department of Interior, requesting the commission write a letter to the Department of Interior, ask for more money to have more roundups, gather up more feral horses. Thank you.
All right, any other public comment here in Reno? All right, seeing none, how about public comment on Zoom? And same as yesterday, if you do have public comment and on Zoom, to make sure you raise the hand and keep that up. And so anyway, go ahead.
Good morning. For the record, Fred Volz. Concerning item number 18, the second step of the scientific method calls for doing background research after posing a question. Omitting key information, facts, or obvious realities leads to bad conclusions and even worse public policy. NDOW's report concerning wild horses and burros mentions cow animal unit equivalents on page 7. However, nowhere else in the report narrative or statistics are cows grazing on the same federal lands as wild horses and burros factored into the analysis. This glaring omission and the subsequent impacts on habitat and water resources for all wildlife species have been further reflected in the incomplete list of cited study references others have conducted. Without much effort, one can find the U.S. Geological Survey conducting an ongoing study titled Wild Horse and Livestock Influences on Vegetation and Wildlife Sagebrush Ecosystems, Implications for Refining and Validating Appropriate Management Level. Sponsored by Colorado's Fort Collins Science Center and the California-based Western Ecological Research Center, each of these entities are well-established, well-respected, and the work is on point to the ongoing sage-grouse decline in Nevada. With 10 times or more Nevada cattle as the suspect guesstimated number of free-roaming wild horses and burros, why has NDOW excluded any mention or analysis of cattle's material impact on habitat and surface water conditions? Scapegoating and demonizing wolves, coyotes, mountain lions, wild horses, and burros regularly dominates wildlife management and the subsequent questionable solutions that usually involve death or widespread imprisonment in the case of wild horses and burros. The imprudent initiatives undertaken to presumably control the perceived problems might serve to improve conditions and prospects for cattlemen and recreational hunter licensees, but not wildlife generally or the preponderance of non-wildlife killing Nevadans who seek preservation, not destruction. NDOW needed to include cattle impacts in its report, but failed to do so, jeopardizing the accuracy and validity of the research and continuing to call into question the contents and wisdom of this commission's Policy 67. And I would ask that these comments be added to the record verbatim. Thank you.
No more? All right, perfect. Thank you for that. Excuse me, we will move on now to agenda item number 14. This is approval of today's agenda for possible action. The commission will review the agenda and may take action to approve the agenda for November 16, 2024. The commission may review items from the agenda, continue items for consideration, or take items out of order. So anything from the commission this morning? Questions, concerns, comments with regards to today's agenda? All right. Seeing none, we will take this out for any public comment on today's agenda. Any public comment here in Reno regarding today's agenda? All right, seeing nothing here in Reno, how about on Zoom? Any public comment regarding today's agenda? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for any further discussion or motion.
Chair, I can make the motion to approve agenda item number 14, approval of agenda.
Right. So we do have a motion for approval of today's agenda as presented from Vice Chair Young, a second from Commissioner Bourne. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right, perfect. And we will move on to agenda item number, number 15. This is member item announcements and correspondence, informational. Commissioners may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. The commission will review and may discuss correspondence sent or received by the commission since the last regular meeting and may provide copies for the exhibit file. Correspondence sent or received by Secretary Janae may also be discussed. Nothing. We're good. All right. One thing that I did want to say, I just wanted to commend the department for yesterday and all the division administrators. I thought the presentations were really good yesterday. I thought they were great yesterday. But the other thing I wanted to commend everybody on, we had a number of new people that were new to speaking before the commission. Some were very new to the department. I thought they did a fantastic job and very articulate. And it's great to see young people as passionate and as excited about what they're doing. And so anyway, it was great to see that yesterday. And again, as a result of that, I think the department is certainly in great hands today, but the future leadership of the department in coming years is in good hands as well. So anyway, I just wanted to commend everybody for a great job yesterday. All right. Anything else on that? All right. We will move forward then to agenda item number 16. This is County Advisory Boards to Manage Wildlife, informational. County Advisory Boards to Manage Wildlife members may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action will be scheduled on a future commission agenda. So is there any community advisory board members that wish to be heard here in Reno? If so, your time's up, evidently. All right, seeing none in Reno, how about on Zoom? Any CAB members on Zoom? All right, perfect. Thank you for that. So we will now move on to agenda item number 17. This is Heritage Committee Meeting Report and Cave Creek Dam Rehabilitation Heritage Account Principal Proposal. Committee Chair Tom Barnes and Deputy Director Caleb McAdoo. This is for possible action. The commission will hear a report from the Heritage Committee and consider the Cave Creek Dam Rehabilitation Heritage Account Principal Project Proposal. The department is seeking Heritage Account Principal Project funding in the amount of $1 million to assist in the reconstruction of the Cave Creek Dam in White Pine County, Nevada.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After that introduction, I'm like, wow, that made it a little more significant than I thought yesterday. So we did hold a Heritage Committee meeting to talk about the principal project and at Cave Creek, and it's something that we've talked, well, it's been in front of this commission for quite a while now. The funding for this project was pretty well lined out at the beginning, but some of that funding didn't happen. And so we have this project that we need to get completed. This project falls within what the Heritage purview, I guess. Although I mentioned it yesterday that it's always I'd like to see it out in the sagebrush, but it's okay for fish too and the people that enjoy that. So I'm good with it. So after some discussion, we went ahead and our recommendation from the Heritage Committee to this commission to fund the $1 million ask. I guess it's pretty simple, I guess. Not much more to report than that. So if there's any questions, I'll do what I can, or Deputy Director McAdoo to answer any questions.
Yes, Mr. McAdoo.
Good morning, Chairman Rogers, members of the commission. Appreciate the update, Commissioner Barnes. Yeah, as Commissioner Barnes outlined, we went through the project yesterday, discussed the funding and, you know, the realities that initially some of those funding sources that were identified as late as Thursday of this week, we were hoping that those funding sources were going to come through, and that didn't quite pan out. And so this ask really ties up this project. There is some dispute resolution continuing with this project with the construction company that's working on this. So those conversations are ongoing. But this would be the last ask to Heritage for this project. The estimates for the contractor, I believe you heard from Heath yesterday, are to be completely wrapped up by December of this year, but the project is substantially complete. And so we heard late yesterday that the authorization to fill is on the state engineer's desk. And so we're anticipating that coming up real quickly, probably next week. So appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Yes, Vice Chair Young.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Director McAdoo, is there any, I mean, I'm definitely a yes to support it. However, is there any other opportunities for other funding sources on this project? Because kind of echoing Commissioner Barnes, I'd like to see it in the water and the sagebrush prefer it, but any other opportunities?
So certainly within the department, we could utilize sportsman revenue for this. But frankly speaking, that's probably not the wisest use of those funds. But that would be our fallback if this heritage funding were not approved. That sportsman revenue provides great flexibility to the department. And so it would be our preference, and we believe it's the wisest use in this scenario to come forward with this heritage proposal.
Thank you.
But just on Paul's point, and to address that, Paul, is, and I don't think this has been mentioned today, but Caleb did mention yesterday that alternate funding was sought initially, didn't come through. So why we're at where we're at.
Yeah, I can talk about the diverse funding that we have. So AB 84 conservation bond funding about 5.6 million, CIP bond a little over 2.6, federal ARPA funds 1.5 million, federal boating access 2 million. We are using some sportsman revenue around 700,000 for the project, and then this heritage ask of $1 million. So there's a diverse funding pool here, and we were hoping for a little bit more diversity in there, but it ultimately didn't come through, as Commissioner Walter mentioned.
All right, any other commit? You,
Caleb knows I have to comment, but because I questioned him yesterday, and as Caleb said, just so it's out on the table, there are disputes on this project, but the department has assured us that if that dollar amount is to exceed $1 million, that they will not come back to Heritage. One other item we did point out, Heritage has already provided some additional funding. I think it's like $96,000 or 89. I don't remember.
98,000.
98,000 if we remember earlier this year too, some additional improvements at Cave Lake. So I think just to be transparent that how much we're spending up there. And I don't have a problem with it. I do think this project is in my realm of expertise. I would say I do think there was a lot of things that could have happened that could have saved money on it. Didn't happen now. It's water under the bridge. It's not. But I think you're getting a gold plated or platinum plated dam up there. I don't necessarily know if you needed to spend the money for that, level of, plating, I guess you could say, but, I mean, I'm for it. It's awesome. It's great for White Pine County, so.
All right, thank you. Any other commissioners or committee members? Outstanding. So this is an action item, so let's go ahead and have some public comment. If there's any public comment here in Reno on agenda item number 17. All right. Seeing none, how about on Zoom? Any public comment on Zoom? Seeing none, we will bring it back to the commission. Just my thoughts around this, yeah, I mean, my main thing is hopefully hopefully this gets us across the goal line now, right? I mean, it's been a big spin and a big project that has certainly taken a lot longer, I think, that many had hoped or expected. It is such a big piece of that community that, anyway, I'm hopeful that this, gets it across the goal line and starts filling Cave Lake up again. Of course, we saw some reports yesterday about all the good work that fisheries folks are doing in that body of water as it starts to fill up. So anyway, I'm supportive of this, but again, hopefully this gets us across the goal line and gets people back out enjoying Cave Lake. So
I apologize, Chair. Our CAB member has just raised his hand.
Yeah.
So
yeah, no problem. Yep.
Apologies, was a little late on the draw there. Jake Thompson, Clark County CAB. When reading through the Cave Lake Dam proposal, one of our CAB members noticed that the dam was described as being built to, quote, 1/2 of the maximum flood potential, which to us sounded like it might be an under design. Is it true, and I'm not a dam engineer, is it true that if a flood happens at full potential, that dam will not be able to contain it?
Any other public comment on Zoom, Linda? Okay. Yeah, thank you for the question there. And yeah, if we could maybe I think I know the answer, but I'll leave it up to the experts. So
Yeah,
yes.
good morning, Rod Lighthouse, supervising professional engineer, for the record. I don't do this very often, so excuse me. So you're correct. The dam was designed to pass the 1/2 site-specific probable maximum flood. The PMF, the probable maximum flood, is a very conservative design, and it's based on I think a broad data set. So in order to make the dam feasible to construct from an economic standpoint and still be conservative with respect to a flood event that it can handle without overtopping the dam, you can design it to a 1/2 PMF, which is conservative, and also a site-specific PMF, and a site-specific PMF is based on data from around the area, and the closest flood that they were able to analyze for this site was in Elko, I believe in 1970. So there's never been a flood recorded in Nevada that's even as big as the 1/2 PMF. So this or the 1/2 site specific. So that this information was evaluated by Kimley Horn and then reevaluated by the design engineer JUB. and presented to Division of Water Resources Dam Safety for consideration, and it was determined that the sizing of this was adequate to handle probably at least 1 in 500 year flood. Obviously, we don't have records that go back 500 years, but the data they do have, they haven't seen a flood as big as a 500-year flood out there. So it's considered a safe design, a conservative design. There's the impact downstream is minimal. There are some highways, of course, but once you get down into the Steptoe Valley, that wave of water fans out rapidly, and it impacts. It does impact some homes, but it's pretty minor. So it's a safe design.
All right, perfect.
Thank you.
That. And I'm sorry, Linda, there was no other public. All right, perfect. So we will again bring it back to the commission, excuse me, for any further discussion or motion, or what's the flavor of the commission? Yes, Commissioner Barnes.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no further discussion, I'm willing to make a motion. Okay. Then I would move to fund the Cave Creek Dam Rehabilitation Principal Project proposal for the $1 million.
All right, we have a motion. All right, we have a motion for approval by Commissioner Barnes, a second from Commissioner Caviglia. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, seeing none, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, we will move on to agenda item number 18. This is policy 67, Wild Horse and Burro Update, Wildlife Staff Specialist Amanda Gerhart. For possible action, a draft report and presentation will be provided to the commission on the status of wild horses and burros in Nevada as referenced in Commission Policy 67.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Rogers, Commission. Amanda Gerhart, Wildlife Staff Specialist for the record. Policy 67 is the policy that deals with, as it's called in the policy, feral horses and burros. This presentation is to give an update and to start the report that is due to the commission. So a little bit of an overview. I'll give you an introduction. We'll talk about some of the agency information, some of the challenges, what NDOW's role is in this. Then I'll go into the NDOW gather priorities and if there's suggestions, if there's possible action. Just to refresh everybody, in case you don't have the policy memorized, Policy 67 supports compliance with the Wild Free Roaming Horses and Burros Act of 1971 as amended. It also supports the path forward, intent, and management actions based on scientific research. It does call on us at NDOW to prioritize a list of HMAs for gathering. And that prioritization is based upon habitat for Lahontan cutthroat trout, sage grouse, and other threatened or sensitive species. The role of this commission and also of NDOW, our role is to provide that report, and then it is up to the commission whether you guys want to make a request or send a letter, or those are the things that are spelled out in the policy. And as an introduction, Policy 67 was adopted in 2002. It was amended in both 2016 and 2022. Just a little terminology so we're all on the same page. Because we're dealing with government agencies, we speak in acronyms, and I'm fluent in acronymology. So WHB, if you say that in here, it stands for Wild Horse and Burro. HMA is a herd management area. These are areas managed principally but not exclusively for horses and burros. Herd management area is the term that the Bureau of Land Management uses. And of course, because we're dealing with the Forest Service, they can't possibly use the same term. And so theirs is, the term for that is Wild Horse and Burro Territory. AML is the appropriate management level, which is the number of, basically it's the carrying capacity of each of those areas. Agency information for the BLM. Nationally, BLM manages 177 HMAs in 10 Western states. 83 of those are in Nevada. 11 of those are in Nevada, but managed by BLM California. It's a very strange delineation there. The Wild Horse and Burro program is a line item in BLM's national budget. BLM has separate divisions for on and off-range activities. On-range is anything where the horses are out on the landscape. Off-range is once they've been gathered and removed. Holding animal, even though the BLM's budget for the Wild Horse and Burro program has been steadily increasing over the years, regardless of what the budget has been, holding animals has always taken about 60 to 70% of their national budget. For the Forest Service, these guys are a little bit more challenged, even though we don't really think about the Forest Service as having horses. They do. They have quite a few horses, actually, and they have not very much of a program to deal with it. Nationally, they have 53 territories. However, only 34 of them are active. Of those 34, the 16 of the active ones are in Nevada. The Wild Horse and Burro program is not a line item in the Forest Service's national budget. That means that they don't have any dedicated money to manage wild horses at all. If they have to do some sort of management activities, money gets poached from other programs. They have only 2 short-term holding facilities, and the last time I spoke with the Forest Service, one of those was closed. There's one in Arizona and one in Northern California. So that means when the Forest Service gathers animals, they have to adopt out all the other animals before they can gather more animals. Other agencies that are responsible for horses, the Nevada Department of Agriculture manages the Virginia Range Stray Horse Herd. And the Nevada tribes also have an undocumented number of horses. They don't know how many they have. Currently, there are several of the tribes in this state that are working with USGS to try and get a survey done to just understand how many horses they have. On-range populations, this is a kind of a graph full of numbers. In BLM Nevada, in our 83 HMAs, the maximum appropriate management level is just under 13,000. And from the current population census, which came out in April of 2024 and does not include this year's full crop, it's estimated that the on-range population is just over 43,000. If you add in the BLM California from the HMAs that are in Nevada but managed by California BLM, that adds another approximately 2,700 to that population. The Forest Service, because it lacks a funding mechanism, has really had trouble with trying to get their surveys done. Sometimes they're able to partner with the BLM. Sometimes they get litigated and have to do it. But Forest Service surveys are a lot more difficult to do because the horses are in the trees and it's a lot harder to see them. So they estimate that they have 3,600 animals in this state. They don't know. The Humboldt-Toyabe did actually just complete a survey and they're just awaiting on results. From that, they did it with the BLM earlier this year. Nevada Department of Ag has the Virginia Range Stray Horse Area. They also are slated to do a census, I think, coming up very shortly. The last estimate for that population was 3,900 horses. So in total in Nevada, and this doesn't include the tribes because they just don't know, it's just shy of 55,000 animals. Nationally, it's just a little over 87,000. An AUM is an animal unit month, and it is the amount of forage required to sustain one cow and her calf up to 6 months of age. It was based on cows, but it's actually a number. It's about 800 pounds of forage per month. So we put everything into AUMs. We put all the animals into AUMs because it levels the playing field. So for example, a cow obviously eats more than a deer, and so we use these animal unit equivalents to understand like the comparisons. Okay. So in the blue, that's the wildlife populations, and it says all wildlife. I should be specific, it's actually just big game, but I did update it from a couple years ago to include bighorn sheep and moose as well in the wildlife. You'll notice at the top of that graph in these more recent years for the horse AUMs, there's kind of some bouncing around in there, even maybe some declines. There were some really large gathers that took place recently in this state, and I think that's the reason that you're seeing some of that. So one of the biggest challenges for the BLM and Forest Service, who doesn't even have any holding, one of the biggest challenges for BLM right now is off-range holding. The total off-range capacity for the BLM is just over 82,000 animals. This includes their short-term off-range corrals, such as Palomino Valley out here. This includes off-range pastures that are contracted with individuals usually it's in the Midwest, because the carrying capacities are a lot higher in the Midwest than they are in Nevada. And then there are off-range public pastures. The off-range pastures are generally not, their locations are not made known to the public for the safety of the contractors. The public off-range pastures are open to the public on specific times. While it may not look like the total off-range population is very close to that off-range capacity, it should be noted that this off-range population is from September, which is the most recent that the BLM has publicly posted. And in the interim, there have been several large gathers that have taken place that have taken off thousands of horses off the range, and they're much closer now to that 82,000 than they were in September. That is the biggest bottleneck, though. To take off the number of horses to get that down to the AML, we don't have the capacity they don't have the capacity in holding to hold the horses and burros. Overall, the agencies have some similar and some differences in their challenges. The BLM, this is true for any program, not just the Wild Horse and Burro program, they have inconsistent funding, especially because it takes Congress sometimes several months to pass a budget for them. And so they can't plan very well from year to year. That makes planning very difficult for them. There's a congressional rider placed on the Wild Horse and Burro program funding that states that the money cannot be used for humane euthanasia of healthy horses, or they will lose their federal funding, basically. They're plagued by constant litigations, which take time and money and resources away from management and forces the Wild Horse and Burro specialists to be responding to those litigations in the office. Holding costs, obviously, I think the budget this year is $140-ish million. 60 to 70% of that is spent just on holding horses. And as we have so many horses out on the range, we're causing irreparable ecosystem damage. The Forest Service are a little bit different challenges. They don't have any funding or any dedicated funding, so they really are struggling. Not all of the Forest Service territories have appropriate management level set, and so they can't gather until they've set that appropriate management level. And obviously that's controversial. They are also plagued by litigations. Forest Service has no long-term holding. They have had, in the past, they've cooperated with BLM, and not all of, it didn't work out well. And so there's some tensions between the agencies about long-term holding. Forest Service is also struggling with ecosystem damage as well. So some of the challenges when you have too many animals on the landscape for the carrying capacity of that land is that you end up with environmental degradation. In the uplands, it reduces our native perennial bunch grasses, increases our bare ground, which will increase erosion. It increases our non-native invasive plants and decreases biodiversity in general. In riparian areas, even though they are a small part of the ecosystem, maybe 5% of our landscape, everybody goes to water, right? And so everybody goes to the riparian areas, and they're very important for wildlife and everybody out on the landscape. In riparian areas, they can disconnect when they get degraded, that it disconnects the groundwater from the surface, disrupts the hydrology out there, decreases the wetland obligate plants, increases bare ground and erosion, and increases non-native and invasive plants. To the wildlife, we have challenges with our wildlife impacts too. Too many horses over appropriate management level will decrease the wildlife numbers and our biodiversity. There's been research about small mammals, reptiles, sage grouse, bighorn sheep, ants, and grassland songbirds. There have been numerous studies about the diet overlap and forage and habitat competition that horses are competing with our native wildlife, and even some studies that have demonstrated that horses will guard resources, particularly water, to the exclusion of other animals. So these are the two pictures on the left are of the same spring. One was in 2018, and the last one was just this past September. You can see that the spring's in rough shape. If you notice, on the left-hand picture, there is a fence post up there, kind of in the upper right-hand corner, that's kind of leaning at a precarious angle. You'll notice that you can actually see that fence post on the ground in the center picture. This spring has lost approximately 20 feet of topsoil out of it. You can see the former hydric soils there. It would be rated non-functional at this point. This one is slated for protection, and I think that work was done earlier this fall. But the point is that I don't know if that spring will ever go back to the way it was. 20 feet's a lot of feet of topsoil, considering that we grow them at about 1 millimeter per year. So, and this isn't an isolated case. There are hundreds and thousands of springs in Nevada that look like this. On the right-hand side of those pictures is the picture of the uplands. You can see that there's extensive patches of bare ground there. There's invasive annual grasses, and these are consequences of overgrazing when the carrying capacity has been exceeded. So what can NDOW do? NDOW, as we know, does not have any authority over any of these horses. We were not listed in these agencies. And so we don't have any management decisions, none of this. And so our role, we typically partner with our federal agencies to do restoration of these degraded landscapes. However, if you are still over AML, what's the likelihood of success? I don't know. Probably not very good. The picture on the right here, on the far right, is of an area that was seeded. It's over in the Battle Mountain area, and the seeding was successful, but all the seedlings got eaten by the horses. This is in an HMA, and so it's not actually a truly failed seeding, but it's failed for the purposes of restoration. We, as NDOW, we do thousands and thousands of acres of aerial herbicide and seedings. So on those two pictures that are top and bottom on the left, on the top, that is part of a herd management area that did not get sprayed. And you can see that there are many, many invasive annual grasses out there. All the yellow out there is basically cheatgrass or Medusa head. The picture on the bottom is literally, I just turned around and took the picture, and that's where NDOW sprayed, and you can see that there are perennial grasses and forbs that are starting to come back. NDOW also engages in riparian restoration. So fencing off water is tricky because everybody needs to drink still. And a lot of these HMAs are also active grazing allotments, and so sometimes it's that we have to partner with the BLM to be able to provide offsite water out of the riparian area. And you can see that this spring on the top left, this spring also has issues. Those hummocks are from repeated hoof action in the riparian area when it's wet, and then the frost gets in and heaves they're called hummocks up. It has disrupted the hydrology in here. The groundwater was running down a channel, or the surface water was running down a channel, even though we expect it to be in a sheet. And so NDOW partnered with BLM to put in that pipe rail fencing. It's pretty wildlife friendly. And they also have offsite water for this one. And you can see on the picture on the bottom, that's taken 8 months later. And it has, the thing about doing restoration riparian areas is that you have the one resource that you don't have in the uplands, water. And it makes you look a lot smarter. We have started doing some of these structures that you can see on that far right picture. The rock structure is called a one rock dam. These are part of the Z-dike structures, the low-tech meadow restoration. The one next to it with those posts sticking out of the ground is called a post-assisted log structure. They're basically harnessing the system's ability to heal itself. And so behind that one rock dam, you can see that it started to catch some sediment and grow some more vegetation behind there. And they work even with disturbance. I mean, they're made out of rocks, right? So rocks are pretty impervious to disturbance. So even if there's still active grazing out here, like the one up there, they're still doing some benefit to this system. And it also is involved with a number of groups that we are part of, groups that are trying to move the needle on wild horse and burro management. We've also been involved with a number of podcasts and productions, and we also support research to the research projects that are looking at the effects of wild horses and burros on wildlife. But none of this is done without our BLM partners, obviously. Okay. So in Policy 67, NDOW is directed to provide to the Commission a list of areas to be gathered in prioritizing that by wildlife habitat and specifically, as I said, Lahontan cutthroat trout, sage grouse, and other threatened and sensitive species. So for this, we've never done this before. This is our first go round at it. And so we were sort of inventing the process. So this is in draft, and I'm happy to take constructive criticism if this is not how the Commission would like us to go. We looked at about 115 HMAs and territories. You can see some that are on the border that are included in this map. We didn't actually take the ones like the Oregon ones or the Utah ones. We did take those ones on the northeast or the northwest side of Nevada because those HMAs are actually in Nevada. Those are the ones that are managed by California BLM. We used the population estimates from April of 2024. They are color-coded, these HMAs, and you can see that they're color-coded based on the percentage of above appropriate management level that they are. And so the white is that they are either at or below AML, all the way up to the gray, which is up to 4,000% over AML. We then performed a GIS overlay analysis, and what that basically means is that we took all 4 of those maps and we stacked them on top of each other. The 4 maps are the sagebrush obligate species. That's the one on the far left with the green. This is habitat that is critical for our sagebrush obligate species, which are sage grouse, Lahontan cutthroat trout, pronghorn, mule deer, and pygmy rabbit. These are areas that have not burned before and that you probably heard in my presentation yesterday about the core. This is some of those habitats. We also used priority habitat management areas, the blue one next to that green. That's for sage grouse. These are the mapped accepted PHMA habitat. We used the migration corridors that Cody talked about yesterday. And we also used this layer called the Crucial Habitat Assessment Tool, or the CHAT. The CHAT it's a layer that came from AFWA, and it uses 8 different habitat metrics. It uses like core sagebrush, it uses wetlands, it uses riparian areas, and I apologize, I don't remember all 8 of them off the top of my head, but it is in your report and you could look that up. So we overlaid all 4 of those spatial layers together, and it looks like this. And so we were looking for how many resources overlap. And so you can see up in the northeast corner of the state, there's a lot of overlapping resources, but there aren't any HMAs up there either. So then we took the HMA map and we determined how many acres of overlapping resources there were for each HMA. And so because we had 4 layers, we had a maximum of 4 overlapping resources. We then did a weighting, like a ranking exercise. We took all the HMAs, all 115 of those, and we we looked at how many resources overlapped for each class of acreage. So for example, if we looked at Roberts Mountain HMA, the total number of acres in that HMA is just shy of 100,000. It had 16,747 acres of 4 overlapping resources, 37,000 and some change of 3 overlapping resources, and almost 36,000 of 2 overlapping resources. So, and then the rest of it would just be 1 resource or no resources. So then we assigned those weights, and we just used the number that it was. And so we took the 4 overlapping resources, that 16,747 acres, and multiplied it by 4, added it together with the others, and came up with this ranking. We did this for all 115 of them. But then we thought, well, I don't know, that only gets at wildlife habitat. So then we decided that we wanted to add in a weighted percentage above AML. So we took all of the HMAs and we looked at what percentage they were over AML. And those bins that you saw that in the original map, we just assigned weights to those bins. So there were 5 bins and they were assigned a weight. So for Roberts Mountain HMA, the current population is 1,136 animals. The AML is 150. And it is 657% over AML, so it gets a bin of 4. Okay. We then combined the resources plus the percent over AML to come up with a unitless number. I tried several iterations of it, and this is the one that came out that had enough variation to see things. So for this one, it's Roberts Mountain's unitless number would be just over 1 million. If you looked at your policy, the report, you saw that there are the full rankings in there. They were color coded. This is what these rankings mean. Basically in tier 1, that HMA, there was only 1 in tier 1, had the most overlapping acres of wildlife resources and was very high above AML. Our HMAs in tier 2 have many acres of overlapping wildlife resources and are all also above AML. There are some down in the lower tiers that have high wildlife resources, down in number 6, tier 6. They have varying acres of overlapping wildlife resources, but are currently at or below AML. Those types of HMAs would be on a watch list. Now, I'm not going to drag you through all of our rankings. I just took the top 2 tiers. Somewhere. Oh, yeah. We also have to talk about NEPA status, because not all of these, to gather horses, whether it's the Forest Service or the BLM, they have to have an environmental assessment put into place. And so those often get litigated. They're dragged through courts for years. And so just helping you to frame the reality of this prioritization, this is where our NEPA is at for all, and you can see that on your tables in the report. There'll be a letter next to them unless the NEPA status was unknown. So for example, this is what our top 2 tiers look like. The first tier was BBB. Its NEPA status is completed, and it's number 1 in that tier. They're currently gathering BBB right now. In the second tier, there are 11 HMAs in there, and you can see that most of them have completed NEPA status, but there are a couple that don't. So the Pancake is in progress. Callahan it's planned and it's a high priority. 7 Mile, it's not in BLM's purview right now. So as you're looking through the full chart, it's helpful to know where those are at. In conclusion, the agencies have a lot of challenges. When I was a wild horse and burro specialist, I would have told you that we were always the redheaded stepchild, and that it's controversial no matter if you're internal to BLM or external to BLM. And the challenges are, they're big, they're huge. They get millions of dollars and they still are struggling. And They struggle with perpetual vacancies in the programs because, frankly, nobody likes death threats. And as a recipient of 2 of them, I can tell you I don't like them either. And so they are challenged by that. And to be able to manage their landscapes so for healthy landscapes, there's a lot more animals out there than there should be. And a lot of times it gets brought up about, between cows and horses. Horses are out on that landscape 24/7. They don't go home for the winter like cattle, like domestic livestock do. They can't be herded. That we can't use any of our traditional livestock management practices on these horses because the act states that they shall be free roaming. And so the agencies are really challenged by this. We're really going to be in a bottleneck come next spring when the mares that are in holding have foaled and we don't have any more space. As I said, NDOW and the commission have, we're not the managing agencies. We weren't called out in the act, although the act does direct the agencies to consult with wildlife agencies. And so we're kind of limited in what we can do. We will continue to restore degraded landscapes. We'll continue to work on degraded riparian areas. And you as the commission can decide to write a letter, or you can, that's in the policy. So we went through this prioritization process. I'm happy to take constructive criticism about it. Like I said, we were inventing this. This is our first stab at it. And I don't know that it's the right way. And I should say that we did this process with all of the divisions. It was habitat, game, fisheries. Yeah, I think it was all of us we all sat down in a room and thought, okay, how do we go about this process? How do we make sure that all of our voices are heard in this process? So this wasn't done just by me sitting in my office at a desk, doing, some desk monkeying with it. It was all of us. It was a collaborative process. And so with that, I'm happy to stand for any questions.
All right, wonderful. Thank you for that presentation and a lot of obviously time and effort and complexities in coming up with some of those numbers. So I appreciate the clarification on a lot of that stuff as well. So yeah, any questions, concerns? A lot to digest there, but any questions, concerns from the commission? Comments? Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, pretty innovative. Appreciate the thought, the attempt. I don't think you've missed the mark by much at all myself. I think that I had a question, but the idea that you're trying to put priority and trying to put, trying to prioritize areas that are important is really, really big, really important. So you have some of the concept, if I'm hearing you right, is really based on kind of an acreage aspect. There's going to be certain areas that have small acreages that might have a lot more wildlife value than a larger area. How do they play out in the prioritization ultimately?
That's a great question, Commissioner McNinch. I also wondered that. And so I actually did do proportions. Like I tried it with proportions and there wasn't enough variance to be able to get good rankings out of it. Like when you stuck them into those bins, there was one in the top bin, there were 2 in the second bin, and then there were like 50 in the last bin. And so I didn't love how that came out. And the HMAs that came out on top when I did those proportions like that weren't ones that we felt were top priorities. This way seemed to we thought were the biggest issues.
And I guess ultimately nothing precludes work being done in a specific area because you know about it even beyond these rankings and stuff. So I don't know. I think it's intriguing. I think it's a
a lot of thought went into it. I think the reasoning, a lot of it makes sense. I mean, it's just, you're just comparing one to the other. I mean, so the fact that you end up with a ranking of 1.54 million doesn't mean anything except for within the context of other rankings. So,
Correct.
I don't know. I hats off to you. I think it's pretty innovative. So, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, Commissioner Bourne.
Looking at the NEPA analysis, I worry because 5 of these units have no planned NEPA. And what kind of push, shove, help can we give in that process?
Thank you for your question, Commissioner Bourne. I also sort of struggled with that, and I think the Forest Service has really been the linchpin in this state because it's only the Humboldt-Toyabe that has horses in this state. And they have one person that's working on this. And the way that she explained it to us is that, you know, they're a multiple use agency, so they have other uses that they have to consider. And it has to be a priority for the entire forest to get those plans done. Because a lot of times with the Forest Service, if they don't have their AML set, they have to write the plan to set the AML, but they can also stick the gather in there as well. Forest Service is a little bit different than BLM. One of the things that I had thought about and have been kind of bouncing around was, can we, you know, pay for a contractor to write the NEPA? That's a politically nuanced question because sometimes we put a lot of money getting NEPA written only for it to sit on somebody's desk and not have them sign it. So I would definitely want to make sure that everybody was okay with it. That being said, the Forest Service territory plans are usually pretty similar. And so taking plans that have already passed the NEPA, have already been enacted, is a pretty solid way to ensure that the next ones will go through. It's about, I asked the state lead for the BLM Wild Horse and Burro program here in Nevada how much she thought it would cost to do a gather plan, and she says she thinks, this was my estimation too, that it would be about between $60,000 and $70,000 for each of those to get done. So the part of it is it's complicated. The Battle Mountain District is really a struggle because they have a lot of small HMAs. And so that means that they have to write one for every single one of those, or they can complex them. And they do complex them. When I worked in Northern California, I wrote two, and one of them was a big complex. You know, I had 6 HMAs in that complex. If they're adjacent and there's possible movement between them, it's probably more likely to stand up to legal muster. If they're way far apart, it gets a little dicey. So that's what I know about NEPA.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Yes, Vice Chair Young.
Thank you. Thank you, Amanda, for the presentation. Quick question. So on these tiers, in your experience, I know there's a range, depends on funding or what have you. When you see the NEPA completed, let's use Eagle and Tier 2 for just an example. What's the ballpark range of time between the NEPA, and I know it's probably a large range, but what do you usually see between that and an actual gather?
Vice Chair Young, that's a good question. The answer is always it depends. And the reason that it depends is if the NEPA has been litigated, there's that sort of thing. They can proceed, depending on what it is. Sometimes they can still proceed even if it's in litigation, like Twin Peaks was still proceeding even though it was in litigation for years. The state leads of all the states that have, with all these Western states that have horses, get together once, twice a year-ish, and they come up with a national gather priority. And so it's dependent, it's driven, unfortunately, by lawsuits. So it can, if there are court-ordered HMAs that have to be gathered, like in Wyoming in the checkerboard, those are priority because they're court-ordered. If there are HMAs where resources are really dire and there's likelihood of starving or dehydrated horses, those are pretty high up the list on their priority. Resource damage, unfortunately, they know it's happening. They don't like that it's happening, but it has to be lower than some of those. Human lives are also at the top of that priority list. If there's, HMAs where there's lots of collisions with vehicles, those are high priorities up there too. So it depends on how many of those legal priorities that they also have, and where funding can be. It also depends on where they've got space in short-term holding and long-term holding. The coordination of that is a national, moving horses between facilities is a national thing. And they sometimes, our short-term facilities that are out here that are located really close to clusters of HMAs so that when they gather, they can put them into these short-term facilities. Sometimes it takes a while to get horses moved from the short-term facilities to those long-term pastures in the Midwest. And so it depends, it's complex and it depends on a lot of things. Most of these gather EAs now are written for 10 or 20 years. There was a lawsuit that litigated that, of course, and it's a little bit more complicated, but they can still write them for that long. So they have to prove that they have excess horses in order to gather. There's no prescriptive way of determining excess horses. You would think it would just be if you have horses over the number, that's excess. That's not legally how that was interpreted. They have to prove that the excess horses are causing damage. And so there's no way to answer that. There's a lot that goes into it.
It's a tough question.
It is a tough question, but the crucial part to that is you cannot gather until it's done, so get it done.
Sounds good. And then I just got one more question. Do you have any update on what's going on in Wyoming and all the litigation up there? My understanding is there's been some lawsuits up there that have been concluded. If you don't, that's fine, but
I don't.
I apologize. Thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions from the commission at this time? Yeah, Commissioner Bourne?
Where does the BLM and Forest Service, where do they stand on sterilization as a tool?
Commissioner Bourne, that's a good question. Sterilization is a tool, and it is a very effective tool. It is also, unfortunately, a very controversial tool. And so they have both, I don't know about the Forest Service. For sure, the BLM has tried numerous times to either, male or female sterilization. It's very unpopular. The two EAs that I wrote both included gelding, and there are some gelded horses out in other HMAs as well. I think they're more leaning towards long-term, but still reversible fertility control at this point. There's some research being done with equine-specific IUDs, intrauterine devices, and that's pretty promising. They have a field trial of that one going on right now, and I think some pen trials with domestic horses as well. And there's still some controversy, but less so. Part of the problem with sterilization is where do you do it, right? Do you gather these horses off the range, take them back to the short-term facilities, hold them in the short-term facilities for 30 days to make sure that there's no complications from surgery? Or do you try and find a vet that's willing to do that out in the field? Like the logistics of being able to sterilize huge numbers of horses are unfathomable, to be really honest. And so I think that's also another reason why, because no vet in their right mind would be like, yeah, I'm going to go out and, give a mare an ovariectomy and then just let her go. And no vet would do that. So there's some logistics with that too.
Anything else from the commission? Questions, comments? All right. Seeing none, this is an action item, so I will take it out for any public comment. So if there's any public comment here in Reno.
Good morning. I'm reading this letter for Colette Calusa, who's a Wild Horse Education Welfare Team Assistant Director. So I believe I have 6 minutes. Thank you.
If you could state your name for the record and what
My name-
organization you're affiliated with.
My name is Anna Maria Balstred. I'm just a resident of Carson City. I'm not affiliated with any organization, although I have been given a letter to read this that is signed and was submitted to the board. Okay, thank you. It starts. Thank you for considering my comment video, which was unfortunately not allowed to be shown today. It has been shown to the legislature of a roundup. Agenda item 18 asks you to take action to support a policy regarding wild horses and burros living on federal public lands and covered by the 1971 Wild Free Roaming Horses and Burros Act, based on the document called Policy 67 Feral Horses and Burros, written by Nevada Department of Wildlife. NDOW can be anti-wild horses and burros and state that opinion, but it does not have jurisdiction and cannot make policy for wild horses and burros on federal public lands. In its constitution, Nevada agreed to, quote, forever disclaim all right and title to the unappropriated public lands living within said territory at the sole and entire disposition of the United States, end quote. And the property and supremacy clauses to the Constitution of the United States says, quote, give federal land management agencies acting pursuant to statute a firm control on the management of public lands, end quote. All of you swore an oath to the Nevada and US constitutions. Therefore, you cannot take an action to support a policy and to interfere with management of federal public lands. You can express an opinion. Policy 67 presents only anti-wild horse information, and it is not current. The 1971 Wild Horse Act mandates our wild herds to be preserved, protected, and managed humanely. The Bureau of Land Management and the Forest Service are not mandated to remove them. They are mandated to manage them. Removing and stockpiling them is not management. The Code of Federal Regulations 43 CFR 4710.3-1 herd management areas states the authorized officer shall prepare a herd management area plan which may cover one or more herd management areas. 2 federal court rulings were won by advocates this year for Nevada herds, one at Blue Wing Complex and another at Pancake Complex. Quote, the court finds that BLM must be compelled to prepare a herd management area plan. BLM's decades-long delay in developing and improving age maps have therefore been nothing short of egregious and clearly violate the rule of reason, end quote. From my hundreds of days observing BLM-operated helicopter-driven roundups and tracking the horses afterward in Nevada BLM's management is clearly not humane. NDOW talks about gathering and removing animals and that helicopter-driven trapping uses low-stress handling techniques to herd horses into a trap. Pilots fly so dangerously close to horses that one helicopter hit the ground. The National Transportation Safety Board determined the cause of this accident to be the pilot's failure to maintain clearance from terrain. Horses are aggressively helicopter-driven without limitations on distances traveled, including bands with small foals and through barbed wire fence and often senselessly roped. One of my videos at the Pancake Roundup showed a colt break its leg while being driven by a helicopter. This summer, the Blue Wing Roundup in Nevada slammed through dangerous heat and air quality index warnings. Even though the public asked for a pause, deaths on sites were high. My video shows a typical day at this roundup We also wrote an animal welfare report and a report on high death rates upon the animals' arrival at BLM's Broken Arrow Corrals on Indian Lakes Road in Fallon, Nevada. Fiscal year 2024 has been the most devastating year for wild horses and burros since passage of the 1971 Wild Horse Act, with over 18,000 captured. Bureau of Land Management claims removals are for, quote, the welfare of the herds. However, Federal District Court has repeatedly ruled in our favor that BLM must adopt a formal herd management area plan for the long-term health of the herds and the rangeland. These age maps would help provide more protection for herds and stop removals going forward. In spite of the code of federal regulations stating BLM shall prepare age maps and the court's ruling, the overwhelming majority of herds don't have one. We are asking for you to take equitable, transparent, and humane actions. None of these should be controversial. Thank you.
Chair Rogers, if I could just.
Yes.
I wanted to be clear that there was a mention that a video was not allowed to be presented. I just want to be clear that this commission has never allowed videos to be presented in public comment. The legislature just dealt with this issue in 2023 in terms of how they wanted to handle electronic meetings, and they did not require commissions to allow videos as public comment in meetings, and therefore it was at the discretion of the chair, in my opinion, and that's why the video was not allowed. The chair determined that the chair found that they would be disruptive because it would be difficult to hook up a video for every public comment, and that was the reason the video was not allowed. Just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you. Sorry.
I spoke yesterday. Thank you for your attention to this. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. Later on, we'll talk on the coalition. But in these facts, I think the only thing that I would highly recommend is where you guys actually do have authority. The Virginia range is huge as far as public safety and those things go. So I would ask that you request that a little bit more work together with the Department of Ag, and that we get these horses, in so that they're humanely out there on the range. I mean, at the end of the day, what's suffering is the horses, our rangelands, and the wildlife. Please look at that. The other is, I know that you guys are looking at the highest appropriate management levels as far as recommendations that you're doing, and I 100% support this report and the clear information that has been brought into this report. I suggest that you actually follow through with your recommendations and the requests within this, and continue to support your rangelands, the wildlife, those things too, and clearly look at those numbers. So we're talking about the high end of AML. With my 18 years of experience directly on the ground, I am now retired. I can tell you right now that you're going to get a lot more bang for your buck if you start looking at that at the low end of the AML and do those gathers. It's going to be safer on the animals, and you're going to see a variety of differences on the rangelands as far as health goes. So again, thank you. Incredible report. I will be stealing some slides from you.
If I could, before you, if I could have you state your name again for the record.
I'm sorry. Jenny Luciette, and member of the public.
All right. Any other public comment here? And
Robin Orloff, good morning, everyone. This report was way beyond my comprehension, and I thank you for doing it. And I'm just a person in public that goes out on the ground, and I see what I see. I read the report. I had concerns mainly about management being, one of the management tools was helicopter roundups, and they were called low stress management. And just from what I've seen in the videos, they don't seem to be low stress to the animals, not only the helicopter roundups, but the wranglers roping the horses and trailering them. And it just, I would hope that in your discussions, you will come up with perhaps some other management techniques. I know the pine nut advocates say that their birth control is working really well. And it seems like the county's pretty happy with that. I also, I wonder about the impacts of the cattle, and I just don't feel like that's being discussed. I look at these pictures, and what I've seen out when I'm out, I see that the cattle are doing as much damage, and I'm wondering is there some way that we can manage every use, the multi-use on our lands, our solar, our OHV, our cattle, our horses. When I've gone out like dirt biking below Canyon Reservoir, Flat Nose and Gleason area towards Panaka Kilns, I mean, I saw a herd of cattle. The damage to the riparian in that area was beyond what I see in the picture here. Over by Cucamonga, just below Lida, as you go into the Nevada area, I think it's Cottonwood Basin, the damage to the riparian is incredible. So is there some way we can manage the horses and the cattle, maybe separately? I mean, I'm not a scientist, but keep them separate. And if the riparian is damaged, bring in water for them, maybe, so they're not damaging the riparian. And water is precious in the desert, so our animals need to be able to use it. And I thank you all for repairing the damages. So, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I know I went to school in range management, and to speak about the cows versus the horses. I always say one cow in March will do more damage than 100 horses in September. Horses aren't managed, cattle are. In our high desert ecosystem, the plants go underground during the winter, they go dormant. Once that happens and the plant completes its life cycle, drops its seed, you can graze it right to the ground. But if you do that in March, when it's trying to bring its life force up and make photosynthetic material and reproductive material, you know, that horse gets it again pretty quick. You don't have that plant anymore. So there's a huge difference between livestock and horses, and a lot of it's based on season of use and management and non-management. Thank you.
Apologies, could we have your name, please? Thank you. Thank you.
All right, any other public comment here in Reno? Yeah.
Hello, my name is Allison Hardenberg, and I am a Nevada resident. I want to thank Amanda for such a scientific presentation that supports our wildlife in the state. We have a law in place, and it's not being observed as far as the management of the horses. We're supposed to have at most 12,800 horses, and you can see from her report, we have 4 times that many. It's damaging our rangeland permanently. They are taking the place of our wildlife. Anyone who spends any time out on the range can see that the horses are damaging permanently the ability of our rangelands to recover and our native wildlife. There is a law in place. I'm not anti-horse. We're supposed to have a certain number of horses, and we should be managing to that level. Thank you.
All right, anybody else here in Reno, public comment? So, okay, seeing none, how about on Zoom? Any public comment on Zoom? And if you do wish to have comment, if you could please raise your hand in the Zoom. No public comment on Zoom. All right. So I'll bring it back to the commission for any further discussion or questions or direction or what folks want to do?
First off, I think that the presentation and the material put together is excellent. It's awesome. I mean, it's right in the first sense of our policy there, you know, that the board of the Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners, we're here for the preservation, protection, restoration, and management of Nevada's wildlife. And there's no question about it. The horses are absolutely detrimental just to that sentence right there. We've had these discussions before, you know. I think last year we wrote a letter. I think it was late though, right? I think that letter got to the BLM late. So maybe my question is, you know, when should we potentially send in a letter to our congressional delegates and other individuals if we need to? I guess the timing of it last year, I know we were kind of late to the party last year.
Commissioner Cavilla. It says it's on. Commissioner Cavilla, that's a question that we also have asked. Obviously the answer is now, but before BLM starts to do their gather priorities for the following fiscal year is probably the best to that. They have some up through the beginning of next year already planned in their gather priorities. That was in the report for you. There are other states that I didn't put into the report just because I didn't figure it was worthwhile. But now.
Thank you. And I'll add is this, you know, in the policy as it does recommend or it does identify possibly sending the letter, we can attach the report. And I think that's, you know, no matter at what time consideration of it is, at least the logic behind the prioritization sticks with it. And so I think it would give it a better, you know, gap that it would fill.
And one other comment while I still have the mic. You know, we do get a lot of correspondence, and it's like and this is just my opinion as one commissioner, but like we're completely against the feral horses, and we're not. I don't think we've ever said we were. We're doing this. We heard it in the same thing in public comment. We're just asking that it gets brought to the AML, right? We are, and you look at it's in your report here. You look at all the other states. We're the most impacted by any state by far. Nobody else is even close to us, unfortunately. You know, and we're probably one of the most habitat-wise. We're one of the most limited states as well. You know, so it just exaggerates that problem that we've got. So I'm all for writing a letter if that's the direction we want to take today.
Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and I think we largely embraced in our letter the process the Coalition for Healthy Nevada Lands had I'm going to need a little help here. Had supported a process, kind of a national organizations had gotten together, had pro horse groups, range management folks, ranchers. It had a very diverse group of people, large national organizations, and they came up with was it 4 or 5 step process for bringing herd numbers down to AML and to keep them there. It incorporated the idea of contraceptive and things like that. The problem is that there were too many horses. It's not effective. It's labor intensive, and there were just too many of them to affect a positive change. So you had to bring those numbers down first. And I know that there's that experimentation going on here with the Virginia range, but it was also a function of timing. I think that plan was over 20 years, and we don't have 20 years in Nevada. We just don't. So I think our letter had kind of incorporated the idea that would be on a much shorter time frame. So, I mean, I'm all, like we said, right, I don't think there's a person up here that would argue with the expectation that the horses be treated humanely and properly, and that things be done properly. But we are up here for wildlife and they are negatively impacted. And I certainly support redoing a letter, whatever we've got to do. If it's a timing issue, let's get the timing right. But that letter's out there. We can modify it, whatever the case might be. So, yeah.
All right.
And so just real quick, to the path forward, plan that was developed, it's mentioned in policy on number 3, and it's got the hyperlink to it. That's what Commissioner McNinch was referencing. So if anybody's interested.
Okay. Anybody else with any comments? I would just echo the sentiment of Commissioner McNinch and Commissioner Cavilla and others that have spoken. I mean, it is clearly an issue here in the state of Nevada, and it's not that anybody is against wild horses by any stretch of the imagination. But again, at the same token, it is imperative, as the law states, that that we get wild horse populations down to that AML. So anyway, so I'm supportive of this a report that's been given and providing a letter and see what that might be. Yes, Deputy Director McAdoo.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers, members of the commission. I do want to say I want to thank Amanda for stepping through this process and the other staff that were involved as been highlighted today. I think it's a very well thought out process that's going to help us strategically prioritize where we begin. Obviously, if everything's a priority, nothing is a priority. And so it becomes a challenge as we look at these tiers, those top 3 tiers. There's certainly some that do not have NEPA planned. And so I would highlight that. But I really think, I wanted to say, I think historically there's been a lot of conversation about this topic being a cattle versus horse issue. And this board has brought up numerous times that this is indeed a situation that is affecting our wildlife. And ultimately it's affecting the sustainability of ecosystems upon which all resources rely. And so I think if we think about this from an ecosystem sustainability perspective, rather than, the 3 perspectives I just mentioned, I think it will be a easier place for some solutions. But I'm hopeful that this policy, really at the bottom of page 8, there's a quote there out of the Wild Horse and Burro Act. I'm hopeful that we see more from the federal agencies to that quote with the Department of Wildlife. I think that's frankly been missing, that they are called to work with the Department of Wildlife to manage these populations in a thriving ecological balance with wildlife. And so I think this policy starts to help and direct and highlight those areas of greatest concern in Nevada, from diversity species to game species. But again, going back through these tiers, maybe it's a good place to start when we consider comments of, where NEPA isn't currently being planned in some of these higher tier ranked out areas.
All right. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. All right. So what's the flavor? Yeah, please.
So and I agree with Deputy Director McAdoo. And I mean, what I would think this year, or this go around on the letter, means we have this kind of the support material now that's put together. Maybe we write that letter a little more focused and say, hey, this is my thought, right? But maybe we write the letter, provide the backup information, and then say, hey, these HMAs are the ones that we're concerned with, right? These are our this is NDOW's priority list right now. Maybe if we could try to, obviously the funding is a huge component. You want to ask for more funding, but also these are the areas that really concern NDOW currently, right? This year, it's going to change every year, right? Maybe that's where we could kind of even do a little more focused, you also have to ask for the funding, but then if you get the funding, say, hey, these are the ones that really worry us right now. It's kind of where my thoughts are at, but.
All right, thank you for that. Any thoughts around that from any of the commissioners? Yeah, Vice Chair Young.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Cavilian. As to the letter who we're addressing, I think, federal delegation, Secretary of the Interior, BLM, U.S. Forests, Nevada Division of Agriculture, everyone that is on this list probably should be on the letter list. Just want to make that comment.
Yes, Commissioner Barnes.
Yeah, I was just going to concur. So there's really not much to add from what those two guys said. And actually, if they'll put that in the motion, I'll second it.
Anybody have any other discussion items, or are we ready for some action?
I don't see anybody else moving, so I'm going to make a motion to, I'm going to ask the department to get director with the chairman to write a letter to all the I'm not going to list them all again, that Commissioner or Vice Chair Young just mentioned, to draft a letter to send all the different delegations and public land agencies regarding the commission's concerns on the wild horse and burros. And then we attach this provided documents, and then we also in that letter reference the areas of critical concern, I guess, on our tier levels here.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Cavilla, second from Commissioner Barnes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. All right, well, thank you for that report and good discussion. We will move on now to agenda item number 19. This is fiscal year 2024 Predator Management Report, Game Division Administrator Sean Espinoza. This is informational. Presentation will be provided on the department's Predator Management Status Report for fiscal year 2024. Additionally, a presentation will also be provided by USGS staff on Project 41, Understanding of Common Raven Densities and Space Use in Nevada.
Good morning, Chairman Rogers, members of the commission, Sean Espinoza, Game Division Administrator for the record. From one complex issue to the next, right? And from a young face of the department to an aging one who probably performs more like Mike Tyson did last night. So just a quick announcement. As you guys know, we currently have a vacancy within our game division for the Predator Staff Specialist. We have an announcement that's out. We will collect applications through December, and we expect to have somebody on board probably in January. At least that's the intent there anyway, to help us out with this. One thing I'll also note is that the Predator report that you guys have in hand was draft. There already has been some changes that have been made, particularly with respect to Project 22-01. That'll be the most notable change. But we'll have a final copy of that available on our website by the end of this month. So in the not too distant future, we'll have that updated and ready for public consumption. So with that, I'll get into it. I've got about a 15-minute presentation, and then I'll stand for questions while Mr. Dettenmeyer loads his presentation on the Common Raven project. So for the FY 2024 plan, we have a total of 13 projects that were brought before the Wildlife Damage Management Committee and approved by the committee and ultimately by the commission. One project, just as a reminder, to benefit greater sage grouse through raven removal and monitoring, and that was Project 21. We had 3 projects intended to benefit bighorn sheep via mountain lion removal, and that was projects 2201, 22-074, and project 37. 1 project intended to benefit pronghorn during fawning by reducing coyote densities, and that's project 38. Had 3 projects benefiting mule deer through coyote control, projects 40, 46, and 47, and then there's also some ancillary benefits with project 38 as well. And then 1 project intended to benefit waterfowl and upland game species on our wildlife management areas by removing what we call mesopredators, so skunks, badgers, coyotes, species like that. Just a summary here of Project 21. This has become an increasingly important project for the department as we see numbers of common ravens increasing across the Great Basin and learn more about their effects on species, particularly sage grouse, of course. They're an omnivorous species and use various resources for their diet. Very synanthropic, which means they benefit from various human activities on the landscape, and certainly benefit from roadways and roadkill. They live a long time, on average 10 to 15 years in the wild and upwards of 22 years of age. And over 9 years of videography on sage grouse nests suggests that common ravens are responsible for about 53% of sage grouse nest depredations. Ravens can have a negative effect on sage grouse nest success and population growth when their densities reach approximately 0.4 ravens per square kilometer. And on average, across the Great Basin, we're seeing raven densities that are approaching 0.54 ravens per square kilometer. In FY24, Wildlife Services removed 1,719 ravens during the spring of 2024. 208 were directly removed, and then 1,511 were taken through the placement of egg baits. We had over 5,000 egg baits placed on the landscape by Wildlife Services, and through video documentation and cameras, they estimated that just over 4,200 of those egg baits were taken, and then 884 were recovered without any sort of take. The treatment areas, we had 5 polygons in Lander County, 5 in Elko County, 2 in Eureka, 2 in Humboldt, and 2 in Lincoln County, and 2 in Nye County. Total cost of that project was $221,216, and we had budgeted $175,000. So, and much of that was, at least a portion of that was the amount of monitoring that was conducted, both from a Wildlife Services standpoint and USGS standpoint. For project 22-01, that was focused on protecting California bighorn sheep in hunt units 011 and 013. We don't have colored sheep in that unit group at this point in time, but some work was conducted, almost 2 months of work was conducted back in November and December of 2023. No mountain lions were removed during that effort, despite almost 330 hours of work in that particular unit, using one of Wildlife Services, one of their most effective lion hunters, I would call it. Nathan Fowler does a fantastic job, and he was not able to locate. He did see some sign, but was not able to take any lions. Total project cost there was $78,498 out of a budgeted amount of $100,000. For project 22-074, that is a project to reduce mountain lion numbers with respect to the contact herd in Unit 074. It's a Rocky Mountain herd. We didn't have any documented mountain lion predation on the current radio marked bighorn, although our mortality was documented about a year ago. Productivity of that herd seems to be positive, but the herd is not growing as expected. So there was no expenditure on that particular project in FY24. Project 37. This is a little bit more of a catch-all project across the state, mainly to benefit bighorns, but also mule deer in some cases as well. A total of 26 mountain lions were removed on behalf of bighorn sheep during FY24. The largest number of mountain lions were removed from Hunt Unit 1014, which is the Granite Range, of course, in Washoe County. And you can kind of see the rundown there of where those lions were taken across the state. Many of them in response to the taking of collared bighorn on the landscape. Some of these herds, we do have some disease issues, so we feel in those particular cases, it is important to maintain the individuals that we have to allow for some recovery and less stress on those animals. Total of that particular project was $211,842 in FY24, and we had a budget there of $100,000. Project 38. This is in particularly a situation where we're trying to protect pronghorn herds during the fawning season. Coyote removal was conducted by Wildlife Services via aircraft, and it's pretty expensive to fly these, to do these flights for the control of coyotes, primarily for protection of pronghorn, but in some cases also for mule deer. Portions of 10 different hunt units were treated during May and June of 2024, and a total of 117 coyotes were removed, with the most coming from Nye and Washoe County. Most of that work was conducted in June of 2024. Total expenditure on that project was $93,200 out of a budget total of $100,000. Project 40 is the coyote removal project in Eureka County, particularly the Diamond Mountains, Hunt Unit 144. This project's been ongoing for just over a decade. This last year, a total of 90 coyotes were removed, mainly during March and June of 2024. The spring fawn ratio estimate for the entire unit group, I didn't have it specifically for 144, was 41 fawns per 100 adults. In management area 15, just as comparison, so 151 through 156, the spring fawn ratio estimate there was 43 per 100 adults. So not an extremely huge amount of difference there. Total expenditure was $76,973 out of a budget of $150,000. Project 41, I'll let Mr. Dentenmeyer talk on that here in a minute, and he'll have a presentation to follow. But the total expenditure on that project was $218,750 out of a budget of $300,000. Project 43, as I mentioned, that's the mesopredator removal on the wildlife management areas. That's intended to alleviate nest predation on waterfowl and upland game within state wildlife management areas. During FY24, animals were removed from 4 different wildlife management areas, including 17 coyotes from Carson Lake, WMA, mainly for the benefit of waterfowl, 5 bobcats, 13 coyotes, 4 raccoons, 7 skunks, and 1 gray fox from Overton Wildlife Management Area, 35 coyotes and 10 raccoons from Mason Valley Wildlife Management Area, and 4 skunks and 2 feral cats from Argenta Wildlife Management Area. feral cats have become a little bit of an issue just because of that particular management area's proximity to Battle Mountain, and feral cats can have quite a consequence on both nesting and young offspring of game birds. Total expenditure there was $36,959 out of a projected budget of $50,000. Project 44, that's more of a research project and mountain lion removal project in Area 24. Over the course of this particular work, as many as 40 mountain lions have been handled. I didn't have a total number of collared animals, but there were 3 active mountain lions currently collared in the Delamar and Clover Mountains. Coupled with that, there are 50 camera stations also located in the Clover and Delamar Mountains, and they've collected over 400,000 wildlife images during the project. During the investigations of kill sites of those marked lions, 35% of the kill sites consisted of feral horse remains, while 53% of the kill sites consisted of mule deer remains. The project is collecting data on the movement of collared mountain lions and further establishing home range sizes and diet preferences. Camera station grid that is collecting data on various big game species as well as feral horses, and an evaluation of mountain lion kill sites to determine prey species selection. This work has allowed researchers to ascertain that feral horses account for at least a proportion of those kill sites, but still the majority consist of mule deer. Of interest, no bighorn kills were detected during fiscal year 2024. Total expenditure of the project was $31,953, and the total amount budgeted was $60,000 for that project. Project 46 is another research project ongoing in northwestern Nevada. It's a camera station grid that basically covers most of Washoe County and portions of Pershing County and portions of western Humboldt County. They've got over 200 camera stations. This will be the final year of data collection for that particular project. Mule deer have been detected just over 1,800 times. Feral horses detected over 1,500 times, and mountain lions detected 65 times. There's been a number of other species that have been documented and detected during this effort, including California bighorn sheep, black bears in areas that were pretty novel, especially in places like Hunt Unit 011 north of Via. Even had elk detected in Hunt Unit 011. And then also a wolf was detected in the Peterson Range in February of 2023. California wolf, most likely, that dispersed back into California. Initial results from the project indicate an increase in the mule deer population estimate for the entire study area from 3,389 animals in 2021 to 4,372 animals in 2023. And we expect to have further results from Sean Saltaire with the University of Montana at the end of the fiscal year. And then lastly, Project 47. This project focuses mainly on mule deer protection during the fawning period. We had a total of 16 coyotes removed during this project by USDA Wildlife Services, mostly in Lincoln County. Total project expenditure was $59,000 for this project, with a total budget of $100,000. And then lastly, I'll just show a table here of the expenditures, kind of summarizing things over the entire project. For state fiscal year, total expenditures were $1,259,185 out of a total budget of $1.434 million. This includes expenditures for wildlife services, Pittman Robertson Federal Aid, and non-lethal research type projects and contracts for third-party line specialists, with a remaining balance of $174,814. With that, that concludes my presentation. I'll stand for questions, and then I'll allow Mr. Dentonmeyer to set up his presentation on the Raven project.
All right, thank you for that, Mr. Espinoza. Any questions or anything from the commission? I did have a couple, I guess, just real quickly regarding Project 44 and then also Project 46. I was wondering on Project 44, what the timeline is on that and how long that data collection is going to continue, and just again, what the research plan is regarding Project 44.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Chairman Rogers. We expect to sunset that project. I would expect that because we do have the additional mountain lions collared, that we'll continue to collect data so long as those animals are collared. But I would expect that we'll sunset that project within the next 2 years.
Okay. And then I had a follow-up question regarding Project 46. I think you had mentioned that this is the final data collection year for that. Just curious, at the end of now this data collection, kind of the same thing, right? What's the plan? What happens with that data? What's next step when the data collection is over?
Yeah. Again, thanks for the question, Chairman Rogers. So it usually takes about a year for publications to come out once data is collected, sometimes maybe a year and a half. One of the benefits that I've seen out of this particular project is the fact that this is a low density, it's become a low density area for mule deer. And it's difficult for us to obtain a sample size that's very meaningful, particularly in northern Washoe County. We can spend 4 hours up there and count 150 deer. That sample size doesn't give us much confidence in what we're looking at in terms of either a fawn ratio or a buck ratio. The camera station information coupled with survey data coupled with collar data can be put into an integrated population model where we can decrease the size of our confidence intervals. And so when we do that, we have a little bit more faith in what we're looking at. So this may be something that we look into the future in terms of how we monitor low density populations coupled with things like collar data and maybe even the use of drones with IR technology. If we can use drones with IR to be able to survey the landscape in a much more efficient manner, perhaps we'll be able to get sample sizes that allow us for more confidence in our results.
Good, thank you for that. Yes, Vice Chair Young.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Espinoza. And I know you're in some transition right now, and so, but I want to give a couple comments on 4 of the different projects, just so as we go into fiscal 2025, you kind of know where my questions are be coming from. As the project 21, I'm definitely supportive of the project. Just a comment, it seems to be a pretty high percentage of the overall budget, but definitely supportive of the project. Project 2201 and Project 22074, I know those projects have been around for quite some time. I kind of want to see maybe a microscope put on those. As to 2201, there's no California bighorns with any colors, and they're unable to find any lions. So maybe it's time to at least take a look at that one. Same thing for maybe Project 22074. And then lastly, in Project 37, and I know, Mr. Espinoza, it probably wasn't you that went through these decisions, maybe it was. Again, I'm fine with the project. There seems to be a theme outside of the Granite project in 014 that the department's focusing on low population densities for bighorn sheep. Most of these units really only have probably bighorn sheep in them, and they're probably smaller herds. Now, we'll defer to you guys what happens just on 30,000-foot perspective. There's a lot of ungulates across the landscape, and there's bigger units, more, certain areas have elk, deer, antelope, or pronghorn, where these really only have small numbers of bighorn sheep for the most part. And again, I would take out Bill Creek and Montana's because of the transplant. Like, I understand that, but just like a couple comments for you as we go forward into fiscal 2025. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for that. And I'll just respond quickly by saying, great comments, and the predator plan will look different as we go into FY26. So we'll take a step back and, look at it a little bit more objectively in terms of what projects we think are worthy of moving forward and which projects we think probably could be paused for a period of time.
Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two quick questions. When we're doing removal of coyotes and lions, there's going to be, in some cases, a release of those mesopredators, the skunks, the badgers, because they eat those too. Are we monitoring for impact due to those? Maybe those particular species have a more likelihood of impacting sage grouse type areas and stuff. Or is there any indication, or is there any monitoring going on of what happens if we're creating another problem inadvertently?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner McNinch. That's a good question. We are not monitoring specifically for mesopredators. What we are monitoring for in a lot of cases is do conduct annual rabbit route surveys. And what that's indicating is that number of rabbits have been drastically low for a period of time. I would say for the past 3 to 4 years, rabbit numbers are very low. One would surmise that coyote populations are also somewhat low in response to that. And I think some of these projects, with the number of coyotes that have been taken on some of these projects, would suggest just that it's more difficult to find coyotes in some of these cases than it has been historically. And it's in direct response to what the rabbit population is doing. So there's some considerations that we need to account for when we're thinking about these projects, for sure.
I mean, I would expect the coyote numbers to go down, obviously, but what does that do with those others? So it's in the back of your mind, it sounds like, and you guys are sensitive to it. Okay, so that's good enough for me for now. On Project 21, there's when you're measuring the densities, is the densities that are being measured, are they just simply part of the project, or is the department monitoring densities outside of this project too of ravens?
That is actually a great segue into Mr. Detmeyer's project, but USDA Wildlife Services is actively doing that through the Raven Raptor Horse Livestock Protocol that USGS has.
Because that's a big deal. I mean, because there you have something that's coming out of these efforts, these activities, the research side of things, that might make management of ravens and more manageable, where we're doing priority areas. We're not just doing this shotgun blast hoping for an effect. We can actually, there's something to grab onto and work with. And I'll share a story because it was kind of funny. It's been a long time now when Brad Quillisi was on the commission, and we were heading to Ely, and Brad was a kill every raven person, and I was hey, don't go out over too far out on the limb here. And he said, all right, well, we'll keep track of how many ravens there are from, we met in Fallon, how many there are from Fallon to Ely, and we'll just find out. We didn't see one raven from Fallon to Ely. So I had a big chuckle over it because I know they're there, but we didn't see one raven. On the way back, there were thousands of them, and he never noticed, he never brought it up or anything. So the fact that that they do go, that they're out there. There's no doubt they're smart. So thanks.
Any other questions or? Yeah, please.
I just have one quick comment, Sean, on Project 44, and I don't think it's any surprise to anyone because I gripe about it every year. And you said it is gonna, the intent is to sunset that. And I would like to see that one sunset because when I started on the commission and we looked at this project every year, that project started specifically as lethal removal for mountain lions, and it morphed into a horse project. And it's bugged me the whole time. And that still bugs me. So I would like to see that one sunset because that was not what that project was started for. Yeah.
All right, any other questions from any other commissioners or comments from Mr. Espinoza? All right, seeing none, we'll proceed. Thank you, Mr. Espinoza.
All right, is this mic close enough that everybody can hear me? Okay, so as Sean stated, I'm Dr. Seth Ettenmeyer. I'm a biologist with the U.S. Geological Survey. I'm going to be standing in for Dr. Pete Coates today because he had some family obligations, wasn't able to make it. So I apologize. What you're going to get today is me, but that might end up being just a much shorter presentation than Dr. Coates could ever do. So you're welcome. I want to start by just thanking Chairman and the commissioners and Sean Espinosa for this opportunity to be able to speak to you guys. Project 41, Project 21 is near and dear to our hearts at USGS. It's a big issue. It needs to be addressed. And the collaboration between NBWC and USGS has gotten us way down this road. And so what I want to cover is just some of the work that's been done, and then some of the things that are currently in progress and where we're going to be going. So a lot of this was supported by Nevada's $3 predator fee. So I want to make sure I make that comment. That's been a great funding opportunity that's just greatly increased our knowledge of raven ecology and the management of raven populations. And Nevada truly is the trailblazer when it comes to management of ravens. No other state has taken a position like Nevada has, and it's just been fantastic to see. So I'm just going to start by creating some common or some familiar ground that we've all kind of seen before. I think that that's valuable. And just kind of remind everybody the scale of the issue that we're dealing with when we're talking about ravens. It's not generally common knowledge to people just how detrimental ravens can be to sensitive species populations. So the graphic here is just helping you visualize the expansion of raven populations across the West. And since the 1970s, ravens have increased more than 400% in the cold deserts of the West. That includes the Great Basin. And these changes cascade into impacts to sensitive species conservation, and I'm going to cover that shortly. The trend is largely due to the result of anthropogenic subsidies. This is a paper that came out of the Coates lab that was supported through this collaboration with NBWC. This was in 2020. We've since updated that and increased the models that we're using. And we've still shown there's a relationship with raven population density with elevation, but it's largely driven by anthropogenic subsidies. Oh, sorry, I missed that slide. So this is the 2022. This is the new and improved using our methodology and Bayesian hierarchical distance sampling. So this is a little bit more of a finer model than we did previously in 2020. We're always trying to improve the science. And again, here we're seeing road density and agriculture at the top. And I'm just going to jump back to this density map for an additional comment here.
Sean did a really good job of like giving a basic background of some of the raven problems, and that being roads. Those familiar with this area, it's pretty easy to identify I-80, I-15, and the 84 corridor. Those are largely driving population densities. The other thing that we can do with these density maps is we can extrapolate out these densities into total abundances. And so within the Great Basin, the estimate, now this is a few years old, mind you, but it is above 400,000 ravens, a large portion of those being in Nevada. And as Sean had mentioned, these average a density of 0.54. And from the literature, and I'll get to it in a moment, but at densities above 0.4, we do know that there are impacts to sage-grouse nest survival, and those are cascading into issues with sage-grouse population persistence. Not only that, but we do know that juvenile ravens that are raised near anthropogenic subsidies do have higher survival. Now shifting over to talking about how this impacts sensitive species. Impacts to sensitive species largely come through two different mechanisms, and that first is hyperpredation. And hyperpredation occurs when a generalist predator, such as ravens, are supported by the abundance of other food sources. So in the case of ravens, they're not limited by a reduced number of sage-grouse nests, so they can depredate the sage-grouse nest to near zero in a population without having effects on their own population. So this is a decoupling of what we know is the classic predator-prey dynamic. We normally think of the snowshoe hare and the Canada lynx, where those two populations closely track each other. This is not the case for ravens. The second method, spillover predation, and this occurs when a predator that primarily targets one prey species also consumes individuals of an adjacent or the non-target populations. And this is often related to a change in prey density. It's not just the sage-grouse that are impacted. I know that that's generally what we focus on here. Sage-grouse are definitely important species, but there's a lot more species that we do know are impacted by raven populations. That includes piping plover, snowy plover, sandhill crane. There's a lot of species, and desert tortoise, which aren't shown on here, but this is a map just showing kind of the overlap of ravens with the breeding areas of 8 different sensitive avian species. This was a paper that we published just a couple years ago in a raven special issue that I brought up in the last presentation that I gave to the commission, and I'm just going to revisit it as well today. Here's another paper that was published where we compared raven population trends in areas of sensitive species breeding habitat. So the way we interpret this is the red lines, they're representing the raven density trends within those species habitats. The blue line represents raven trends in the ecoregion just outside, so just adjacent. So anywhere the red line is above that blue line is an area where ravens are probably impacting that species. Just to quickly focus on 2 that are important in Nevada. You can see the sage-grouse here and then the Mojave desert tortoise as well. Both of those raven densities are so much higher within those breeding areas than they are just adjacent or outside to. We also know that raven or overabundant raven populations negatively impact sage-grouse reproductive success. We've already talked about that. Sean brought it up, and I think he was actually citing this exact study here. This was a study done just outside of Elko, Nevada by Dr. Pete Coates, and he found that ravens are the top predator of sage-grouse nests, and that survival rates do decline as raven densities increase. We've known this for a very long time. Further research that was done on that has found that there's also an increase in raven impacts to sage grouse nest survival as the shrub cover decreases. And in this paper here, they found that a 1% decrease in shrub cover increased the odds of raven predation by 7.5%. So that's a big deal, at least in this study site. And this is especially concerning as we're entering this era of the megafire. And with those fires are coming the destruction of sage grouse habitat and the reduction in shrub cover. So under future conditions and disturbances, we can expect that the problem of ravens for sage grouse is not looking like it's going to get much better. If anything, it's going to get much worse. But we don't need to be all doom and gloom. To steal a slide from Pete's presentations that he likes to give. So getting to the good part. What we've been able to produce out of this collaboration with NDOW, we've done a tremendous amount of progress on learning more about understanding raven ecology, and we've worked to develop a adaptive management framework to help find solutions. And before jumping into that, I'm going to go back to that special issue that I talked about just because I like to laud that effort, and it's a great highlight of what we've been able to accomplish. So in the special issue, we included 22 papers on raven ecology and management, and I've just highlighted a couple here that are particularly important and related to the work that NDOW has helped support. Those include papers on raven population trends. I showed a couple slides from those. We've looked into occurrence and resource use. Density and occupancy modeling is a big part of what we're trying to do within Nevada. Disruption of leks by ravens seems kind of unusual, but we do know that ravens can harass sage grouse on leks. We've been able to come up with a tortoise raven viable conflict threshold. So at what we know the density at which ravens are starting to impact sage grouse. Now the question is, can we do the same with desert tortoise? And we've shown proof of concept on that. And this could be extrapolated out to other species. It's not just limited to sage grouse or desert tortoise. So Vice Chairman Young, you had mentioned, let's see, I made a note here. Yeah, in being able to, increase the efficiency of what the Project 21 costs a lot of money. And so the overall objective here was to try to reduce the amount of dollars required in order to get good data and be able to do effective management. And so we developed a rapid assessment tool as part of that that allows the agencies, right now it's being carried out by USDA APHIS. Mark Ono and his group are doing a lot of this work, but they're using this tool that's allowing them to put in less effort, but still get viable, important data out of the field that can be used for management decisions. And I'll jump into some of the other ways we're doing that in just a minute. We have looked at the effects of lethal removal of ravens and then different ways of manipulating raven reproduction in order to conserve sensitive species. And all of this culminated into a science-based framework that we've created into a tool that I'll be jumping into shortly. But just to jump back to that rapid assessment, yeah, one of the big issues of addressing the raven problem is to put effective tools into the hands of managers. And for NDOW and APHIS, like I said, what we've done here is to create a rapid assessment tool that allows for valid and reliable field estimations of I do feel like hello? Is that? Yeah, they're on system. Oh, perfect. Thank you. All right. Are we back on? Ooh, that one's a little loud. Okay.
Yeah, so we have this rapid assessment function to just help aid USDA and APHIS, or USDA, APHIS, and NDOW technicians at getting good data out of the field with the lowest amount of effort. A lot of this research, as I said, culminated in the creation of this framework that's designed to help inform best management strategies. And this has been released as a software tool. It is currently being used by NDOW and APHIS to target those areas. So getting back at the ability to have like a laser focus. We're not, like Commissioner McNinch said, we don't want to be shooting at this thing with a shotgun. We want to have a laser focus. If we're going to be applying effort, dollars, and resources, we want to make sure that we're getting the best bang for the buck, and that the objective that we're looking for, if that's conserving sage-grouse populations, conserving their viability, that we're putting these efforts in the right places that is going to get us that best bang for the buck. So this is released as a software tool. It consists of 5 steps that just help result in identifying these target areas of high concern for management action, and provides a suite of management options based on those site conditions. This framework, like I said, got baked into a web application to just make it more user-friendly and accessible to NDOW, APHIS, and other interested managers. Here's what the landing page looks like, and a complete demonstration of this tool is just way beyond what I'm going to do today. But if the commission would like, we're more than happy to give a full presentation on the tool. We have been giving presentations on other decision support tools to help support like the SET, some of the work that they're doing. But for brevity today, I'm just going to touch on just a few highlights here. So the tool is based on some guide layers like raven abundance and density that we've been able to come up with. It also includes all the sage-grouse layers and political boundaries. And here a user can just draw out their treatment site, or they can upload polygon shape files. Then in the next step, they can enter those site level data about raven density. They can get to this using that rapid assessment function out in the field. It only takes about 50 surveys to get some pretty reliable data about raven densities at a site. With those site boundaries defined and raven densities calculated and entered into the tool, it just kind of organizes these sites by the potential impact to sage-grouse at that area. And so here you see site 1. Oh, no, you don't. It's too blurry. But site 1 in the right-hand box is the blue one down below the red line. That would be an area that's probably not going to be impacted by raven densities there. To the right is site 3, the one with the confidence intervals way up into the sky. That's the site that you may want to target if these are the 3 sites under consideration. That will give you the best result for your effort. Finally, and again, I apologize. I'm not sure why this is so blurry, but it's supposed to give out a list of potential management. Now, this can also be updated using local knowledge, because we know that that is very important in effective management. It's good for people who have been on that ground to be able to give input onto the management decisions that are being made. So currently, this is only a decision support tool when it comes to raven. This is the only decision support tool like it when it comes to raven management. And like I said, NDOW and Nevada are trailblazers when it comes to raven management and coming up with the best management methods. We're still in the process of building it into something that can better connect science with action. And we have a little ways to go, but we are currently working on those efforts. And there are several features that we're developing now that we're going to incorporate in the future. And one of the big challenges that we have, and a question that we got a lot from NDOW previously, were how many ravens do you need to take at a site? That's something we don't actually know at this point. So one of the improvements to the tool is going to be a model that we're working on that predicts how many ravens to remove at that site to get it below the threshold. This is going to greatly increase the usefulness of this tool for both NDOW and APHIS in those efforts. Also, the question about, is what we're doing, is it working? So we need to be able to measure our effort. We are collaborating, like I said, with APHIS, who has been collecting before and after raven densities at each of these sites that they've been putting out egg baits for. Yeah, and with this continued effort, without this, sorry, we're not going to be able to tell if what we're doing is actually having a positive effect on the ground. While we do have a good sense for general densities at which ravens impact sage-grouse nest survival, that modeling can be refined to include more sites and include more landscape variables. We've also laid the foundation and completed a proof of concept for predictive modeling at the site for raven densities, and bringing this to scale and including it in that decision support tool could be a huge gain for management efforts. And we are developing models that will allow managers to see the potential sites where sage-grouse nest survival is going to respond the best given a management action. Another area to explore is the management cost-benefit ratio. I mean, this is incredibly important to include in any sort of management decision. We can't treat everything. We don't have unlimited dollars and personnel. So what we want to be able to do is, let's say we simulate an egg oiling treatment. So with the fully supported tool, we could include application costs, efficacy of the treatment, and then the predicted benefit to those sage-grouse populations. We could do the same simulation for the treatments using corvicide baited eggs. We could do it for nest removal, all the different potential options that are available to NDOW. There are more management options, but they're outside the purview of NDOW, a lot of that being habitat improvements and reductions in anthropogenic resources. So I'm trying to stay focused on what NDOW does have the ability to do. We could then compare across all these possible treatments to help make better informed decisions. So should managers be oiling eggs, removing nests, using egg baits? Right now, the tool does not have the ability to determine what those outcomes are going and make a cost comparison between those. But we do have the ability to get there. We're just not there yet. So these are all the questions that we're trying to actively address, and we do have biologists that are working on advanced level hierarchical Bayesian models and all the stuff that's just way above my head. We do have a couple graduate students that have been working on raven movement and spatial ecology. And so we're actively trying to attack this issue on multiple fronts. And what we just need is just some continued support from NDOW and our partners in the commission to get us across that finish line. And with that, I'm happy to take questions.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Any questions? Yes, Commissioner Walther.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I find this project really fascinating and like the work you're doing. So thinking about this in the context of the discussion of anthropogenic subsidies being the largest contributing factor to the population increase, you know, I'm left sitting here thinking about the potential possibilities that the solar PEIS is going to have on this state in a lot of different respects. But in this particular project, you know, let's say assuming we achieve the best case scenarios in siting, let's say we achieve appropriate mitigation of different proposed projects or possible projects, is it fair to surmise that we're looking at a continued explosion in raven population densities as a result? And then secondly, can this tool or data from this tool be used or manipulated to be used to project what population densities would be in the context of a proposed project?
Yeah, so that's a fantastic question. So to get at the first point about raven densities and population trends in the state right now, the state, you might need to remind me, Sean, what the take limit is currently for the state?
12,500.
12, okay, 12,500. The populations are growing beyond that. Even the 12,000 isn't going to keep those populations in check right now. As I mentioned before, there's the framework itself is developed of 3 different tiers. Those tiers being habitat improvements. So I mentioned a little bit about the shrub cover and how that impacts raven predation of nests. That's largely outside what NDOW can do. The next step is anthropogenic subsidies removal or preventing ravens from being able to take advantage of those. I don't know how much control NDOW might have of addressing something like that. Where NDOW is most effective is focusing efforts where raven densities are so high that we're beyond trying to fix the habitat. We're beyond trying to remove the subsidies, and we need immediate attention at those areas in order to conserve these populations of sage grouse. And so that's where we want to try to focus our efforts. To get at the question of the impacts of like a solar installation, we don't know that yet, but that is something that we do have the ability to model. We could do that, and we could see the changes that occur because of that. Now, right now, our efforts are directed at trying to, instead of using a solar installation to figure out how it's going to benefit the raven population or how it might benefit ravens, we're going at it the other direction and looking at management actions and how those are going to reduce raven densities to a point where we can benefit sensitive species populations. So right now we're working it at the reverse. That doesn't mean we can't turn that model around and see the other direction. And we have modeled a lot of things such as transmission lines. We know that a lot of ravens use that. So we do know how a lot of these anthropogenic subsidies like roads and roadkill impacts those densities and how they will respond to that. We just haven't done it specifically for solar installations, but it is a possibility.
If I could just add to that, Chairman Rogers, I think you hit at something that's kind of the crux of the issue here, Commissioner Walter, in that this issue is it's bigger than the Department of Wildlife can handle just by itself. It really is something that's more of a societal issue or a cross-industry type issue. Back in 2020, during COVID, we held a raven workshop at Lamoille Canyon Outdoors, and it was really a worthwhile workshop. And we brought in USDA Wildlife Services, Rural Electrics, livestock industry, and we need to follow up on that. And I do think that this issue should not be just solely on the backs of the department. It really should be more of a partnership effort to try and deal with anthropogenic subsidies in a much larger fashion than we're able to do right now, to include the rural electrics, to include Department of Transportation, so on and so forth. Even novel ways of addressing ravens at agricultural areas, whether that be how dead animal pits are distributed on the landscape, how those things are constructed, even potentially what we might do with agricultural pivots. As you guys know, as you've seen pivots that are loaded with ravens seasonally, is there ways that we can make agricultural pivots less attractive to ravens? Is there a way that we could make that pivot structure something that a raven doesn't want to be around? I don't know the answers to that, but those are types of things I think that we need to think about to get out of the box and really address this issue.
Yes, Commissioner Barnes.
Yeah, thanks. Just a comment. Sean mentioned the Raven workshop that was held in Lamoille Canyon, and I was at that workshop a few years ago, and we talked about this project that you guys are working on. And so I appreciated seeing the results of something that we talked about a while ago, and now here we are. So thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? I just, along those lines, Mr. Espinoza, you know, it's clear that this is becoming as you mentioned, a bigger and bigger issue. Is there anything, and maybe not today, but something we can continue to talk about, but is there anything that the commission can do that you feel would assist in trying to bring some of these groups together to start engaging in these conversations? Or maybe stuff has been done already. I don't know, but.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Let me consider that and think about that a little bit more. I think when we get a staff specialist on board, I think we follow up with workshop phase 2 and really think about ways that we can get towards implementation. And this isn't just a sage grouse issue either, obviously. I mean, the other problem we have is with desert tortoise down south. And I think that that's largely, there's some things happening now that are addressing that, but I think it's been a little bit more, maybe not necessarily ignored is the right word, but it hasn't been addressed to the level it should have, I think, given the amount of impact it's had on tortoises. But thinking about other species of critical conservation need as well. So bringing in partners that we may not even think of. So if there's ways to do that, maybe we could use your guys' help in that fashion.
Sure. Good. All right. Anything else? Perfect. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate that. I'll ask, as I did yesterday, do we need to break it all before we go on to the next agenda, or keep plowing forward? Oh, we've got a taker. Wonderful. So it is. It's 11:22. Maybe let's take a 15-minute break and come back at it again here. Okay, I think we've got everybody ready to roll. All right, we are on agenda item number 20A. This is Commission regulations adoption for public comment allowed for possible action. This is 20A, Commission Regulation 24-14, taking of raptors for falconry for 2025 through 2026. Biodiversity Division Administrator Jasmine Kleiber. The Commission will consider and may take action to approve the 2024-2025 season dates, species quotas, limits, closed areas, application procedures, and deadlines, and take of raptors for falconry.
Good morning, Chairman Rogers and Commissioners. Jasmine Kleiber, Biodiversity Division Administrator. This morning, our presentations on Commission Regulation 24-14 and Commission Regulation 24-15 will be provided by our biodiversity staff specialists, Jess Brooks and John Young.
Hello, good morning. Nice to see all of you again. Jess Brooks, Biodiversity Wildlife Staff Specialist for the record. I'll be presenting on CR 24-14, the taking of raptors and falconry for the 2025-2026 years. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay.
Yep.
So there are 15 species of diurnal raptors that breed in Nevada. For example, hawks, falcons, and eagles. and 3 additional regular migrants, the rough-legged hawk, broad-winged hawk, and the merlin. 10 species of nocturnal raptors breed in Nevada, such as owls. There are 8 diurnal and 1 nocturnal raptor that can be taken for falconry. This is approximately 32% of the total. And there are 3 or 11% that are state protected through the NACs, and all have Migratory Bird Treaty Act protections. This is a very small print table, and I apologize for that, but this slide and this table show a snapshot of falconry take in the state for the past 14 years, not including 2024. It shows that in any given year, there has been between 26 and 38 applicants per year, and this represents anywhere from 3 to 19 falconers. And I would just like to point out that although a falconer can submit unlimited applications, they may be issued a maximum of only 2 permits for these species. This table also shows that in any given year, actual take from falconers does not meet the quota levels, especially for more common species like the red-tailed hawk and Cooper's hawk. That said, by setting a quota like we are now, we provide an upper ceiling of allowable take within a year. If for whatever reason those quota are met for any given species, the season will close and permittees will be notified. I would like to address here that we are not making any changes to our recommendations. So this is just providing everything that has happened since 2010. For our recommendations for 2025 and 2026, we would like to limit 1 raptor per permit of not more than 1 of any species, with the exception, of course, that a person may take another raptor of the same species captured in the same year to replace a bird that has died or was lost. We would also like to recommend that there would be a limit of 2 permits issued to any 1 person per calendar year, which I mentioned before. Raptors may also be taken at any time, day or night, during the open season for that species. Seasons open for falconry. For statewide, the following species are considered open: Cooper's hawk, sharp-shinned hawk, prairie falcon, merlin, American kestrel, red-tailed hawk, ferruginous hawk, great horned owl, and the northern goshawk, except in Elko County north of I-80, which is currently closed. I would like to also note that the prairie falcon, the American kestrel, and the ferruginous hawk are species of conservation priority in the current updated SWAP, the Nevada Wildlife Action Plan. As far as seasons and take restrictions, the Ayas season will be considered for March 1st through August 31st of each year. And the passage season will be year-round, January 1st through December 31st of each year. As previously stated, the restrictions include, on that note, that 1 Ayas be left in each nest from where a raptor is taken. Ayas will not be removed prior to 10 days old, and an eyrie may not be entered when the young are 28 days old or more. For species quotas, I have just a few more slides specific about these particular species. So for Cooper's hawk, sharp-shinned hawk, merlin, American kestrel, red-tailed hawk, and great horned owl, it is unlimited for resident applications, and there will be a limit of 3 non-resident applications, and then of course a quota of 50 individuals. And I'd like to mention here that the American kestrel is a species of conservation priority. For the prairie falcon and the northern goshawk during passage, both of these species are also a species of conservation priority within the SWAP. There are unlimited resident applications, a limit of 3 non-resident applications, and a quota of 15 individuals. Northern goshawk for Ayas, there is a we recommend the resident limit of 10 applications, non-resident limit of 3 applications, and a quota of 10 individuals. For the ferruginous hawk, resident limit of 5 applications, non-resident limit of 1 application, and a quota of 5 individuals. And that was short and sweet, very quick. I would also like to point out that this, the permit quotas for taking raptors for falconry was included outside, and I also have a copy up here, so it is available to everybody. And I would like to stand for questions.
All right, thank you for that. Any questions, comments from the commission? All right. Seeing none, this is for possible action, so we will take it out for any public comment here in Reno. All right, no public comment in Reno. How about any public comment on Zoom today? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for any other questions, comments, discussion, motion. I'm open for it all.
I'd like to make a motion, Chair. I'd make a motion to pass agenda item number 20, Commission Regulation 24-14, taking of raptors for falconry for 2025, 2026. That's it.
All right, so we've got a motion by Vice Chair Young and a second from Commissioner Caviglia. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We will move on to agenda item 20B. This is Commission Regulation 24-15, non-commercial collection of reptiles and amphibians for 2025 through 2026. Wildlife Biodiversity Administrator Jasmine Kleiber. The commission will consider and may take action to approve 2024 through 2025 season and limits for non-commercial hobby collecting of live, unprotected reptiles and amphibians.
Good late morning, Chairman Rogers, members of the commission. Wildlife Staff Specialist John Young for the record. As mentioned, going to be going over the non-commercial collection of reptiles and amphibians for seasons and bag limits 2025 and 2026. And as you all probably know, we have a very high diversity of reptiles in Nevada, primarily located down in the southern region, though. We have 55 natives total, the limited ones being primarily the turtles. Of course, we all know that the desert tortoise, but the western pond turtle is a hometown hero of northern Nevada. And the native amphibians are fairly lower in diversity, 12 native species. And I just wanted to highlight that this also applies to the aquatic phase, aka the tadpoles of our aquatic amphibians here in the state. These collections do not apply to protected reptiles, as listed here, lizards, snakes, and turtles, and that includes the desert tortoise, which is federally protected, as well as protected amphibians. These are not included under the non-commercial collection regulations. Frogs and toads, as listed up there. Non-commercial collections of unprotected species do not require a permit. No license is necessary. There are take and possession limits, which I'll get to in a second. There is no closed season, anytime, day or night. And method of capture are limited to those listed above. Pitfall traps are illegal. And breaking, removing natural habitat, shelters, tire irons, explosives, things of that nature is illegal. These are our recommended species take and possession limits. There's no change from last regulation session. This does not include native reptiles, or excuse me, non-native reptiles and non-native amphibians, which is unlimited, excluding species specified in NAC 503.110 and 503.140. And we did receive some public comments on this, and we have reviewed some of those. Primarily, those are minor in terms of updating taxonomy and the Latin names of some of these. They're constantly changing. And so we have reviewed those, and those we will accept. And there are some in terms of public comments around the number of individuals taken. And at this time, we are recommending not accepting those due to our knowledge on these species. And we feel comfortable with these reasonable numbers at the moment. And in terms of the recommended 25, 26 seasons, as we said earlier, it's open all year round. And we would recommend keeping that as such. And with that, open to questions.
All right. Thank you for that. Any questions or comments? Yeah, please.
I just have a couple real quick. Looking on page 2, when we go under lizards on the possession limit, we've got 2 of each, no more than 24 snakes total. And I'm just curious, and this is just for cleaning stuff up, if we need to take the snakes part out of the lizards.
Good
All right.
catch.
And then I had another question on the Nevada side blotched. You've got 5 of each per week, and everything else seems to be per year. And I'm just curious if there's a reason for that, or
people tend to use those for a food source for their other pet snakes.
okay.
It's fairly common to do that. Yeah. And they're fairly common as well, the species.
Yeah, I was just curious. So
Yeah.
thank you. That's all I had.
All right. Thank you. Any other? Yes, Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there have been calls for requiring permits. And, we're probably getting to that point where we need to start considering that. I don't know how prevalent, I don't know how many people we're really talking about here. It's never really been in, but there's been a lot of public comment on asking for permits and stuff. So I wanted to kind of acknowledge that, that we had received that, and maybe at some point we need to have a conversation on it. I don't want to ace, kids out from grabbing a lizard here and there, but at the same time, probably worth the conversation. So,
Yeah.
So I guess I'll ask the question: how many, how many people do we have? Do we even know? There's really no.
No, we have no idea. And that's where it gets a little challenging to assess, such as falconry numbers. We have those numbers. We can quantify that, and gives us more information to set those bag limits.
Yeah.
Whereas with this, we keep it reasonable. And to your point, yes, we don't want to complicate it for little Timmy in his backyard. That was me as a kid.
Yeah.
I didn't have collection permits for that.
Yeah.
But it would help us quantify some of these numbers and have more precise regulations around that.
Well, and just the whole idea of 5 per week, 5 of each, the Nevada side blotch. I mean, it kind of just stands out a little bit stronger these days to me. Like, okay, well, how much of that's going on? Is there, I trust that the resource is okay, but at the same time, they're not buying food at the store. I guess they're probably spending money getting to where they need to go, but yeah, okay. Thank you.
All right. Excuse me. Thank you for that. Any other questions, concerns, comments from the commission? All right. Seeing none, let's take this out for public comment as well. Any public comment here in Reno? All right. Seeing no public comment in Reno, we have one taker on Zoom. 2. Okay.
Hi, Jake Thompson from the Clark County Cab, for the record. The Clark County Cab heard recently from a former state herpetologist, I think from Colorado, who brought this issue to our attention. I agree with the commissioner who said that it's probably time for us to start thinking about permits. No one on the Clark County Cab was excited about the idea, however, of, as the commissioner also suggested, interfering with a kid's ability to grab a lizard out of their backyard or whatever. One potential kind of easy compromise solution that we thought of that doesn't necessarily have to involve legislation is something akin to what we do for shed antler hunting, which is that you require folks to participate in an online webinar that indicates what best practices are, what bag limits are, how you can do things safely, etc. And then they can either print off or have on their phone a certificate that says they completed it. So we really think that it's time to move that discussion forward. That might be a nice interim step. But then also other states around us have permits. They garner revenue from the permits. I would suspect that the number of folks doing this is somewhat small, but knowing how many we have would help us set bag limits in a much more reasonable way. That's all I have. Thanks.
If you could unmute yourself, please, Mr. Stocking.
Yes, good morning, commissioners. I believe I unmuted myself. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, yeah, my name is Stephen Stocking. I spoke to you all at the September commission meeting on just this topic, specifically a permit requirement to engage in the sportsman collection of reptiles and amphibians on a non-commercial basis. And I want to reiterate that call for my recommendation to institute such a permitting requirement. I submitted to you all offline, again, additional data and information via email a few weeks ago, and I've also submitted this to the department. Again, the issue on the permit issue, again, I think this is in line with the North American model of wildlife management. All our surrounding states have a permit requirement to engage in the non-commercial enjoyment of reptiles and amphibians, and I think it's something that's long overdue for the department as well. I have read and reviewed both NRS 503 and NAC 503. I'm not an attorney. However, when I read those regulations, I don't see, from what I can see, you as a commission and the department have the discretion to institute a licensing requirement without additional legislative input, just from what I can read. Again, I'm not an attorney. Additionally, I know in the past, for many years, you regulated these particular species on a commercial basis and instituted a licensing requirement for many years. So I believe it's within your discretion to do this without seeking legislative relief. And I think it's something that, looking at examples from nearby states, I think Utah has a great model. Texas has a good model. And I think there's opportunity to institute something like this on a relatively short order in a few month period and not wait for a 2-year legislative cycle. The other issue is the bag limits themselves. There's been a lot of changes in, for example, species that have been added to the State Wildlife Action Plan and those that have been removed. And these bag limits have remained unchanged in many cases for more than a decade. And I provided some specific examples to you in email correspondence. And again, I think that's something that's overdue for a look instead of just the continuing status quo that I think is badly out of date for most of the species on this list. Possibly not all, but probably a majority, more than half the species on the list. I think we have good data in the state on many of these species, and we can make better judgment calls on specific individual bag limits. And I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Okay.
Can everybody hear me all right?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. My name is Zachary Jackson. I'm a reptile researcher for Great Basin Institute, and I also participate in volunteer reptile surveys with NDOW. And I agree with Mr. Stocking. I'm also in favor of establishing a requirement for purchase of a Nevada hunting license for non-commercial collection of reptiles. Like others have mentioned, this is a standard that's present in many other Western states, and I believe it would benefit Nevada. When visiting Texas for the purpose of finding and photographing reptiles, I was required to purchase both a hunting license and an additional stamp for participating in the deliberate search of reptiles. And I believe this model this is a model example of reptile management. I believe establishment of a stamp like this would be a great way to understand how many people are collecting and make better decisions as far as bag limits and such are concerned. That's everything I've got.
All right, thank you. We'll bring it back to the commission. But with that, Ms. Kleiber, you and your folks, any comments with regards to the notion on, I know it's not the issue at hand today permits, but as it's been discussed, any thoughts around that?
Yeah, Jasmine Kleiber for the record. We did receive that feedback down some time ago at the commission meeting from Mr. Stocking relative to this idea. And we've been having discussions internally about what that might look like and what some of the implications for that would be. Based on the two comments that we just heard relative to this idea, we do agree that it would provide an additional mechanism to better understand how much activity is really occurring across the state relative to non-commercial reptile and amphibian collection. And it could be very beneficial for us to better understand what the pressures are on some of these species and just how much activity, like I mentioned, because we really have no idea at this point. Additionally, as mentioned before, other states have these kind of mechanisms in place, whether through a permit or in addition to our existing license structure. But they have opportunity to generate revenue too that can also go toward better understanding how these species are doing across the landscape, what kind of pressures they're facing, whether it's from collection or something else such as development across some of our landscapes. So there is merit to exploring this further, and I think it might warrant some additional discussions with the commission or a committee to talk about further. Relative to the actual bag limits, as Mr. Stocking spoke to, he provided a very helpful table that pulled out individual species with recommendations on what appropriate quotas might look like for collection. And we have been diving into those line by line for every individual species. And at this time, we're not recommending that any changes be made, simply because we found some discrepancies relative to the current status of some of those species, and we'd like to have additional discussions and dive into the data that Mr. Stocking referenced for these species before we can fully support making any changes to those or making any recommendations to those quota numbers.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, no, I think that, certainly something we can engage in future commission meetings. One thing I will disagree with the gentleman, he mentioned something about change in short order. I don't think anything happens in short order, but nonetheless, certainly something, I think we continue to look at going forward and see if that makes sense. So with that, any other questions, concerns, comments from the commission? If not, I'll go ahead and move to make a motion. And then I will make a motion for approval of Commission Regulation 24-15, which is the non-commercial collection of reptiles and amphibians for 2025 through 2026, as presented with the one noted change with regards to lizards and under that possession limit, striking the word snakes. Oh, yeah, please.
I apologize, Jasmine Kleiber again. This may have been missed in John's presentation, but we are recommending simplifying to species from subspecies to species as well. So there's a species of lizard and a species of snake that are currently listed down to subspecies, and per Mr. Stocking's recommendation, when we reviewed those, he recommended we remove the subspecies notation in the taxonomic name. And we are supporting that recommendation. So for northern zebra-tailed lizard, and for Mojave glossy snake, we're recommending just to the species level, not subspecies.
So I apologize. I thought this was easier than it was. It'll teach me to speak up to move along here. Which one were we taking off the non, because I didn't see that one on here. This is the non, or excuse me, the zebra-tailed, did you say?
Yeah, so in the table on the second page, under the lizards column, we have northern zebra-tailed lizard. So that's Calosaurus draconoides maiorus. We're simply recommending to remove the maiorus.
I'm sorry, remove the
subspecies notation in the scientific name.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
And down under snakes toward the bottom, the Mojave glossy snake, we're recommending to remove the subspecies Candida.
All right. Okay, perfect. Let me restate my motion here or make an attempt. Anyway, so yes, I will go ahead and make a motion for approval of this commission regulation 24-15, again, non-commercial collection of reptiles and amphibians for 2025 through 2026 with the noted changes. One in the lizard section, striking the word snakes with lizards, and then again, the other noted recommended change from the zebra-tailed and the species of Maiorus, the species description there, or subspecies description, and then also down in snakes, the Mojave glossy snake, the removal of the Candida. All right. So we've got a motion on the table and a second from Commissioner Cavilla. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, any opposed? And that passes unanimous. Thank you. All right, we will move on to commission, or excuse me, to agenda item 21. This is Commission General Regulations for possible adoption, public comment allowed. This is 21A, Commission General Regulation 522, E-Tag Regulations, Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Matt Maples and Management Analyst Megan Manfredi. The Commission will hold an adoption to amend Chapter 502 of the Nevada Administrative Code. This would update the process related to use of the use of game tags in the field and allow the department to offer game tags in an electronic format.
Thank you, Chairman. Members of the Commission, Management Analyst Megan Manfredi for the record, here with DATS Administrator Maples to present regulations that would allow for an electronic tag, so e-tags. We have 3 notable changes from the last commission meeting. The first being that the terminology durable material should not be found in the regulations. There's also 2 other changes found on page 6. The first being NAC 502390. That would allow a customer to share or not share their location data with the department. The other is in NAC 502400. And that would be the requirement of the tag holder to put the paper tag or their validation code on the harvested animal before they reach their mode of transportation or camp. But other than that, we're happy to take any questions you might have or any recommended changes or direction from the commission.
All right. Questions from the commission, concerns, comments? All right. I knew you had a question, so somebody had a question.
Just a quick question. How's this going to get rolled out in a sense? Is it going to just be rolled out to everything, or is it going to start with certain game, or what's the plan?
Management Analyst Manfredi again for the record. The plan is to roll it out to a small number of tags. And so we haven't decided which type of tag that would be, but it all depends on when it's available to the public during and what kind of period. So like what I mean by that is if it's ready to roll out for, let's say, turkey tags, we might just have during that year only turkey tags available in an e-tag format. So like in small sections, if that makes sense. But it all depends on the year, on when it's actually development is ready for the public. And so I say e-tags, it could be lion tag, or I say turkey tags, but it could be lion tags. It could be like first come, first serve options, but it all depends on the timing of the year.
Thank you.
All right, anything else, anybody? I know we've talked about this at a number of different meetings, so sounds like we're getting close here. All right, this is an action item, so with that, I'll take it out and see if there's any public comment on this item here in Reno. All right, seeing no public comment, how about any public comment via Zoom? No public comment via Zoom, so I'll bring it back to the commission for any thoughts, recommendations, motion. What's everybody thinking on this?
You know me, I don't ever mind talking. I mean, if this is for an adoption, right? If we want to, I mean, we have had multiple discussions on it. Kind of like with anything we do new, there may be a little bit of, work once it's implemented, right? It's probably to be anticipated, but if I don't see anybody speaking up, I'll make a motion. All right, with that, I'm gonna motion for adoption, Commission General Regulation 522, e-tag regulations as presented.
All right, we have a motion on this from Commissioner Cavillo, second from Commissioner Bourne. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, we will move on to agenda item 21B. This is Commission General Regulation 523, Heritage Revisions, Habitat Division Administrator Mark Freese. The commission will hold an adoption to amend Chapter 501, Nevada Administrative Code. This regulation would change heritage project awards from 1 to 2 years with the possibility for extension.
Good morning, Chair Rogers, members of the commission, Mark Freese, Habitat Division Administrator for the record. I'll draw your attention to the support material that was provided in the memo. Yeah, it's a pretty simple request, changing the heritage project awards from 1 to 2 years. The majority of projects require greater than 1 year to complete. This is due to multi-year implementation, permitting constraints, landowner manager authorization agreements, contractor scheduling delays, etc. This generates unnecessary burden on project applicants to request the extension, on staff to gather and process paperwork, and the Heritage Committee and Commission to review and approve these. So with that, we're recommending the commission adopt. This has been previously heard at the August meeting and was previously discussed at the May and June meetings. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
All righty, thank you for that. One question that I had real quickly, I know we've talked about this a bit, but again, extending this from 1 to 2 years with the possibility for extension. I'm just curious what an extension would entail or require. Would that be commission approval for extension, or how would that process work if something needed to go beyond the 2 years?
Mark Freese, Habitat Division Administrator for the record. Thank you for the question. As it currently stands, project awards are only good for 1 year, and the Heritage Committee recommends to the commission, and the commission has to support that extension, and that's voted on annually. This would just delay that extension request for 2 years. But they would still have to go through the same process. The project applicant, our staff would coordinate with them. They would make the request for an extension. It'd be brought through the Heritage Committee and then before the commission to approve it.
All right, perfect. All right. Yes, Commissioner Walther.
And so just piggybacking off of that, it's more of a question for the commission, but when I look at page 2, section 2, the last sentence, so dealing with extensions, I mean, I guess I'm just asking all of us, as written, would require us to make a finding of a quote unusual circumstance. So do we want to limit ourselves to that language? Do we want to be more broad? Do we want to put a period after extension and just say we may grant such an extension? You know, there may be usual circumstances for the project taking so long, so on and so forth. So I'm just not sure we want to necessarily go down the road where the finding has to be an unusual circumstance.
Yeah, thank you for that. Good point. And what's unusual, right? One's definition of unusual may be different to the next person. So any thoughts from the commission on that, or? Yeah, please.
I don't have a problem with what Commissioner Walther just brought up. I think that could create kind of hamstring you a little bit. So I don't have a problem striking that. And I know we've looked at this, Mark, and I'm looking at it again. And one question I do have up at the top of section 2 there, it says immediately following the fiscal year in which money is first dispersed, right? And I think we have had a couple projects that we might have approved them. They might not get dispersal for a couple of years. Is that right? Like it didn't, we might have approved it and it might sit for 2 years before you start spending money on it. Do we ever get into that situation, or?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Mark Freeze, Habitat Division Administrator for the record. That happens all the time. But basically our clock starts on July 1st. So when the Heritage Committee and Commission votes on those annual allocation of awards, the clock starts ticking on July 1st. Typically, funds aren't spent right for some period of time after till the project's in implementation. And so really, I don't see that being an issue for this.
Okay. But your kicker there is when we start spending money, the way that's written.
Yeah, and this was language provided by the Legislative Council Bureau. We had various language we proposed and included some Commissioner McNich's suggestions. Based upon the LCB review, they provided this language. They felt it was more clear. So that's what we're proposing.
All right. All right. Anything else? Any other questions, comments from the commission at all? All right. This is an action item, so let's take it out for public comment. Any public comment here in Reno today? All right, seeing none. Any public comment on Zoom? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for any further discussion. Yep, Commissioner Barnes.
Yes, just for clarification, Commissioner Walther, what would your recommendation be at the bottom of section 2 on page 2?
I mean, I'm happy to go with the flavor of the commission, but I think the easiest thing might just be to put a period after extension. It just says the commission may grant such an extension in the story, unless we want to go down a road of considering, you know, multiple or various findings. But I mean, I think when we look at this, we've approved a project to begin with. So we found a reason we think it should be ongoing. And I think we'd have the ability to, you know, upon the submission of a request for extension, ask questions about it. But I don't know if we need to limit ourselves to any particular finding or set of findings. But just have the ability to be discretionary on granting extensions.
Yeah, I like what you did there. And if you'll put that in the form of a motion, I'd be happy to second.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve Commission General Regulation 523 as presented with the following change, that on page 2, section 2, last sentence, we put a period after extension and strike the remaining language.
Second.
All right. We have a motion from Commissioner Walther. We have a second from Commissioner Barnes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, moving on to agenda item 22. This is future commission meetings and commission committee assignments. Secretary Janae, Commissioner Rogers for possible action. The next commission meeting is scheduled for January 24 and 25, 2020. Well, it says 2024, but I'm guessing it's 2025. So again, the next commission meeting is scheduled for January 24 and 25 of 2025 here in Reno. The commission will review and discuss potential agenda items for that meeting. The commission may change the date, time, and meeting location at this time. The chairman may designate and adjust committee assignments and add or dissolve committees as necessary at this time. Any anticipated committee meetings that may occur prior to the next commission meeting may be discussed. So, Director Janae, yeah.
So, January is always a pretty big meeting due to seasons and some of the quotas. And I'll walk through those here in a second. What I have currently as far as committees would be Contest Committee, January 14th, and ELCO. Also, the 2025 is we're rolling into the legislative session starting early in February. So I would figure by the January meeting, we should have BDR list for review of the legislative committee. So I would anticipate legislative committee meeting sometime before that January meeting as well. Other than that, things I have, we have the petition on incidental trapping of mountain lions that was submitted. That will be dealt with at the January meeting. We have an appeal on a golden eagle permit denial. And then we start going into the 2025-2026 big game seasons regulations, the 2025-2026 restricted non-resident guided antler mule deer season quotas, 2025 black bear seasons, mountain lion seasons, and harvest limits, 2025 big game application deadlines, 2025 big game tag application eligibility and tag limits, 2026 heritage tag seasons and quotas, 2025 dream tag seasons and quotas, 2025 partnership and wildlife tag seasons and quotas, and 2025 Silver State tag seasons and quotas. Let's see. I think that looked good, Mike. Oh, and the draft predation management plan. And so will that need to go in front of the wildlife damage committee?
Yeah, but that's later.
Okay.
Thank you, Mike Scott, for the record. We also, Commissioner Young, Vice Chair Young requested a presentation on the restricted mule deer. We will prepare that. And then we probably need to discuss at some point the Emerging Technology Committee. And I don't know if we'll that would be up to Chair Rogers if he wants to seat that committee at that time.
And that's what we have as far as agenda.
It's-
Unless there's anything you'd like to add for the commission.
Yeah, nothing for myself. Any of the other commissioners, any items of interest for the next meeting in terms of agenda items that hasn't already been discussed? All right. I did have a few changes that I wanted to make note of to some of the committee assignments. And I know we talked a little bit about this last time, but changes that I'm recommending for some of the committee assignments. Number one is the Administrative Procedures, Regulations, and Policy Committee, APRP Committee. I am looking to add myself to that committee. And then also, the other change I'd like to make is with regards to the Finance Committee, as well as the Public Lands Committee. I would like to add Commissioner Shane Bourne to each of those committees. And then also, I would like to make a change on the Legislative Committee. And the two changes that I would like to make there, number one, I would like to add Commissioner Keel to the Legislative Committee. And I would like to have Vice Chair Young chair that Legislative Committee. Okay. And then also, as it relates to the Emerging Technologies Committee, didn't know if that was something that needed to wait till the next time, but I am in a position to make a recommendation to seat that committee as well. Okay. So I would like to add, again, a new committee. And again, this being the Emerging Technologies Committee. And I would like to add to that committee myself. I would also like to add to that committee Vice Chair Young. I would also like to add to that committee Commissioner Cavilla. And I would like to add to that committee Commissioner Bourne. And I would like to have Commissioner Cavilla chair that committee. Okay. Right.
We've got that captured, and I don't know if that's, we can work that out, whether or not they want to have a meeting prior to the January meeting, but we'll work with law enforcement to make sure that that's staffed whenever there's a want for that meeting.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. I suspect there is a desire to have a meeting before the next commission meeting on that, just to kind of start laying the framework and some direction around that committee. Any other discussion on that or questions, concerns? All right. Given this is an action item, I'm assuming we've got it. All right. How about any public comment here in Reno regarding agenda item 22, any future commission meetings and commission committee assignments?
Kobe Rowe, Washoe Cab. In regards to the Emerging Technologies Committee, if you're looking for more volunteers, member Ryan Brown expressed interest in being part of that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other public comment here in Reno? All right. Seeing none. Any public comment on Zoom? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission. And I think this is my first time making major changes on committees. Is this something for a motion or no? All right, easy enough. So I'll bring it back to the commission. Any other discussion, questions, concerns regarding, again, next agenda or commission assignments, committee assignments? All right, seeing none, we will close that item out and go on to agenda item number 23. And this is public comment period. Again, informational. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Persons making comment are asked to begin by stating their name for the record. And is there any public comment here in Reno?
Okay, sorry. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'll be very brief. I've got two things to talk about. One, on the predator management plan, I'd like to have the private efforts of the Nevada trappers recognized for what we do as far as predator management, because it's considerable and it's significant, and also the predator callers. The other thing that I'd like to discuss, and I want to make it very clear that I'm not criticizing. I'm not saying that there was anything done wrong. I just want to talk about my perspective of having petitions entered and withdrawn. It creates an inequity in the situation from our perspective. Every time I get up here, everything that I have is at risk. The policy that says that if you bring a petition and it's denied, you can't bring it back for 5 years, puts some risk on the other side of the equation. And I think that's fair. First time I sat in front of this board was in 1977. Probably some of you guys weren't even born then. And I've heard what we're going to discuss in January dozens and probably hundreds of times. This policy came into place for a reason. I'm not aware of who brought it up or why, but obviously it was so that we just didn't do this over and over and over again. I mean, I stand up here as a target and they only have to hit me one time. You know, this gives us 5 years to be taken off the target list. So I'm not going to ask you to do anything or take any action. I would just like you to think about it between now and January, because it's not a level playing field when all the risk is on our side of the equation. Thank you.
Maria Ballstreet from Carson City for the record. I just want to make a comment during the presentation of agenda item number 18. Little to no mention was made of the effects by the cattle and other livestock on the land. One gentleman made a comment that horses graze year-round, while cattle do not. However, once again, the comment failed to note absolute numbers. When cattle outnumber horses 10 to 1, numbers count. The horses are being blamed for range damage while ignoring the far more predominant animal, cattle. I understand NDOW does not regulate public lands or the wild horses, but NDOW's opinions are being submitted concerning these horses. Perhaps the NDOW would do a similar study of the cattle impacting wildlife, since it is obviously an issue. Unlike the cattle, wild horses graze across extensive terrain, and their manure is very beneficial to restoring the soil. Perhaps it is because the wild horses seem ownerless, while the cattle are owned by a powerful interest group in the state.
Any other public comment here in Reno? All right, any public comment on Zoom? All right, seeing none. I do thank everybody, and hope everybody has a wonderful Thanksgiving holiday coming up. We are adjourned.